We are live. Welcome back. Today we're doing a sort of special early in the day emergency broadcast, and the reason why I think everybody is well aware, President Trump is going to be meeting with Zelenskyy, as well as various other European leaders, members from the EU, representatives from NATO are coming all the way over to the US, all the way over to DC, the Oval Office. As far as I understand it today, this is the largest conglomeration of European leaders, European officials, delegates ever to, collectively show up at the U.S., at the White House, at the Oval Office together at one time in all of U.S. history. So this really is just kind of out of the gate, off the bat, really a big meeting. Now, I'll tell you what, this is my, I don't want to be too optimistic here. I feel like we wouldn't have so many people showing up today, and I want to run through the list of names here in a moment. It's a long list of names, a lot of representatives coming from Europe. I feel like we wouldn't have so many people showing up today unless behind the scenes they had kind of already worked out a deal. So I'm going into today's broadcast, into what is happening today. I'm going in optimistic here. So just out of the gate, I want to show you something here. Arriving at the White House momentarily, President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, Finnish President Alexander Stub, French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Maloney, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Guys, this is actually my first time reading through that list with you guys of attendees here. This is like every single big shot European political leader. All of them are coming to the Oval Office today. All of them are coming over to the White House today. President Trump met with Putin 3 days ago up in Alaska. Every single one of the big, important, prominent European leaders are coming over to the Oval Office today, showing up to Washington, D.C. And I feel like they wouldn't be doing that unless they've kind of worked out a deal. So let's kind of break down what's going to be happening here today, because folks, this is going to be live all day coverage. It's going to be another long show. Could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours today. I don't know. We have quite a schedule. But first, I do want to say thank you all very much for tuning in. I appreciate it. If you are new to the broadcast, either here on YouTube or on Rumble, we're live on both places, on Rumble and YouTube right now. Matt Morris TV everywhere. Make sure to follow, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. It means a lot. It helps a lot. I appreciate it a lot. We're going to be doing minute by minute, day by day, minute by minute coverage of everything that is going on today. Now, folks, as far as I understand it, Zelenskyy actually showed up to the White House maybe a half hour ago. Of course, he hasn't actually met with Trump yet, but he's in the White House, somewhere in the White House, getting ready for his meeting with Trump. And it would seem as if maybe Zelenskyy is not wearing a suit today. I know this is very important to people. Is Zelenskyy wearing a suit? In fact, I saw people betting money on this. The people are saying, hey, $50, $100, he's going to wear a suit. He's not going to wear a suit. Well, take a look at this.
How are you, sir?
This is him about a half hour ago.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hi, good to see you.
And as you can see, there's no suit. Okay. Okay. But you know what? To be fair, maybe he has time to change into a suit. Maybe he brought a suit with him. Maybe he's going to go slip in the bathroom and pop on his suit. Because, he's not, to be fair, he's not meeting with President Trump yet. He's got time to put on a suit. He could go slip into it. I don't know. You got to see. Well, I mean, this... Well, hey, listen, counter argument. This is a little bit of a preliminary meeting here at the White House. The meeting before the meeting that took place a half hour ago. And, I mean, he showed up to this meeting. He's wearing...
I know your time is busy.
A little bit.
What I wanted to do just briefly...
You would think even to a meeting like this that you would want to wear a suit. Here's my thing. Do you think it is a sign of intentional disrespect? Because Zelenskyy obviously he caught a bunch of flack last time for not wearing a suit. This time he's wearing something even less professional than what he wore last time. At least last time he had a long sleeve shirt on. This is a t-shirt. Do you think this is actually kind of an intentional, this is intentional disrespect, maybe a little bit? I don't know. Listen, I'm personally going to reserve judgment until he's actually meeting with President Trump. Okay, I'm not going to get too worked up. I'm not going to get too upset or angry or mad or bothered until he's actually meeting and shaking hands with Trump. We got to see where this goes. But this was him earlier today. This is the meeting before the meeting. Happened about a half hour ago. I'm going to skip around here. He's got some of his military guys with him. There he is. Like I said here, guys, we have pretty much every single big, important, prominent, hotshot European political leader is showing up to today's meeting. And I'm going to read through the list of names here again, because this is a massive meeting. Today's meeting is a big deal. Ladies and gentlemen, well, hold up. First off, listen, on the American side, who is showing up to the show today? Pay attention, listen up, check this out. On the American side, President Donald Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Okay, that's on the U.S. We got 4 big guys in the U.S. Ukrainian side, Zelenskyy, we just saw him. The European side, the Finnish President Alexander Stub. By the way, we like him. Alexander Stub, the Finnish president, we like him. He's a good guy. French President Emmanuel Macron. Do we like him? Maybe not so much, but at least he has a very handsome wife. Okay, then we have German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, the German. We have Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Maloney. We have UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, two-tier Keir, they call him. European Commissioner President Ursula von der Leyen. Okay, we've seen a lot of her over the last couple of weeks. And we have the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is his name. Okay, so listen, like I said, this is every single important, prominent European leader is showing up to the Oval Office, to the White House today. Okay, so this is maybe one of the biggest meetings that we've had in a very long time. And you can tell, you know, a lot is at stake today. Expected topics. Well, before we get to that, what is the schedule? Let's all remind ourselves, when is everything happening here today? But first, we have a super chat. Robert Armentrout, by the way, thank you. $2 super chat. I appreciate that over on YouTube. Thank you very much. We have another big super chat from Isaac H. $9.99. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. Thank you. I want to show you guys the schedule. This is what's going on today. Let me zoom in here. Okay, so this is 12 p.m. Eastern. This is 7 minutes from now. The European leaders arrive to the White House in 7 minutes. All those big name hotshot European leaders are showing up. Then 1 hour after that, the president is greeting the president of Ukraine. Trump is meeting Zelenskyy in 1 hour and 7 minutes from now. 15 minutes after that, the president is participating, President Trump is participating in a bilateral meeting with the president of Ukraine. I think that's going to be live broadcast, maybe. 1 hour after that, the president is greeting the European leaders. 15 minutes later at 2:30 Eastern time, the president, Trump, is participating in a family photo with all the European leaders. And at 3 p.m. Eastern, that's about 3 hours from now, the president is participating in a multilateral meeting with all of the European leaders. So today is a big deal. Today's a big deal. Notice he's meeting with Zelenskyy before he's actually meeting with the European leaders. Okay? Curious. The schedule, the order of operations here. Okay, now, what are we going to be talking about? You know, because the European leaders are showing up in the next couple minutes, I want to leave the camera up on this section here. Okay, little recap. What are we talking about today? What are the experts saying that we're going to be talking about today? Okay, expected discussion topics. Peace agreement. The meeting is going to focus on potential peace deal to end the Russia-Ukraine war following Trump's August 15th summit with Vladimir Putin up in Anchorage, Alaska. We all watched that live together, which failed to produce a ceasefire. Now, however, you know, obviously that meeting, 3 days ago? 3 days ago did not produce a ceasefire or an end to the war. It was the first and necessary step. We have had, for the last 3 days, we have had the far left, radically progressive, incompetent, low IQ media here in America saying, oh, Trump met with Putin and nothing even happened. You know, the war is still ongoing. It was a total waste of time, blah, blah, blah. listen, hey, if you want to bring the war to an end, guess what? The war has two sides, Ukraine and Russia. You're gonna have to meet with Russia. You're gonna have to talk with Russia to bring the war to an end. In fact, I mean, you could say it has two sides. Really, it's got four sides. There are four big key players involved in de-escalating this situation and bringing it to a not just a ceasefire. We want a total shutdown of the war. Okay, we want the war to come to an end, not a temporary ceasefire for 1 week, 2 week, 1 month. No, total shutdown. That's what Trump wants. The war is coming to an end. That's what he is angling for. That's what everybody's angling for. Now, the four sides of the equation I mentioned, it's not a two-side equation, it's a four-side equation. It's Russia, it's Ukraine, it's NATO. Okay, we have a bunch of these NATO leaders here coming over today, but a bunch of guys from the EU, but also it's the US. Okay, so NATO, Russia, Ukraine, and US have all got to be on the same page here. And so, of course, that means you've got to get Russia on the same page. You've got to talk to Putin. You got to get him up to speed. Trump right now is pushing for a comprehensive peace agreement rather than a temporary ceasefire, emphasizing territorial concessions and security guarantees. What seems to be the case right now, maybe this is all tentative and really, we're not going to know until we know for sure, but this is kind of what it seems like at the moment, is that Putin, Russia, they want to keep Crimea, Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, and Donetsk, at least the territory they have along the Sea of Azov. This is called the Sea of Azov, right here, this little area here. Seems like Putin wants complete and total territorial lockdown security for the Sea of Azov. Seems like he's willing to give up, sort of like the territory in Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, Donetsk that's closer to the Ukrainian front. Seems like he's willing to walk away from some of that further off territory, but all the land directly adjacent to the Sea of Azov and all of Crimea, Putin wants. He wants to keep that. Russia wants to keep that. Seems like Putin is a little bit more willing to give up much of Luhansk as well. Now, Donald Trump, before we continue on here, Donald Trump has actually been dropping some Truth Social posts all throughout the day already, kind of priming us for what is to be expected. Donald Trump said a couple hours ago, excuse me, he said, a big day at the White House. We have never had so many European leaders here at one time. A great honor for America. Let's see what the results will be, President Donald Trump. He went on to say, we have another one. This is from Trump about an hour ago. Real quick, first though, massive super chat. Hey, Catherine, whoa, thank you. Thank you. Catherine says, I find it extremely disrespectful that he flat out refuses to wear a suit. He has been caught funneling billions from USAID and weapons, so I know he has money for a suit. I mean, well, he does have money for a suit, no doubt about that. You remember a couple months ago, there was a report near the end of the Biden admin where it was $40, $50 billion worth of Ukrainian aid. It was unaccounted for. And he was asked, Zelenskyy was asked, they said, hey, listen, Zelenskyy, where'd this money go? We're trying to, check on the books and see if all the money is being spent productively here on legitimate things. And it was like, he pretty much, he was like, I don't know. I don't know where. It was like 50 to the tune of 40 or $50 billion. I don't know where it went. I don't know. And so a lot of disappearing money. You're right about that. Put on a suit. You're at the White House. Show some respect. It's true. But like I said, I am going to reserve judgment here until he's actually shaking hands with President Trump. This is the meeting. Before the meeting, maybe it's a little bit less important. We're going to wait. We'll see what's up. Give it some time. But I'm with you, Catherine. Thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat. This is President Trump an hour ago. He said, I've settled 6 wars in 6 months. One of them a possible nuclear disaster. And yet, I have to read and listen to the Wall Street Journal and many other who truly do not have a clue tell me everything that I am doing wrong on the Russia-Ukraine mess. That is really sleepy Joe Biden's war, not mine. I'm only here to stop it, not to prosecute it any further. It would have never happened if I was president. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I don't need the advice of people who have been working on all of these conflicts for years and were never able to do a thing to stop them. They are stupid people. They're stupid people with no common sense, no intelligence, no understanding, and they only make the current Russia-Ukraine disaster even more difficult to fix than it already is. Despite all of my lightweight and very jealous critics, I'll get it done. I always do. President Donald J. Trump. So this is Donald Trump torching the critics, torching the haters about an hour ago, 2 hours ago. On Truth Social, he's dropping a truth bomb. And then we have another one. Also, this is from President Trump earlier this morning. He said this: I am totally convinced that if Russia raised their hands and said, quote, "We give up, we concede, we surrender, we give Russia and the great United States of America, the most revered, respected, and powerful of all countries ever, Moscow and St. Petersburg and everything surrounding them for miles," the fake news media and their Democrat partners would say this was a bad and humiliating day for Donald Trump. One of the worst days in the history of this country. But that's what they are. That's why they are the fake news and the badly failing radical left Democrats. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And, you know, he's probably right. He's probably correct about this. Oh, folks, listen, we need to tune back into the White House. This is the White House front lawn. Everybody pay attention now, because any minute the European delegation is going to be showing up to the White House front lawn. I think I'm going to get some audio here. I think I have audio here for us today. The Americans here are U.S. military service. I think these are Marines out here, right? Marines, I believe. They're out here ready to welcome the Europeans. Once again, who do we have showing up today?
How short are these people?
Finnish President Alexander Stub, French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Maloney, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, and NATO President Mark Rutte. How many is that? Was that seven of them? And so Zelenskyy, I believe, is actually already at the White House somewhere. He hasn't met with Trump yet,
Am I still in the TV show?
but he arrived about an hour ago. He's probably in the powder room using some powder. You know, who knows? Maybe putting on his suit, maybe not putting on his suit. I don't know. Time will tell. We gotta wait and see. But anyway, we've got 7 other representatives coming over from Europe today. Today's a big deal. And like I said, I'm going to turn that down here for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, given how many, big name European leaders are showing up today, the biggest name European leaders, I feel like, this is my intuition here, I feel like we wouldn't be having a big, massive meeting like this. All the top Europeans, all the top Americans, Zelenskyy, everybody coming to the White House. I feel like this wouldn't be happening unless they have kind of a premeditated solution. Maybe they got to hammer out the final details, but, you know, they've been making phone calls, having meetings on Zoom, you know, whatever, for the last couple days, figuring out what they want to do. And so I feel like they already kind of have a plan, have a solution here. Today might be the big day. Maybe today they're signing all the final documents, stuff like that. We got to see. I think today is going to be a big day, though. It's a big day we have ahead of us. And so once again, hey, thank you all very much. We got the zoom in. That's a great ear. Why are we zooming in on this guy's ear? It's a great ear on that guy. Anyway, thank you all very much for tuning in today. We are live on Rumble right now. Matt Morris TV on Rumble, Matt Morris TV on YouTube. We are all over the place, so everybody, thank you all very much for tuning in. Very much, I appreciate it. Today's a big day, and it's also a beautiful... Gosh, it's a Monday morning. History is made on a Monday morning. That's what they say. That's what I say, at least. So if you're tuning into the broadcast right now, any second, we are having a delegation of 7 Europeans show up to the White House. You know, I said this was the front lawn. I think technically this is the White House back lawn. Is that right? It doesn't matter. Who cares? But anyway, they are showing up to the White House here any minute. We have Finnish President Alexander Stub, French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Maloney, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, NATO Secretary General Rutte. Now, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, he has been very cordial, respectful with Donald Trump over the last 6 months. So Donald Trump and Mark Rutte, they're on good terms. Ursula von der Leyen, a little bit of turbulence. Ursula was really the one that was responsible for working out this EU trade deal that got locked down about a month and a half ago. They had some back and forth, but now the deal is done. The deal is done. A lot of the Europeans, I've got a lot of European friends. My wife is German. We've got German family in Germany. And a lot of the Europeans, I'll tell you what, they were pissed off about this EU-US trade deal that they signed off on about a month and a half ago. A lot of the Europeans felt like they got ripped off. So what does that mean, however, though? That means America got a good deal. That means that we here in the US, we got a good deal is what that means. So anyway, a lot of the Europeans are not so happy with Ursula von der Leyen right now because they think that she kind of got taken advantage of by Trump. She got ripped off by Trump. So a lot of the Europeans are not happy with Ursula von der Leyen right now. Then we have UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Nobody is happy with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Well, that's not true. All of the Islamic immigrants in the United Kingdom, they probably love Keir Starmer. They love him.
Okay, great.
All of the Muslims in the United Kingdom, they love Keir Starmer because now they're running the show. And then we have Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Maloney. Giorgia Maloney, she's trying, maybe not successfully, but she's trying to shut down a lot of the third world immigration that's popping up in Italy. Tough situation. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, he's kind of like more of a centrist German politician. We have French President Emmanuel Macron. Has anyone here been following this lawsuit? The Macrons are filing a lawsuit against Candace Owens, I guess. I really don't know all the details because Candace Owens has been saying that Macron's wife is actually Macron's husband. It's a transgender person or something. I don't even know all the details. Frankly, I don't know. But anyway, that's happening, I guess. Beautiful, really handsome wife. Really handsome wife he has. And Finnish President Alexander Stub. And Donald Trump and Alexander Stub, they like each other a lot. Alexander Stub has been really supporting Donald Trump for the last 6 months. Alexander Stub, he's the president of Finland. He's been saying, listen, hey, if anybody's going to be able to work out this deal, it's going to be Donald Trump, okay? And you guys know the history between the Finnish people and the Russian people. The Finns, maybe you know, are not the biggest fans of the Russians. They've got a brutal history with each other. And so the Finnish people, they're like, hey, listen, yeah, we need to de-escalate this. Alexander Stubb is like, listen, President Trump, we want to help you de-escalate this because we know, listen, we are worried. We're worried about the Russians. The Finnish people are not the biggest fans of the Russians. They've got a big-time history. I'll tell you what, man, listen, of course, I obligatorily have to say my favorite type of European, it's the Germans. I have to say that because my wife is German. We've got German family. However, the Germans aside, I love all the Europeans, but, the Germans aside, I like the Finnish. I'll tell you what, man, every single Finnish person I've ever met in my entire life, good people, I love the Finns. The Finnish people are always the most nice, very respectful people, a little bit quiet. The Finnish people can be a little bit quiet and reserved, but I love the Finns. I love the Finnish people. I like them a lot. They're very nice people. It's true. You can't deny it. You like them? Yeah, no, the Finnish people are good. I like the Finnish people. Now, listen, any minute, the reason why we're talking about all these different flavors of European right now is because we have 7 different European leaders showing up to the White House any minute now. That's what we are tuning into right now. So everybody, thank you for tuning in. We've got 7 different senior ranking European leaders showing up to the White House any minute now to kick things off today. These peace talks, these negotiations. Guys, maybe by the end of the day, we might have a total ceasefire shutdown. I don't know. Or at least we're going to be making steps towards that. We're going to be moving towards that direction. We can only pray. Every single week that this war goes on in Eastern Europe, in Eastern Ukraine, every single week you have 2, 3, 4,000 people die. Thousands unnecessary. And I mean, you guys have looked at the map of Eastern Ukraine here. Listen, this is kind of the battle map here for the last couple months. The last couple years, not months, years, nothing has moved. It's been the same. Territory, just very small movements, but pretty much this is how things have been for the last 2 or 2.5 years. But still, people are just dying thousands every single week, and nothing is really even happening. It's not like progress is being made either way. It's at a total standstill. It's just it's a meat grinder, as they say. Not good. It's a meat grinder. So we got to shut the meat grinder down. It's a noble goal. And by the way, nobody has made any progress at all, period, whatsoever at all, before Donald Trump got back in the White House. Before Donald Trump stepped back in the White House 7 months ago, it was a total standstill. There was no diplomatic success at all whatsoever. No de-escalation, period. As we know, the Biden administration, they did not even have a phone call with Putin for 3 years. Okay, listen, you gotta stop spamming my chat. I'm gonna hide you. I gotta ban you. Do not spam the chat. Once again, listen, guys, here are the rules. I don't really care. Really, I do not care what you post in the chat. Really, post whatever you want to your heart's content. Pretty much, really. But just do not spam. Do not spam the chat. That's my one humble request. Thank you. But anyway, listen, what I was saying here is that for 3 years, this war in eastern Ukraine raged on for 3 years under Joe Biden's leadership. Not once did Joe Biden or anybody from the Biden administration even have a discussion, did even pick up the phone. Hey, Putin, what's up? Listen, Putin, we got to shut this thing down, man. Putin, we got to wrap this up. What is it going to take? They didn't even talk to the guy. Didn't even talk to him. And so President Trump is back in the White House. He says, listen, we got to shut this down. And by the way, it's not even President Trump's job to shut this down. It's not his job. He wasn't in the White House when this war broke out. The war didn't break out because of Trump, but President Trump, he's a nice guy. He said, listen, I'm gonna do my best. I'm the president of the country. And really, what do we say? The leader of the free world. President Trump is the leader of the world. Do not forget it. He is the leader of the world. And he's taken it upon himself to try to end this war. So hopefully that can happen. Hopefully that happens. And any minute, these Europeans are going to roll up here. Any minute now. The entire world, listen, the entire world is kind of on standby. There are millions of people, I'm sure, that are tuning in to this broadcast or to other broadcasts, you know, covering this news. Everybody is waiting to see how is today going to unfold. I think it's fair to say that we have a genuine chance at peace. There's no doubt. And that's what everybody wants to see. Now, I'm out here looking for updates here. I'm looking to see what is going on here. Any minute, these Europeans are rolling into town. Well, of course, they're already in town, but they're going to be rolling into the White House. Come on into the White House. And once again, guys, I do want to say, listen, if you are tuning in, please hit the like button on today's broadcast and also hit the subscribe button. It helps a lot. The way the whole Rumble algorithm, YouTube algorithm, the way all this stuff works, if you guys are liking, if you are commenting, if you are subscribing to the show, it really helps a lot. I know it seems like it doesn't matter, but if you guys hit that like button, it really, really does. Today's broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's going to be a long show today. I'm going to be here maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. Oh, hey, we got a car coming up here, folks. We're going to be covering all day, every single step of the way, all day. We have a car rolling on up here. The Marines, the U.S. Marines are standing by. Now, is this going to be every single European leader here we're talking about? All 7 of them? They came back. I'll never forgive them for that. Anyway, there's Keir Starmer. Yeah, he's not so popular with anybody. He's not the most popular guy. The reason why a lot of people say he is playing coverage, he's playing defense for a lot of the violent third world refugees that have been causing a lot of damage. I'm sorry, 1812. I'm sorry, 1812, not 1815. You're right, thank you. The War of 1812. Now, a lot of people say Keir Starmer is not harsh enough. He's playing defense. He's cracking down. He's playing coverage for a lot of these violent third world migrants running the show, running the streets all throughout the United Kingdom, chopping people's heads off, snatching up people's kids. Really, and I'm not even being hyperbolic. That is literally what's happening. They've got child grooming gangs, third world migrants, snatching up kids, chopping people's heads off, doing all types of terrible stuff, and the government is turning a blind eye. They're ignoring it. The British people are not happy. They might be rising up any one of these days now. They've had enough of it. I see the comment. Broski Bear says, if you let in the third world, you get the third world. That seems to be the case. Yeah, generally that seems to be how it goes. You become the third world. Uh-huh. Now, so far, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in, we have had 3 of the 7 European representatives, European leaders show up here. They're all funneling into the White House now. So far, we've had NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. We've had her show up. Secret Service is making a big move. We just saw 7 or 8 Secret Service agents all together go somewhere. Where are they going? They all just got a call. Boom, they're moving. Anyway, we just saw UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. So now we're waiting on 4 others. Finnish President Alexander Stub, French Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor, the Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Maloney. Coming on up any minute now. Any minute. I was talking to a German friend of mine about a year and a half ago, and he told me something crazy. In fact, I didn't believe him. I had to go fact check this. After World War II, the United States, it was part of the Marshall Plan, we actually drafted up a constitution for the German government coming out of World War II. We wrote a constitution for them, we gave it to them, and as I found out about a year and a half ago, the Germans actually are still using the constitution that we gave them, that we wrote, that we drafted up for them. In a way, I mean, it was coming out of the war. We kind of forced it on them also. But anyway, they are actually still using the same constitution that we gave them, 80 years ago? Long time ago. Any protesters? I'm sure, you know, there are protesters somewhere today, but they're most certainly not on the White House lawn. They're not allowed on the White House. So right now, I think we are on the White House back lawn, technically. I'm going to pull up Google Maps. It's easy to mix up the front lawn and the back lawn. Google Maps here. I think we might be on the back lawn. Anyway, all the European leaders are showing up today. One by one, they're funneling on in. Now, hold up here. So right now, I suppose you would call this the, everybody look right here. So, you know, our camera point of view is right here. The Europeans are rolling on up. All their cars are parked down over here, and then they're driving up. I suppose this is the front lawn of the White House, maybe. Beautiful building. Secret Service everywhere. Isn't it crazy what technology can do these days? I mean, look at this. We have a 3D view of the White House. How nuts is that? Anyway, that's where we are right now. Now, we have a big super chat over here from the Gaming Murph. Hey, Gaming Murph, thank you very much. I'm going to read through this. He says, illegals will never understand what it means to be American. My family came here legally in 1902. Every member of my family has either been a firefighter, teacher, or engineer. That's called giving back to the country. You know, I'll tell you what. Hold up. I'll tell you what, you know, we've been told for a long time that it's all about assimilation. People come here, they assimilate, we're a melting pot. You know, these days it doesn't seem like there's a lot of assimilating going on. It doesn't seem like a lot of the immigrants coming in the country as of late are melting into the pot, so to speak. If I'm supposed to believe, if we are all supposed to believe this narrative that the U.S. is a melting pot, you kind of have to melt into the pot. It doesn't seem to be happening. This is going to be Giorgia Maloney. You see the Italian flag on her car right there. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Maloney is her name. Here she is. Step on out. Welcome to Washington, D.C. Miss Maloney. I don't think she's married. I think she's single. If anybody here is looking for an Italian wife. Giorgia Maloney, I believe she's a single woman. Miss. There you have it. Welcome to the White House, Miss Maloney. Now we have, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen Ah, we have the white flag coming out. The French. Emmanuel Macron must be here. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. Anyway, no. Okay, jokes aside, we are still waiting for the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Okay, we're waiting for the French President Emmanuel Macron. And we are waiting for Alexander Stub. All the way from Finland. We like the Finnish people. They're nice. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. So over half of the Europeans, 7 Europeans are showing up today, not counting Zelenskyy. Zelenskyy showed up about an hour and a half ago now. Zelenskyy is somewhere hanging out in the White House. He's probably in the powder room doing some powder. I don't know exactly. Something with powder, maybe. You know, I am in my life. I've been lucky enough. I've traveled a little bit. I've been to the UK. I've been to France. I've been to Italy. I've been to Amsterdam and Germany and where else have I been? I don't know. Some other places I'm forgetting. But anyway, I'll tell you what. Listen, I'm not going to say that every person in France is rude, but out of all of the places I've been, I think France has been maybe my least favorite. I really did not enjoy France so much. I found a lot of the people in France a little bit rude. It's true. I think some of the stereotypes about France are a little bit true. It is true. Was I in the military? No, I was not. I was not in the military. No. I was not. I thought about it when I was a young man, but I ended up not doing it. That's kind of one of my small regrets. Now I'm getting older, I think, man, I kind of wish I joined the military at one point, but that was 10, 11 years ago. Anyway, no, I was not. Nope. No, I was not. And you know what? I'll tell you what. All of my friends in Europe, they also are like, yeah, you don't need to go to France. It seems like a lot of the Europeans are not the biggest fans of the French also. My wife is German. You know the Germans don't like... It's funny, you know, over here in the US, we all have our own stereotypes about our states. You know, we say, everybody in New York is rude and loud, and everybody in California is gay and a liberal, and you know, we have our own, and everybody in Alabama is inbred. Like, we all have these American jokes and stereotypes. We kind of make fun of each other. In Europe, they have the same thing, right? The Europeans, you know, the Germans don't like the French, and the Polish don't like the Germans, and blah, blah, blah. In Eastern Europe, they have all their things, and the British don't like actually, pretty much, it seems like maybe no one likes the French. The Spanish don't like the Moroccans. You know, they all have their own little things. They have the same deal over there. But anyway, here any minute, I would suspect that we're going to have... Who's going to roll up here next? I would bet that... I bet we have the Germans. I bet we have Mr. Merz. Herr Merz. Herr Merz. Coming soon, I would bet. Soon enough. Oh, the flags are going up. Maybe that means something's happening. Maybe soon, I'm not sure. They fart in your general direction. That's a good movie. That's from Monty Python, right? Is that what it is? Yeah. The old Monty Python and the Holy Grail. You know, I have to say, maybe unpopular opinion, I actually think that The Life of Brian, I like it more than the Holy Grail. Life of Brian is good. It's underrated. The Life of Brian is very good. Macron and his beautiful husband. I gotta be honest, man, you know, of course I've heard the rumors, I've seen people talking about this, we were talking about there's a lawsuit between the Macrons and Candace Owens or something right now. I haven't really looked into it. I don't know the evidence, if there is any evidence that Macron's wife or husband, I'm not sure, is a man or a woman, I don't know. I don't know. All I can say is, hey, listen, that is one very handsome woman. That woman is maybe the most handsome woman I've ever seen in my entire life. I have to say something like that. She is. He is. She is. I'm sorry. Now, we have NPC Girl Okay, I'm sorry. I'm being a little bit too silly today. I'm gonna tone down on the silliness today. We have NPC Girl with the massive super chat. Perfectly timed white flag joke. Hey, thank you. By the way, nice avatar. I see your World of Warcraft avatar. Oh! Okay, who's coming up? I think this is Finland. I see the Finnish flag, I think. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have Finnish President Alexander Stub. Here he is. Alexander Stub himself. There he is. All the way from Finland. That's one hell of a flight. Nice guy. Nice guy. I was saying earlier, every single person from Finland I've ever met in my entire life has been one of the nicest people ever. I like the Finnish people. I've never met a rude Finn. No, sir, I have not. Nice guy, nice guy. Never have I ever. Obama sucks? Yeah, true. True. I hope he doesn't show up. That's probably not going to happen. France is next. Yeah, who's going to be the last one to show up? Right now, we're only waiting on the French and die Deutsch. We're waiting on the Germans and the French. We're gonna see who the final one is. You know, I would bet that Macron is gonna be last. I bet Macron is the last one, so I'm gonna bet that up next we have the Germans. I think soon it's gonna be the Germans. The German. Singular. That's my bet, but hey, we'll see. Kenya is not in this meeting. That's true. Well, let me fact check that. Hey, Grok, is Kenya attending today's meeting? No. The answer is no. Okay. You're right about that. Maybe their invitation got lost in the mail. I'm not sure. Merits is that true? Okay. Maybe there's a schedule that I don't have. A little itinerary or something. All I can do is guess. I'm gonna look for some updates here, see if there's any breaking news. As these representatives are showing up, we have any breaking news. Let's see here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news as of 1 minute ago. This is what I'm reading right now, everybody. Zelenskyy is going to wear a military-style suit. A military-style suit to his meeting with Trump today. One of the Ukrainian president's designers told Politico he has a designer, a private designer. Is that normal? I don't know. I don't have a designer. My designer is called my wife, I guess. Anyway. Zelenskyy is going to be wearing a military-style suit to his meeting with Trump. Okay, we'll see. We'll see what that looks like. I wonder if I can find an image. Has he worn something like this before today? Zelenskyy, military suit. Yeah, this is the news. He's wearing a military suit. I'm just on Google Images. I can't find any images of him ever wearing something like a military suit. I'm not sure. I don't know. It's pink. Honestly, when I read the phrase military suit, the first thing I thought of was you have these Marines up here on the screen. That's like a military suit. But then also I imagined like Mussolini or like Hitler. Hitler was always in a military suit. He's probably not going to be wearing a Hitler suit. But hey, you know what? I guess we're going to have to wait and see exactly what this is going to look like. I do not know. I don't know. Give it some time. I gotta say though, hey, listen, these Marines in their dress uniform, I'm not sure what the term is, dress uniform. It's a good look. It's a good looking suit or uniform, whatever you want to call it. It's a good look. The Marines, they can clean up. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's going to be wearing exactly. I'm not sure. The SS wore Hugo Boss. It's true. Well, Hugo Boss was the manufacturer for the SS uniforms. They manufactured them in the warehouse. Hey, Tommy I think. $20 super chat. He says, "Appreciate you, brother." I appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. Today, you know, just like 3 days ago, Trump met Putin up in Alaska. It was, frankly, a historic day, and historic day. And today also maybe is even more historic. We have 7 of the biggest, most prominent European leaders showing up at the White House today, meeting with Trump. Same place, same time. It's happening soon in the next couple hours here today. Right now, they're slowly funneling on into the White House. He's also meeting with Zelenskyy. Okay, it's been a busy couple days. 3 days ago, up in Alaska, meeting with Putin. Trying to put this thing to rest, bring it down. Bring this war to an end. And now Trump has summoned every single top European leader, president, prime minister, chancellor, whatever. And we are just getting we're getting ready. We're booting up a big day here. It's gonna be a big day. So far, we have had 5. If you know, I'm gonna read through the names again here of who exactly is showing up today, because maybe we have some new people tuning into today's live broadcast here on Rumble and YouTube. We're on both. So far, we have had NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte show up. He is in the house. European Commissioner President Ursula von der Leyen, she has showed up. She is in the house. Another car is coming up here. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has showed up. He is in the house. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Maloney, she is in the house. We just saw Finnish President Alexander Stub. He is in the house. Now we're waiting for 2 more European leaders. We're waiting for French President Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz is his name. We're waiting for 2 more. So that is 7 of Europe's biggest, most powerful, most influential political leaders showing up today. And then, of course, Zelenskyy also. So really 8. We got 8 people all the way over from Europe today, showing up today at the White House. And they are slowly trickling on in. We're waiting on 2 more of them. Ah, here's another one. And it is the German Chancellor Merz. You can see the German flag right there. Welcome to the house. Willkommen. And here he is. All the way from the fatherland. Now, my wife and her family, they're Germans. They're not the biggest fans of this guy. My wife and her family, if anybody follows German politics, my wife and her family, they are more fans of the German political party. It's called AfD, Alternative for Deutschland. It's a little bit more right-wing. The AfD party is saying, hey, we need to, all of these immigrants, people from Africa and the Middle East, we gotta kick them out. We've had too many immigrants. We gotta get rid of them. We've taken in way too many. Kind of, maybe you could say the AfD party in Germany is a little bit more like the Donald Trump MAGA party. Maybe a little bit more similar. I need to blow my nose, excuse me. Excuse me. And now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are only waiting for One more representative from Europe, and his name is French President Emmanuel Macron, is his name. So any minute now. Any minute now. They really are taking their time. You know, you can only imagine. Okay, why are they waiting so long? Why are all of them kind of staggering when they come on into the White House? Well, imagine what's going on inside the White House. We have the view outside, but what's going on inside? When they get inside, they've got to be welcome. They've got to shake hands with 100 different people. Hey, so happy to see. They have a little ceremony when they come on in there, kind of, so to speak, you know. And so, you know, you can imagine maybe the welcome ceremony to welcome all these guys into the White House. It maybe takes 5 or 10 minutes. And then once they wrap up with the last one, then they send the other one and they do it again. They got to do it 7 times. You know, a little meet and greet. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. Coke party. Well, that was Zelenskyy. Maybe he already had that a couple hours ago. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Guys, did we ever find out whose cocaine they found in the White House during the Biden admin? People were saying it was Hunter Biden. Because remember, they found that little bag of cocaine in the White House, in the West Wing in the White House, I think. Whose was that? Was it Kamala Harris? I don't know. That's a pretty big deal to smuggle a bag of cocaine into the White House. That's a pretty big task, I think. It's probably difficult to do that. Ah, maybe not. During the Biden admin, maybe not. I don't know. Kamala, if I had to place a bet right now, I would put money on Kamala. I think I'm with you, man. I would put some money on Kamala, I think. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Kamala's. Would not shock me. Now this is Klaus Rothchenko with the super chat in YouTube. I appreciate that. He says, the new French Navy has glass-bottom boats so they can keep an eye on the old French Navy. That'd be kind of a trip, having a boat with a glass bottom. Anyway, that'd be kind of crazy. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. UK, France, Spain, Portugal have the highest crime rates. Guess what? Uh-huh. Yeah, hey, that seems to be kind of how it goes sometimes. Seems to be... Listen, you know, piggybacking on that talking point here, is there a country anywhere in the world that has actually benefited from mass migration from the Middle East and from Africa? Is there an example of this type of migration policy actually working anywhere? Because it's been tried all over the place. A lot of countries have tried it now. Has it worked anywhere one time ever? Because I think maybe not. I think it actually has not worked ever at all. We tried it, we gave it our best, we really tried it, and it seems to have not worked. So I think now we should stop. I think we should cut it out. Shut it down. Shut it down. As the Obama intelligence community said in their declassified documents. Now, you see that? They said, shut it down. The investigation into Hillary Clinton, shut it down. You know, by the way, speaking of, you know, third world immigrant type of stuff here, this was a... hold that thought. We're going to have another car coming up here. We're going to have our final European of the day enter into the White House here any moment now. The flags are going up. And this means that Emmanuel Macron is on his way. On his way. Matt never sees my super chats. I'm seeing this one. Hi. And thank you. Thank you. Love your style, Matt. Spent 2 years in Binlock, Germany, 88 to 90. U.S. Army employer. Great. That's great. Great. That's awesome. Germany's a nice country. I like going to Germany. Germany's nice. It is a, well, I mean, you got to get out of the city, you got to go in the countryside. The German countryside is nice, very cozy. German culture is great. German food, German beer is good, of course. There's a helicopter flying around somewhere up there. And now, you know, we put the flags back up, so I was thinking Macron is going to come on out any second here, but come on out. Come on out. Macron should be on the way. And then, after these European leaders show up, all of them have funneled into the White House, this is what happens next. Trump is going to be having a meeting, not with the European leaders yet, he's going to do that later, but first he's going to meet with Zelenskyy. And ladies and gentlemen, here is Macron. Here he is. All the way from France. There he is. Welcome. There he is. Welcome to the U.S. Oui, oui, mon ami, parlez-vous? Je ne sais quoi. I don't know how to speak French. But there he is. Well, as of Macron entering the White House now, that's all of them. We got all the Europeans. All the Europeans have been successfully wrangled up. We wrangled them all up. We're gonna leave this up here for one more minute. I want to see where this is going here. We'll give it another minute here. Ready, face. There's the Ukrainian flag. We've got all the flags up here. Cut the feed. All right, so that. Okay, so now this is the east entrance of the White House that we are looking at. Yeah, this is on the east side. And so real quick, this is where we are now. Let's go back and look at today's schedule. I'm trying to find it. Here it is. Okay, so I'm going to mute this for a second while we go through the schedule of the day. Okay, so let's see where we are now. The European leaders arrived at noon. It took them 49 minutes to show up, but okay, we got them all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in 11 minutes, President Trump is going to be having a one-on-one meeting. Oh no, I misread. I'm sorry. President Trump is going to be he's greeting the president of Ukraine, and it's going to be open to the press. And then 15 minutes after they say, hey, how do you do? Good to see you. Then President Trump is going to be participating in a bilateral meeting with the president of Ukraine. So first they introduce, say, how do you do? Hello, good to see you. And then they're going to be actually having the meeting. And that meeting is going to last maybe 45 minutes, maybe an hour at most. Okay, so I guess at the moment, for now, for the time being, we have a little bit of a 10-minute break, okay? We got 10 minutes, guys. And then Trump is going to be meeting with Putin saying, hey, welcome to the country. And then they're going to actually have the meeting. And by the way, I think the meeting, I believe, is public. We're going to be able to watch it together. I think that's what it looks like. It said Oval Office, White House press pool. I think everything today, folks, is going to be live broadcast. 3 days ago, when Trump met with Putin, it was behind closed doors. It was a 3-hour-long meeting behind closed doors. We all had to sit here on the edge of our seat waiting. What are they talking about? I don't know. But today, I think it's all out in the open. We're all going to be watching it. So, hey, we got 10 minutes. Everybody, get a snack. Go to the bathroom. Come back in 10 minutes, I guess. We've got a minute here to take a little break. This right now, this live footage we have is coming out of the, we're right outside. This is the Ukrainian embassy. Yeah, this is the Washington, D.C. Ukrainian embassy. So I guess we're going to keep an eye on this for the time being, for the moment. Now, we have a massive super chat here from Sluggo over in Rumble. In Rumble, he says, please, dear leaders, just make some peace. I think everybody at this point is like, yeah, we've got to shut this war down. And thank God President Trump is actually stepping up and helping do it. Thank God, because, hey, Nobody else was. Nobody else was. So let's get some peace. Once again, folks, right now we are live on YouTube, Matt Morris TV. We are live on Rumble, Matt Morris TV. Make sure to follow on X, Matt Morris TV X, or Twitter, Matt Morris TV. We're doing it all. Now, there was something I wanted to show you here. Oh, yeah, there was a little funny thing that one of you pointed out here. Take a look at this. At the end of the day, where is this? At 2:30 p.m. East Coast, it says, the President of the United States is going to participate in a family photo with the European leaders. A nice family photo. The first thing that popped in my head was Trump is going to be sitting on a chair and Zelenskyy is going to be sitting on his lap like a toddler. Come here, come sit on my lap. Zelensky's going to put him right on his lap. He'll have a little lollipop. It'll be a nice family photo. Anyway, you know, so this is kind of my idea going into this. Let me know if you agree. I feel like the fact that we've had 7, 8 of these senior ranking European leaders fly all the way over the Atlantic. They've come all the way over. They're meeting same place, same time, Washington, D.C., Oval Office. The fact that everybody is showing up today, I think it means they kind of have a plan. You know, they've been on the phone. They've been putting deals together, figuring this out for the last 3 days. I feel like they kind of already have a conclusion. They have a plan, and that what we're watching today is almost more ceremonial in a way. They're just kind of signing off on things. It's kind of, they're making everything official, but I would speculate that behind closed doors, over the last 3 days, following President Trump's meeting with Putin, Trump has been on the phone with Zelenskyy multiple times. He's been talking to all the European leaders, NATO, EU, multiple times, figuring out exactly what are they going to do, what's the plan going forward, what can we give up, what are we going to take, the deal, right? Figuring out the deal. And so what we have today is a little bit more of a presentation, a little bit more ceremonial, and so we're just going to be signing off on things, which, I mean, still good. We need to do this, right? But, you know, if you remember back a couple months ago when Zelenskyy came over to the U.S., to the Oval Office, and the meeting blew up, and it ended up, it just devolved. It was catastrophic, right? They had a little bit less of a plan. They do not want a repeat of what happened a couple months ago, where Trump and Vance and Putin, Zelenskyy, they were going off on each other in the Oval Office. They don't want a repeat of that. I think we're not going to have a repeat of that. Now, here's what I wonder. I wonder if my beautiful wife is tuning into today's broadcast, because if my beautiful wife is tuning into today's broadcast, I wonder if she would be nice enough to make me a cup of coffee while we have a little bit of a break in the broadcast. I wonder if my lovely wife could make me a cup of coffee. We're going to see maybe if she's listening. But anyway, so right now we are waiting. It's going to be another 6, maybe 7 minutes until Trump himself is going to be meeting and shaking hands, breaking bread, so to speak, with Volodymyr Zelenskyy, the leader, the president of Ukraine. So any minute now, they're going to be meeting up. We're going to have to wait and see. No breakfast. You know, sweetheart, I would take a cup of coffee. There's my wife in the chat. She says, breakfast? Sweetheart, I would take a cup of coffee first and then maybe a breakfast after. Coffee and then breakfast. That sounds great. That sounds lovely. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Deport my wife. Listen, hey, my wife is in the country legally. She has a green card. We went through the immigration process, and also, you know, she's a European. Hey, listen, I'll show you real quick while we have a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my beautiful wife. In fact, this photo was taken at a Christmas market a couple years ago in Germany. We were in Germany at a Christmas market. This is our daughter. Our daughter must have been, I don't know, maybe 1 year, one and a half. Now she's 4 years old. The kids are getting big, and now also we have a son. Now we have a son too. So listen, no, she can stay. She's one of the good ones, okay? She's one of the good immigrants. She's cool. Trust me, she's okay. She's cool. We like her. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you can see we are getting ready. The Marines are positioned outside of the door. This is where Trump is going to be meeting with Zelenskyy soon. In fact, this door right here is where Trump met with Zelenskyy the last time. Okay? So they're doing it again. And now we're going to know. The biggest question of the day. Is Zelenskyy wearing a suit? Or is he wearing pajama pants? Or is he wearing, I don't know. But you can tell things are happening. We're gonna see here pretty soon. It is happening. It's happening. Yeah, this is where they took that iconic photo where Zelenskyy is wearing his pajama pants. I'm gonna try to find that photo here for you guys. Hold up. Man, really, we need to remember the last meeting really did just go... It just went catastrophically. So folks, right here, this is where they met last time. This is a couple months ago. Same place. Same exact place, you can see. And so we're gonna see today, what is he gonna wear? I don't know. Yeah, it looks like he's going to the gym. He's gonna go for a run. He's gonna lift some weights. He's gonna try to set a new bench press, personal record or something. He's got the workout outfit. Anyway, we'll see. What is he wearing? You know, it's crazy. Listen, even I wear a suit. I'm like the least formal guy in the world. I never get invited to any big events. Nobody invites me to anything. And still, even I wear a suit. I own a suit. In fact, I own 2 suits. So come on, you gotta have at least one suit you can put on. I'm trying to think. In fact, I've only worn a suit like twice in my life. I think twice, ever. Really, I'm just wearing flannel. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, dear. We got our cup of coffee, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Show us your elbows. Here, I've got an elbow right there. Believe it or not. I do in fact have elbows. Some people still to this day think that I am artificial intelligence. Can you believe that? I see these comments on YouTube sometimes. On Rumble I see them. I think Matt Morris is an artificial intelligence. Is this guy AI? I think he's artificial. Come on, really? Come on. Artificial intelligence. I wish I was artificial intelligence because frankly I would be more intelligent. I'm stuck with human intelligence. I would be more intelligent if I was artificial. But I'm not. I'm just a human. I'm just a human. Some days it's better than others. You know how it goes. There are good human days and bad human days. Now, folks, if you're tuning into the broadcast right now, we are waiting for Zelenskyy, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, the leader of Ukraine. He's going to be rolling up here, and he's going to meet with President Trump himself at this door right here. Any second now. And while we wait, you know, maybe we can do something cool if you guys stand by here. Maybe I can show you something cool. Washington, D.C. Oh yeah, hey, take a look at this. This is super cool. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, we have a minute. So this is the White House. Sorry, turn that off. This is the White House here. Where are we right now? Where are we looking? Okay, right here. So right here, so we're looking at this door. It must be. Is that right? Wait a minute, is that right though? No, no, no. Other side? Ah, no, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I was wrong. We are right here. We're on the west side. So right now, right here, the west side of the White House, this is where President Trump is going to be meeting with Zelenskyy. We are looking right here, and this is that building with the American flag on it right there. See, you can see that right there. Aha. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is where it's all going to be happening. And then right here, No. Yes. Right here is where Trump met, I'm sorry, where all the European leaders came funneling in, I believe, yeah? They're coming in all over the place. They're coming in. So anyway, this is where we are right now. Washington, D.C., west side of the building. Let's go ahead and put that away. Let's get back to our live broadcast because it's going to be happening any minute. Any minute now. Everybody's saying west side in the chat. You know, I'm really not a rap guy. I really am not. I do not listen to rap. That being said, Tupac is better than Biggie Smalls. I think only an idiot, only a stupid person would disagree. Tupac was incredibly more talented than Biggie Smalls. Undeniable. West Side. We are West Side riders till we die. We throw it up. We represent. Really, I am not a rap guy. In fact, actually, I'll tell you a funny story. My wife has a rule. My wife says no rap in the house. And it's an easy rule. It's not like we're not at odds here because I don't listen to rap anyway, but my wife is serious. My wife says no rap in the house. I don't want that. Shh. I don't want that crap in the house. No rap in the house, my wife says. Okay, listen, hey, I don't listen to rap anyway, so it's fine. That's a good deal. My wife demands a certain level of decorum in the house. Okay. Certain level of civility in the house. Okay, now that's a good rule. Rap? Well, I call it crap. I call it crap. Where is this? This is, we have a different camera angle here. This is right outside the Ukrainian embassy in DC. Maybe Zelenskyy is at the embassy right now. I'm not sure. Maybe he's going to be stepping into one of these armored cars. We got the Secret Service guys just everywhere. What is going on? Was haben wir hier? What do we have here? What about the Hollywood Undead? Honestly, I don't even know what that is. I feel like I've heard that name before, but I've never listened to them. I know it's like some band, Hollywood Undead, but I've never listened to them before. I'll tell you one of my guilty pleasures, music I listen to. I love. You guys are gonna laugh at me, because it's like so you would never guess. I love My Chemical Romance, and I love Lana Del Rey. I love Lana. I'm a Lana Del Rey fan, ride or die. I love Lana Del Rey, and I love My Chemical Romance. You know another great band is The Killers. I love The Killers. In fact, The Killers are probably my favorite band, The Killers. Anyway, folks, listen, that's enough. Who cares about that? This is a vehicle here with the Ukrainian flag. We got the Ukrainian flag. So maybe this is Zelenskyy himself is rolling up to the White House. Zelenskyy is on his way up. We're clapping. Everybody's clapping, I guess. Maybe we are losing our connection here, though. Hello? Oh, okay, different angle. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's happening. It is happening. Zelenskyy is rolling on up. Any minute now. He is en route. He's in transit right now. You love Yoko Ono. Yoko Ono, really? Yeah. She doesn't sing, she like shrieks. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear. My beautiful wife has made 2 bagels. And the green screen filter is kind of making them look weird, but anyway. We've got 2 cream cheese bagels. But listen, guys, Zelenskyy, listen, hey, history being made right now. Everybody, you're tuning into the right place because Zelenskyy right now is on his way. In fact, I want to know real quick, where in Washington, D.C. is that Ukrainian embassy? Like, how far away from the White House is it? It is... I'm going to guesstimate here real quick. I think we have a minute. So, folks, this is the embassy of Ukraine. that we were just looking at a moment ago. Down over here to the southeast is the White House. So what would you call this? 15 blocks from here to here. You've got to go down Pennsylvania Avenue. It's a straight shot. You go down Main Street. Is that Main Street? M Street. You go down M Street. You take a right onto Pennsylvania Avenue. You go around the roundabout, and then you're at the White House. 15 blocks or so, something like that. Embassy of Ukraine. Anyway, so that's what's happening right now. So Zelenskyy is on his way to the White House from the Embassy of Ukraine. It's happening right now. Oops. There we go. So give it a moment. He's en route. 2.2 miles. Yeah, maybe something like that. Something like that. Mm-hmm. I do apologize. I'm gonna try to scarf some of my breakfast here. We went live. I went live so early today with this broadcast. Had no time to eat. I need to break my fast here a little bit. Otherwise, I'm gonna wither away. But once again, folks, I do want to say today's a big day. We've been doing coverage of all of this news, these peace talks, this ceasefire negotiation for days, maybe weeks, depending on how you look at it now. Thank you all very much for tuning in. We are live on Rumble, Matt Morse TV. We are live on YouTube, Matt Morse TV. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it, guys. We have the best community here in the world. Thank you. Please make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. I appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. Thank you very much. Today, listen, we are optimistic. You know what? Let me ask you guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, how optimistic are we that this meeting today is going to be fruitful and it's going to ultimately lead to a total end, a conclusion to this war in eastern Ukraine? You know, is the end of the war going to be today? No, I don't think so. You know, you got to talk to Putin again. You got to get everybody to sign off. But to what degree is today's meeting going to be fruitful and ultimately lead to that? If you look at it that way, this is like a 9 or a 10. I think today's going to be a good meeting. I think so. I think so. I think today will be productive. Now here's the problem with bagels anyway. Bagels are delicious, but if you eat too many bagels, you will get fat. At least I will. I will get fat. Bagels are a one-way ticket to being fat, so you gotta be careful. They are delicious, but you gotta be careful.
Okay, rivals happening. Yeah, I gotta go. Bye.
That's kind of how it is with most things, though, I guess, huh? Yes, the war is all Biden's fault. The Biden admin definitely was complicit in this, 100%. I think a lot of people forget. This is a big deal. This is not hand-waving anything else that has happened, but this is an important piece of history that must be remembered. 2 weeks before Russia invaded Ukraine, this is January of 2022. January of 2022. Kamala Harris, the vice president of the United States at the time, she attended a NATO summit over in Europe, and Kamala Harris, in all of her stupidity, started giving this speech. She goes on the record, she says, "I can't wait for Ukraine to join NATO. I hope for the day, I'm waiting, every day I'm waiting for Ukraine to join NATO. I think it would be the best thing ever if Ukraine were to join NATO." This is the vice president of the United States of America, who in Europe at the NATO summit in January of 2022 is talking about how she can't wait. She's ecstatic for Ukraine to join NATO. That's 2 weeks before Russia invades Ukraine. That is a very important piece of this process, and everybody overlooks that. Nobody ever mentions that. That's an important component here. It really is. Seriously. Kamala Harris. Complete and total idiot, yes. Mm-hmm. I see the comment here. Donald Trump should get the Nobel Peace Prize whether or not these talks are successful. Oh, yeah, maybe, you know, there's a lot of talk. Oh, guys, the flags are going up, which means it is about go time. The flags are going up. Now, I'll tell you what, it's probably good I never joined the military because I do not think I could stand here like this. I gotta itch my nose, I gotta sneeze, I'm gonna cough, I gotta clear my throat. I could not stand here like a statue. Look at this guy. He is a statue of a man. I couldn't do it. I gotta itch my eyeball. Couldn't do it. Good for him, though. Get angsty? Yeah, me too. Yeah. My nose is running. I gotta wipe my nose, you know, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. In fact, I'm sure you guys have seen some of these videos where these guys, I think it's when they lock their knees. It's like it's a hot day, they're in uniform, they're standing out there for hours, they lock their knees. You've seen some of these guys faint. You know? In fact, what comes to mind, it's always, in the videos I've seen, it's always the British Royal Guards with the big black hats, those guys in the UK. I've seen those guys drop down to the ground. Right? Dangerous. It can be dangerous. They overheat, they pass out, whatever. ETA, literally any second, at this point, any second, Zelensky's gonna come up and meet Trump. We are, just seconds away from this happening. Oh, that might be, is that him there? That's him! There it is. There he is. Trump is going to be meeting Zelenskyy today. Trump infamously met Zelenskyy a couple months ago, right here, same place, on the west side of the White House. And here he is. Here he is. Oh, he's commenting on his
President
suit.
Trump, sir, your message to the people of Ukraine as world leaders gather here
He's got a
today.
suit.
And Russia continues.
It's an interesting looking suit.
To attack civilians, this time in Kharkiv, killing many.
That is a curious looking suit.
Will you see land to Russia?
Okay. They are officially inside of the White House. They met, and hey, you could tell, listen, President Trump is not goofing around. President Trump is all business today. You can tell President Trump right now, he's in business. He's in serious Mr. Negotiator guy mode at this moment. Now, folks, yeah, it's true. I guess technically it is a suit. Technically, yes. Now, soon, yeah, see, meeting in the Oval Office soon. This is what's happening next. I believe we are going to have media coverage from inside of the Oval Office. I want to show you all today's schedule here. Take a look at this. We are looking at this image right here. Okay, so this happened just now. President Trump greets Zelenskyy outside of the White House. That happened. Check that off. Now, the next thing on today's schedule is the president participates in a bilateral meeting with the president of Ukraine in the Oval Office, and we will have the White House press pool in the Oval Office with them. We will be watching that live. Everybody keep on tuning in. Really, this show is just getting going. After that, after the Zelenskyy thing we're going to watch, then Trump is going to be meeting all the European leaders. We saw them arrive about a half hour ago. We have 7 other European leaders in the White House today, and Trump is going to be meeting them. They're going to have another live broadcast negotiation today, or deal, whatever. Okay, cool. TV crew plus still photographers only. So this meeting with Zelenskyy, this is going to be live broadcast, so we will be watching this live. We're going to be inside the White House here any minute now, so everybody keep on tuning in. We're just getting going. Now everybody is in the White House. The White House is full of leaders from around the world right now. And we're going to be going in the White House here any minute now, ladies and gentlemen. Any minute. I'm going to take a look around and see if we have any other points of view here. Make sure we're not missing anything. Nope, I think we're good. We've got it all right now. We are seeing all of it. Guys, can I say something? I don't want to sound braggadocious or anything here. I'm taking a look around YouTube. I'm seeing all the coverage. I'm looking for different live broadcast angles here. Folks, this community really is the best. Guys, how can I put this? I don't have a multi-million-dollar studio. I'm not a part of some big media broadcasting corporation. I'm not with Fox News. I don't have a producer. Really, I'm just a one-man operation. I'm a guy with a webcam and a microphone and an internet connection. And we are doing the numbers, guys. We are doing the broadcast numbers, the viewership that some of these other multi-million-dollar broadcasts, productions, they're doing. We are up there with them, guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, folks. It really is astounding. Thank you all very much for tuning in. We're on Rumble, we're on YouTube, we're all over the place. Matt Morse TV here, Matt Morse TV there. I appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. Thank you guys. This is the #1 community there is out there. It really is. And now these Marines, I think they're U.S. Marines out here. They're wrapping up outside. We're gonna head on inside the White House here any minute now. I see Pup C with a super chat. Over here on YouTube, he says, Hillary Clinton has been supporting Ukraine in NATO since 2008. Yeah, it's maybe not the best idea. Maybe not the best idea. Now, we have a little bit of a transitory phase here. Okay, we're kind of waiting here. So I want to read some stuff that President Trump himself has posted earlier today on Truth Social. President Trump, a couple hours ago this morning, he said, I've settled 6 wars in 6 months, one of them a possible nuclear disaster, and yet I have to read and listen to the Wall Street Journal and many other who truly do not have a clue. They're telling me everything that I'm doing wrong with Russia, Ukraine. Really, this is Joe Biden's war, not my war. I'm only here to stop it, not to prosecute it any further. It would have never happened if I was president. Hold up, are they on the inside? They are.
Today's meeting is very important. We have,
here we go.
I guess, the seven very powerful leaders from Europe, and we're going to be meeting with them right after this meeting. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. If I can, first of all, thank you for invitation, and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war. Thank you. And using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States. She sent a letter to Putin about our children, abducted children, and my wife, she, First Lady of Ukraine, she gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife.
Oh, I want it.
Yeah. So we're saying this sensitive topic, yes, please. And thanks to our partners, and that you supported this format, that after our meeting we can have leaders who are around us, UK, France, Germany, Italy, Finland, EU, NATO, I mean all partners around Ukraine supporting us. Thanks to them, and thank you very much for invitation.
Thank you very much for being here.
President Trump.
Respectful.
Right here.
Yes, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelenskyy, you say in a post on X today, Russia must end this war, which it itself started. President Trump, you say President Zelenskyy of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to. Which is it?
No, I think that's true. I think we're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
And is this the end of the road? for American support for Ukraine? Is today's meeting deal or no deal?
I can never say that. It's never the end of the road. People are being killed, and we want to stop that. So I would not say it's the end of the road. No, I think we have a good chance of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason. A big number, a lot of soldiers, on both sides. And I know the president, I know myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelenskyy here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war. He's the one that had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get it ended. And we want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
And to that point, President Zelenskyy, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. That today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners. And we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war. And we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President,
if the peace deal will be achieved, are you going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
Well, we're going to work with Ukraine. We're going to work with everybody, and we're going to make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long-term. This is very long-term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace and then we end up in this mess again. We're going to make sure that everything's good. We'll work with Russia. We're going to work with Ukraine, and we're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you roll that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be a lot of help. When it comes to security, there's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be
We're going to have U.S. troops in Ukraine.
They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe. But we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin mentioned that the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Have you had an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Well, look, the war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it, and we're going to get it ended. It was, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars, and I thought this maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one. It's a tough one. A lot of reasons for it, and they'll be talking about it for a long time. But they'll be talking about the others. Look, India, Pakistan. We're talking about the big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's been going on for 31 years. And so we've done a total of 6, and we really have 6, not including the fact that we obliterated, and it turned out to be a total obliteration, the nuclear, as you said, the future nuclear capability of Iran. And this one, I think we're going to get solved also. I feel confident we're going to get it solved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders and what they need to see to support an end to the war?
Yeah, well, we're going to be meeting with a great representative group. and 7 very powerful, very big countries, and great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace.
When did Russia, you said last
in
night
the red, in the red.
President Trump, do you think it's fair to, for Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine cedes its territories that Russia hasn't yet conquered? Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
You got to get a new job.
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And I think people of the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced.
Mr. President, you posted on social media, Mr. President, a very touching letter from the First Lady, and the letter was hand-delivered to President Putin, and it calls for an end to the war, essentially, because of the children and the children's future. Why did the First Lady feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war? Is a similar letter being hand-delivered to President Zelenskyy?
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched the same thing that you watch and that I watch. I see things that you don't get to see, and it's horrible. But when she's got a great love of children, she has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but she loves her son. She loves children. And she hates to see something like this happening, and that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt it was a beautiful letter. It was very well received by him, and she did ask me to say, you know, she would love to see this end. She would love to see it end, and she says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
Mr. President, last week,
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. President Zelenskyy, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good on
I
you.
said the one that attacked you last time. See, that was I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelenskyy.
In the same suit. You see, I changed, you are not.
Maybe yours is much better than mine. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can
Yes,
do
you can.
security.
Yes,
we
you
need,
can.
maybe, how to say, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, and the sea, yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake
You like this idea?
No. Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane for me even to ask this, but do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal because they've seen they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace?
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say, I made a bad deal. The level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people up here. We also have terrible people up there that I think are told what to say. But, you know, in solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. You know, I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35, and 37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to go into a full-blown deal very quickly. You know what the one I'm talking about. It was a big one. But they don't even write about that. No matter what I do, no matter what, and you know, this is not anything to do with you. It's probably to your advantage in a certain way. But no matter what I do, no matter what deal I make, from my standpoint, you'll come out good. maybe President Putin will come out good. But they'll say, Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just that, and I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since just before the first election. I used to get great publicity. Now I get the worst publicity anyone's ever gotten in office, but I won in a landslide, so that people understand. They're the only ones that count, ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists that are very good. But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No, it was really wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. You know, there's no way. And there's just a great dishonesty of the press, and I think that's why it's lost its credibility. You know, its credibility is at an all-time low. We have a thing going on right now in D.C. We went from the most unsafe place anywhere to a place that now friends are calling me up, Democrats are calling me up, and they're saying, sir, I want to thank you. My wife and I went out to dinner last night for the first time in 4 years, and Washington, D.C. is safe, and you did that in 4 days. I'll tell you, it's safe. I had another friend of mine. He has a son who's a great golfer. He's on tour, and he came in fourth yesterday in the big tournament where Scotty Scheffler made the great shot. And he said his son is going to dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that to happen a year ago? He said, no way, no way. He said, what you've done is incredible. And I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator, he's trying to take over. No, all I want is security for our people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington, D.C. in 2 years are going out to dinner. And the restaurants the last 2 days were busier than they've been in a long time. Thank you.
I walked around yesterday with MTG. If you could walk around with D.C. with MTG and not be attacked, the city is safe.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because of the meeting with
I don't think you need a ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and you know, long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like the concept, you know, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
President Zelenskyy, can you explain the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5-like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today, but we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, they are, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out also.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump.
Are you disappointed there's no ceasefire, Mr. President?
The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this war effort in Ukraine. At best, it is a stalemate, and the killing continues. So, President Trump, how much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelenskyy, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the number is well over $300 billion. That was under Joe Biden, a corrupt politician, not a smart man, Never was. By the way, go back 40 years. He was not a smart man 40 years ago either. But now he's in particular bad. This was done by a corrupt administration that shouldn't have been in. And frankly, if the right results of the election were given, if I were president, this war would have never taken place. And he would have been very happy because he would have liked to have seen. I mean, they went through hell. He went through hell. This war would have never happened. And the people that were killed, a couple of million people, a lot of people with soldiers and everything else, and the people that have been displaced and forced into other areas and other countries because of what's happened, none of that would have happened. And I'm just saying that he was a horrible president. Whether it was the borders or this, he was just a horrible, corrupt president.
Mr. President,
you want to
I can. Thank you so much. So first of all, we have possibility now to buy weapon from the United States. We are thankful for this program and this opportunity. We are thankful for Europe. They pay for this. And through NATO program, for example, Pearl and etc., we have some programs where we can have some money to finance this. And this is a part, I think, it's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees, to strengthen our army, to rearm Ukrainian army. This is very, very important. And it depends how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many air defense like Patriots, for example. We need it very much, and this is also about defending.
I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned the Patriots. How good are they?
Systems.
We have systems. They're literally 100% foolproof, and it's really like shooting two bullets. You know, two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chance is 100%. It's 99 to 100%. So we sell the equipment to NATO. And NATO does what, I don't know what the arrangement is that you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment. And we're getting the best equipment in the world, but they pay us for the equipment. Under Biden, it was just crazy what was going on. I believe the number is over 300. I think it could be $350 billion worth of equipment and money and everything else. And we've made more progress in settling this war in the last 2 months than they made in 4 years. This should have been settled a long time ago, but it should have never happened. Yeah, please.
Real quickly, you pushed out on social media.
Brian, go first.
You pushed out on social media about doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you expand on that and how important
Well, that's a very off-topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt. And you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses them because of what's happened. Massive fraud all over the place. The other thing we want change are the machines. For all of the money they spend, it's approximately 10 times more expensive than paper ballots. And paper ballots are very sophisticated with the watermark paper and everything else. We would get secure elections. We'd get much faster results. The machines, I mean, they say we're going to have the results in 2 weeks. With paper ballots, you have the results that night. Most people, many countries use paper ballots. It's the most secure form. So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected. Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible things, and now the new thing is they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made Washington, D.C. safe. We're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed. like all the people you've been watching get so badly hurt. I'm glad, I hate to take your time with this, but I'm glad you asked me that question.
Sorry.
We're going to stop mail-in ballots because it's corrupt. You know, when you go to a voting booth and you do it the right way and you go to a state that runs it properly, you go in, they even ask me. They asked me for my license plate, for identity. I said, I don't know if I have it. They said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually. But it's very hard to cheat with mail-in voting. As you know what happens in California, it's so corrupt, where some people get 5, 6, 7 ballots delivered to them. Now, we got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge. The Democrats want it because they have horrible policy. If you have mail-in voting, you're not going to have many Democrats get elected. That's bigger than anything having to do with redistricting, believe me. And the Republicans have to get smart. We're not going to have a country. I said for a long time at rallies, you need borders and you need free and fair elections. Those two things, otherwise you don't have. We have strong borders now. In 90 days, Mr. President, we didn't have 1, 0, 0, and 3 months. Not one person came in illegally into our country. In fact, even I find that hard to believe, but it's run by a little bit of a liberal group that put out the numbers, so I guess it's, but 0, 0, and 0. You go back a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 millions of people poured into our country. It was terrible. Thank you very much.
What security guarantees do you need from President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops, intelligence, equipment? What is it?
Everything. And really, it includes two parts. First, strong Ukrainian army. That's what I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a lot about weapon and then people and training missions and intelligence. And second, we will discuss with our partners. It depends on the big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
And Mr. President, are you willing to commit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelenskyy to a deal today?
Well, I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we're going to give, we have people waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to give protection. They feel very strongly about it, and we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important to get the deal done.
You've been involved with the peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian attacks and hoping that the American people will stand with them?
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic. They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped. Very important.
Mr. President, was there any aspect of your discussion with Vladimir Putin that left you disappointed?
Look, we just spoke to, I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues.
Wow.
And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you very much,
This media is insane. How is the media behaving like this in the freaking Oval Office? They're just screaming and shouting like a bunch of toddlers. How do you, and they're all like 50 years old. How do you behave like this? This is nuts. There's got to be a better way to do this, right? I guess not. I guess not. So listen, guys, at the end of the day, we might have a trilateral peace agreement. That means an end to the war, not a ceasefire, an end to the war. Now, let's talk about what's happening next. We have a schedule for the entire day. I want to show you what is going on next. The European leaders arrived, check. The president met with President Trump met with Zelenskyy, check. They had their media, we just watched that, check. Now we're on to the next. Okay, so up next, really within the next 15, 20 minutes here, President Trump is now going to go greet the European leaders. The European leaders, there are seven other super prominent European leaders, flew all the way over across the Atlantic to the White House. They are in the White House right now. We all watched them walk into the White House about 90 minutes ago. So they have been waiting for Trump to wrap up with Zelenskyy. Now Trump is wrapped up with Zelenskyy. Now Trump is going to meet with all these European leaders here very soon. So we're about halfway done with everything that's going on today. As a little bit of a recap here, I want to tell you guys who exactly is here today. We know for a fact in the White House, waiting, ready to go right now. Soon we're going to hear from them in 15 minutes. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Maloney, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, French President Emmanuel Macron, and finally the Finnish President Alexander Stub. So there are 7 other. These are the most powerful, influential leaders over in Europe. All of them, all the big hotshots, the big guys over in Europe, they have flown over to the White House. They're going to be meeting with Trump in the Oval Office today in 10 minutes. So we're just getting going. We are just getting going. Really, and like President Trump said, like President Trump said, is depending on how this meeting today goes with these other 7 European leaders, this war might come to an end, because if things go well, Trump is going to pick up the phone. Hey, Putin, listen, everybody agrees. We're on the same page. We got a deal. The war is over. Okay, and then what happens next? In order to finalize that, what we've heard is that Trump would meet up with both Zelenskyy and Putin at the same time, 3-way meeting in the same place, maybe at the White House, I don't know where. Putin, Zelenskyy, Trump together, assuming all of these details can get hammered out, everybody agrees, and then they would all sign all the paperwork and do the, shake hands, etc., and then it's over. Okay? We are on the cusp of that. We are on the cusp of that happening. We actually might be on the cusp of peace here. In fact, President Trump saying that, we all heard him say it, that he's going to call Putin later today and we might have a deal. That makes me a little bit more optimistic than I already was. You guys already know I was a little bit optimistic here, but now I'm even more optimistic than I was previously. I think it's going to be a big day. This is a historic day, an historic day. Now, I'm going to make a simple request here, folks. Couple basic requests while we have maybe 5-10 minutes here while we're hanging out together. Got the hiccups, excuse me. If everybody, if you are tuning in right now, if you have not already, first off, do me a favor and follow on Twitter. My name is Matt Morse TV on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. It helps a lot. It really does help a lot. I've got the link in the Rumble chat. We're live on Rumble, Matt Morse TV. We're live on YouTube, Matt Morse TV. That guy's speaking Ukrainian. Everybody, make sure to follow and subscribe on YouTube and Rumble and like today's broadcast. Like it. Follow it, subscribe to it. It really does. With the way this social media algorithm stuff works, follow, like, subscribe. It really does help a lot. I know everybody says that, but the reason why they say that is because it does help. So thank you for that. And guys, listen, hey, in the next 5, 10, 15 minutes, any minute now, Trump is going to meet up with these 7 different European leaders, the biggest leaders coming out of Europe. And gosh, we might have a total... I keep wanting to say ceasefire. No, not a ceasefire. No. It is not a ceasefire. What we are angling for right now is an end to the war. The war might come to an end. This is not a temporary deal, temporary ceasefire, 1 year, 2 years, whatever. No, permanent. Now, there is one thing, frankly, I'm going to tell you guys, I'm maybe not so happy about this. It seems like a part of this deal, potentially, is American boots on the ground in Ukraine as a permanent peacekeeping force. Frankly, I am not so excited about that. I don't know about you. You guys let me know how you think. If these European countries, if they want to maintain a permanent peacekeeping force, if you want to have German soldiers or French soldiers or Finnish soldiers as permanent peacekeeping force, whatever, do your deal, whatever, okay, but personally, Personally, I don't really want to see permanent American soldier peacekeeping force, boots on the ground. I'm not so happy about that. We got to see where this goes. Right now, we don't know. It's a maybe. It seems like a possibility. Folks, speaking about these European leaders going to be meeting up right now, we have the flags. This is where they're going to be doing it. I'm going to turn up our audio. We have from left to right, United States. What are you doing, lady? What are you doing? What is that? It says, please help me. Please help me. No, what is this? What is going on? What do you think she's doing? I don't know. Maybe they're adjusting the cameras. You know what? They're probably getting the camera focus. They're adjusting the focus of the cameras. Yeah, you're right. You're probably right about that. Anyway, listen, we have United States, Finland, France, Germany, Italy, Ukraine, the United Kingdom, NATO, and the European Union. The EU flag. Are we missing something? Hold up, are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're good. No, we're not. Because Mark Rutte is here on NATO, and Ursula von der Leyen is EU. I was thinking 7. Hold up. No, we're good. Everything is good, though. We got everybody. Everybody's here. Okay, we're all good. Everybody's here. All good. Now, I don't know about you guys. Listen, I think we need, here in America, we need to bring back this type of beautiful neoclassical architecture. We need to bring back beautiful architecture in this country. You go to Washington, D.C., you see the Capitol building, you see the White House, you see all these museums and stuff. It's like, man, we used to build, here in this country, we used to build beautiful buildings. Go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court building is beautiful. Go to all the memorials, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial. These buildings are beautiful. And now we don't do it. Now we don't even do it. Everything is just... Everything looks gross. And everything is deteriorating and falling apart. We got to make this country beautiful again. We got to bring the architecture back. Right? I don't know. I care about it. I think we should. I think we should do that. Yeah, it's called brutalism. Everything these days is just poured concrete. Everything is, it's like a square concrete mold everywhere you go. Yeah, no. I'm a big fan of neoclassical. Looks good. You know, aside, you know, if you look past all the Washington, D.C. swamp beasts and the gang violence and whatever, Washington, D.C. really is a beautiful city. Architecturally speaking, it's a beautiful city. You can't deny it. In fact, here, you know, while we have a minute, I'm gonna go ahead and mute that. Well, you know, we can have some music playing in the background. That's okay. You know, Hammer, just take a look around. Do we have a 3D view? Beautiful. This is the Treasury Building. This is the White House. This is the Eisenhower Executive Building. This is what I'm saying, man. We need more of this. We need more stuff like that. We need more stuff like this and less stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. This is the Lincoln Memorial. Awesome. Totally awesome. Amazing. This is the Korean Veterans War Memorial. Beautiful. I hate to say it, when I was in Washington, D.C., I visited D.C., I don't know, maybe 10 years ago now. And this Vietnam, I'm sorry, this is the Korean War Memorial. It was covered in graffiti. There was graffiti. People were spray painting all over this thing. This is a veteran memorial. So when we're talking about cleaning up Washington, D.C., it's that type of stuff we're talking about. The freaking War Memorial was covered in graffiti and filth and garbage. This is the World War II Memorial. I don't think I visited that. I should have, though. How rude. Yeah, rude. I know. That's what I'm saying. This is the Smithsonian. This is a different Smithsonian. They've got multiple locations here. Smithsonian Arts Museum. This is the National Gallery. Man, I gotta go back to DC, man. I want to go to these museums again. Really, it is cool. I think if you're an American, you love America, it is worth going to DC one time. There's so much history and art and, you know... Whoa. the ladies out there. Anyway, no, it's worth. It's like making a little American pilgrimage, kind of, you know. Go to the Capitol building. Go check it out. This is the Capitol building here. Beautiful. Beautiful. This is the Supreme Court building. Really is just stunning. Look, how cool is that? Badass. Totally cool. Oh, our camera got flipped around. I don't know. I don't even know how that happened. Anyway, let's all just watch this woman move around on the camera. We're just gonna watch her. Everybody, let's look at this woman here. Now we have two women. Excellent. They're getting the cameras set up here. Uh-huh. I see the comment, you are at war soon with Europe again. You think we're gonna go to war with Europe? I think probably not. Probably not. I think we're probably fine. If anything, I don't know, maybe China is coming up in next couple decades. I don't know if we haven't even talked about this today. Trump, he recently said that he was on the phone with CCP leader Xi Jinping. And Trump said that Xi Jinping told him explicitly, directly, that Trump, while you are in office, I'm not going to invade Taiwan. Trump, Xi Jinping here, I am not going to invade Taiwan while you are in the White House. That's what Trump said. And it makes you wonder, though, it's curious because kind of, you know, what's the implication here? The implication is that if Trump leaves the White House, when Trump leaves the White House, maybe China will invade Taiwan. That's kind of the implication. That's the takeaway, right? So, you know, I do think we've got a couple interesting decades ahead of us. It's going to be a crazy couple decades. No doubt. But, you know, the first most important thing here is getting out of this war in Ukraine, shutting down this war in Ukraine. 100%. Okay, the camera is a little bit tilted. You got to tilt the camera just a little bit to the right. Just like 3 degrees, tilt it a little bit, and everything is going to be fine. Just a little bit. Oh, she's doing something there. Whoa, hi. Hi there. They're getting the cameras set up here. JD Vance got it. Folks, you know what it looks like? I know we're still three years out. It looks right now like it's going to be JD Vance versus who? On the Democrat side, who? Governor Gavin Newsom. It seems like the Democrats maybe are going to try to run Governor Gavin Newsom. I was seeing this yesterday. Everybody's talking about it yesterday. Governor Gavin Newsom was going viral on Twitter yesterday. Everybody was talking about him. It's going to be Governor Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance. And honestly, it's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably going to be JD Vance. Marco Rubio is probably the ticket. Probably that's what they're going to try to do. Vance Rubio. Yeah. Now, Gavin Newsom, who would be his vice president? I don't know. Listen, for Gavin Newsom to find a vice president, he's got to find somebody that likes him. Does anybody on this planet actually like him? Maybe not. It's going to be tough for him to find somebody. No, I'm just kidding, but I don't know. I don't know who he would run with. You think Jasmine Crockett? Yeah, Jasmine Crockett. Yeah, that's what we need. You know what we need? We need Ocasio-Cortez Crockett. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, president, vice president, Jasmine Crockett. That is really what this country needs more than anything else. That'll do it. That would pretty much be the downfall of the nation. The nation would implode. It would become a third world hellscape. You thought 20 million illegal aliens was bad under Biden? Let's talk about 50 million. 50 million in 4 years. 15 million per year. That's what that would be. Ocasio-Cortez Crockett. That's going to be awesome. So we can't wait for that. That'll be great. Folks, if you are tuning in, we are kind of on standby right now. Any minute now, President Trump is going to be meeting with the delegates from Europe. We have 7 prominent European leaders have flown across the Atlantic. They are in the White House now. We're getting ready to have a meeting. And so that's going to be happening real quick. On the left, we have a statue here of Abraham Lincoln. On the right, it's a little bit blurry, but to me, this looks like Mr. George Washington. George Washington himself. We call him the GOAT, the greatest of all time. George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Wow, wow, wow. Although our camera is a little bit blurry over here. Wiener and Holder. You think you want Wiener Holder 2028? Okay, that's okay. All right. Somebody's got to hold the wieners. Somebody has got to hold the wieners. Okay, so hey, maybe someday. New scum. I call him Governor Gavin Newscum. Now Newsom's time as governor, it ends in 2026, I think. So he's going to have a 1.5 year long break. I guess that's when he starts campaigning. When does Newsom end as governor? I want to say we're about a year away from that. Okay, January 4th, 2027. Yeah, well, hey, you know what? As far as Newsom is concerned, that lines up perfectly with the election cycle. So Governor Newsom is going to wrap up January 4th, 2027, and then he's got a solid year. He goes right out of being governor into immediately campaigning to become the President of the United States. And he's got a solid year to do that. God forbid. God forbid. Yeah, but he's probably doing that. Seems to be the case. Seems to be the case. Okay, I'm looking for updates here, folks. I'm going to scan around Twitter here. I'm going to take a look at my news feed. I'm going to see if we have anything here. Take a look here. We have any massive breaking news bombshell updates? I think we are on top of it. I think we're on top of everything here. I think we're on top of it. The devil is a Democrat. I saw who's that rapper dude with all the face tattoos, the facial tattoos. He dropped a song the other day called "The Devil's a Democrat." I didn't hear it though. I didn't listen to it. But I heard about it at least. Like I said, I'm just not the biggest rap guy. I just don't like rap. Tom McDonald. That's his name, right? Tom McDonald. I'm just not a big rap guy. It's not really my thing. Andrea. Hey, Andrea. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. I'll tell you what, you guys are way too nice to me. I'm not used to having people be this nice to me. You guys are way too nice. I don't know how to handle it. I don't know what to do. Normally people are way meaner to me. I think we are on top of the news. So guys, right now, listen, the entire world is doing exactly what we are doing right now. Okay, what are we doing? We are sitting here waiting. We're on the edge of our seat. We are waiting. President Trump, the European delegation, come on out. Let us know what's up. So first they're going to come on out here in front of the flags. They're going to shake hands, put a smile on, take some photos. You know how they do it. And then they're going to go back into the White House, all 8 of them, the 7 Europeans and Trump. And then they're going to have a meeting. And it's going to be, as far as I'm aware, it's going to be publicly broadcast. I guess I'll check our schedule here. So it's this one right here. The president participates in a here. Yeah, okay. It is all going to be publicly broadcast. So right now we are waiting for the president greets the European leaders. That's happening. Then the president is going to participate in a, quote, family photo with the European leaders, because we are all one big family, I guess. And then shortly after that, then the president is going to participate in a multilateral meeting with all of the European leaders. So we've got the next hour or so, ladies and gentlemen, it is European Power Hour. It is European Power Hour. And we're just waiting here. How do I rotate the camera? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Oops. There we go. There's our live broadcast. Okay. There's our live broadcast. All right. So, folks, actually, I was going to say any minute now, they're all going to come out and we're going to get the show on the road. You can tell we got the press pool over here on the left side of the screen. So I think they're going to come out here any minute now, any second now. How have they not realized that the camera is slightly tilted, though? I don't know. Tilted. They got to get it tilted a little bit. Get it tilted. You know, I've had every so often, a couple times a week, I get the question because I'm doing this political coverage now. People say, Matt, would you ever consider getting involved in politics? Would you ever try to become a senator or a House rep or something and get involved directly in politics? Hell no. Hell no. Because why? That would mean that I'd have to hop on the airplane and go work in Washington, D.C. I'm living in and out of hotels. I'm away from my family. Or I got to raise my kids in Washington, D.C. I got to bring them out with me. Hell no. I'm pretty comfortable in my house with my family. Over here up in the Pacific Northwest, we live in the woods. We live in the forest. We're hanging out. We're going hiking. I don't have to be surrounded by any of these Washington, D.C. freaks. To put it politely, freaks. I don't want anything to do with that. No, thanks. No. I'm just going to keep on doing coverage. That's fine. That's fine enough for me. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah, the other day we were out here. I was hiking with my I was out here hiking with my puppy. We have a little baby German Shepherd puppy. We're going hiking in the woods every day. We're having fun. Life is pretty fun, pretty good these days. And any minute, President Trump and the European delegates are going to come out and let us know, hey, what's going on here? What is going on? Oh, listen, the music has stopped. The music stopped. What does that mean? I think that means they are coming out here any minute. I think so. Bring them on out. Really, it is kind of crazy to think literally the entire world is waiting. They're doing what we are doing right now. Everybody around the world is tuning in. What is going to happen here? This meeting, productive, unproductive, an end to the war. Everybody is hoping. The entire world is watching this, tuning in, the edge of their seat, waiting to see. And by the way, I see the question, is Mertz there? Yes, Mertz is there, yes. Yes. Matt, I just had to convince someone in a different Rumble stream that you are not AI. Or am I? Or am I AI? The world will never know. You're never going to know. That is weird, though. Somebody else on another broadcast was calling me artificial intelligence. That's the way it goes, I guess. You can't win them all, I guess. That's the way that it goes. Anyway, yes, we have Finnish President Alexander Stub, French President Emmanuel Macron. We have German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. We have Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Maloney. We have Zelenskyy. Although, is Zelenskyy going to be out here right now? I guess, well, the flag is here, so probably. We have British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is his name. We have European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen representing the EU. And we have NATO Secretary General. His name is Mark Rutte. Is what it is. So we have all of the top European leaders, really. Oh, we have audio. The audio is back. Any minute now. I hear people walking. You can hear people walking around. Now, what is going on here? Come on out, Europeans. Don't be shy, Europeans. Come on out. Come on out. The German Shepherd. No, it's my favorite type of dog. This is my second German Shepherd I've owned. German Shepherds, man. Good dogs. Excellent dogs. They say Deutsch Schäferhund in German. Oh, the camera is moving. Any minute. Any second. Any microsecond. Any millisecond. Why are Germany and Italy here? The reason why is because we're worried that if we don't include them, then they're going to do what they did last time. I guess, hell man, I guess we should have invited Japan. If that's the concern, we got to get Japan out here too. You can never be too careful. Come on now, Europeans. Come on now, Europeans. Don't be shy. Do not be shy. Oh. We have a live feed coming out of... This is outside the White House, ladies and gentlemen. This is the view from outside of the White House. Look at that. Beautiful. Trump put up that big flag out front. Beautiful big flag. And you can go right up to those gates. You can go up there and say, hey, President Trump. Do you remember? This was during Trump's first term. Somebody actually climbed up over the gate and ran onto the lawn. Do you remember that? And then a Secret Service guy intercepted him and tackled him. But yeah, I totally forgot about that. Maybe 7 years ago or so, some dude climbed over this gate and was running across the lawn. And then they decided to make the gate taller. They raised the gate. They made it a little bit taller so people can't climb over it anymore. That happened a couple years ago. Something like that. And what a day. Was it you? Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Here's another thing you guys probably forgot. This is during the 2016 presidential campaign, so Trump hadn't won yet. It was 2016. Remember the guy climbed up the side of Trump Tower and he had suction cups. It was like out of Mission Impossible. It was insane. There was a guy that had suction cups on his hands and on his legs or his knees or something, and this guy was climbing up the side of Trump Tower. He wanted to have a meeting, a one-on-one meeting with President Trump, and so this guy climbed up the side of Trump Tower. Do you remember that? That happened in 2016 on the campaign trail. I totally forgot about that. What a weird thing that happened. I wonder if I can find a photo of that. That was a... Yeah, look at this.
Let's go back to our breaking news now. A man...
This was 2016. On this man climbs Trump Tower 9 years ago. And he made it like halfway up the building, and then they had to pop out one of the windows, and then they pulled him inside. They ripped him off the side of the building. I remember watching this live. He just made it up. He was climbing up. I wonder what happened to this guy. What happened to this guy? Maybe he's in jail or something? I don't know what happened to this guy. Nut job, kind of crazy. It's a little bit crazy. You've got to be a little bit crazy to do that. Yeah, I think you're right. You got to be a little bit crazy to do that. He said, I remember he said he wanted to have a one-on-one meeting with Trump. I got to talk to Trump. It's an emergency. Okay. Okay, crazy guy. All right. You hate heights? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of heights either. I'll be honest, you guys can make fun of me, I guess. I'm really not an adrenaline junkie type of guy. I don't need to go fast. I don't need to go up high. I don't need to go scuba diving. I don't need to do anything that is roller coasters. I don't need to do it. I just don't need to do that. Bungee jumping, skydiving. I just don't really need to do that. It's not really my thing. You know? I don't really need to get my adrenaline pumping. It's not really my deal. No thanks. No thank you. Goodness. So right now, hold on. I want to take a look at this schedule here. Where was our schedule? Okay, so folks, look at this. Right now, actually, guys, we are 1 minute late. President Trump is supposed to be meeting and greeting the European leaders. Hello, good to see you. Hello, how do you do? At 2:15 East Coast right now, it is 2:16 East Coast. So you know what? Any minute, literally any minute. They are scheduled to do this any minute now. If they come out right now, we are right on time. An exciting cup of coffee is enough for me. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, true. True. And even then it's a little bit too much. Even then, the coffee's a little bit too much. Trump is always fashionably late. Yeah, you know, maybe there's something to that. Maybe there's something to that. Maybe that's part of the art of the deal. Always show up a little bit late. I don't know. Has anybody actually read that book, The Art of the Deal? I haven't read it. Maybe I should. Maybe I should read it. Haven't read it. Maybe there's some good information in there. I'll tell you a funny story real quick while we have a minute. About a year and a half ago, my wife and I, we were at an antique shop, and there was a painting that we saw that we liked, and it was listed for $200. And the antique dealer, he walked up to us, he said, "Hey, you guys looking at that painting?" I said, "Yeah, I see it's $200 though, and here's the deal, sir. I've read The Art of the Deal by Donald Trump, and I'm not going to pay more than $100. And I was just kind of being silly. I was just kind of joking around. I wasn't even really being serious. And he said, "All right, $100 it is." I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. It worked. It actually worked. I said, "Listen, dude, I've read The Art of the Deal, and I'm not going to pay more than $100. He said, "All right, sold." I could not believe it. So I walked out of that building. I had a $100 painting. I got it 50% off. And you know what? I haven't even read the book. I lied. I didn't even read the book. But hey, I got the painting half off. Good deal. So try it. Hey, give it a go. It's worth trying. The lesson is always shoot your shot. You gotta shoot your shot. You gotta shoot the shot. And any minute now, these Europeans are going to come on out. What are the Europeans doing back there? They're probably, what do Europeans do in their free time? They're probably wearing wooden shoes and eating schnitzel and using a bidet. They're probably speaking in a weird accent back there. What else do Europeans do? I don't know. What do Europeans do in their free time? They're probably having reasonably priced healthcare. They're probably back there talking about how many more immigrants from Africa they should accept into their countries. What else do Europeans do in their free time? I don't know. You never know. Eating schnitzel. They're probably back there eating schnitzel and bratwurst. Yeah. You never know. Refusing to shower. Refusing to take a shower. Waxing their mustaches. A lot of people they get bent out of shape by some of these stereotypes. I think they're funny. I even think the American stereotypes are funny. If you want to call me a fat burger brain American, whatever. I used to play a lot of online games a long time ago with Europeans. I was always playing with Europeans for whatever reason in these online video games, and I was the one American in the group of dozens of Europeans. I was always playing with the Europeans online. And because I was the one American, they were always unloading all of their anti-American banter, all of their anti-American rhetoric on me. I was the sole recipient. And so I know how it goes. But you know what else that means? That means I know how to fire back. I can fire back on the Europeans also. I know how to do it. Not wearing deodorant? Yeah, true. Maybe true. You know the other thing with Europeans, they're always wearing Puma shoes. Have you ever noticed that? The Europeans are always wearing Pumas. Nobody in America wears Pumas. Everybody in Europe is wearing Pumas. They're walking around in their Pumas. And now, folks, I want to say thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are about 5-6 minutes behind schedule here. 5-6 minutes. President Trump and the European leaders are going to be coming on out here and getting this show on the road here. Getting this show on the road. Matt is not an AI. People need to recognize he just has a strong, soothing voice. You know, with that being said, though, do you want to see something crazy? Can I show you guys my secret? While we have a minute, can I tell you guys my secret? You have to promise not to tell anybody. You got to keep it between us. Okay, everybody come in here. I'm going to show you something. It's going to blow your mind. Check this out. Wait. Can you see that? Okay, you cannot tell anybody about that. That's our little secret. That has to stay between us. Thank you, okay? Oh my God, I know. Please, you can't tell anybody. Magic, I know, it's crazy. Okay, so this is where I'm like, where are the European leaders? I can only stall for so long. I need the European guys to come out here. Let's go, let's talk. Let's break it down. If you're AI, Matt, say the word Kininigan? I don't even know, what is that? That sounds like a Star Trek word. A Kininigan. I don't know what that is. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not AI. I can't do it. I can do it. I don't know what I can do. Who knows? Well, you know, right now we're only 5, 6, 7 minutes behind schedule. They're probably wrapping up. They're getting ready to put the show on. Right now, the entire world is kind of on standby. Everybody is waiting to hear what these Europeans have got to say. Come on out. By the way, guys, I want to do a little bit of a recap. If you're tuning in, if you missed the discussion between Zelenskyy and Trump, this is what Trump himself said about a half hour ago. President Trump, he said, listen, yeah, we're going to have this conversation with Zelenskyy. That went well. Then he's going to go talk to the Europeans. He said, if the conversation with the Europeans goes well, then at the end of the day, he's going to hop on a phone and he is going to call Vladimir Putin in Russia and say, listen, Putin, we have a deal. The Europeans agreed. Zelenskyy agreed. The terms, the conditions, they signed off on it, the terms of service, whatever. And we have a deal, Putin, we're good. And then, okay, if everything goes well, we're at that point. Then it seems like the very final step of this process is Zelenskyy, Trump, and Putin all meet up together in person at some point in the next couple days, presumably. I don't know. And then they finalize everything. They do it all. So we are really, genuinely, seriously on the cusp of the end of this war. This war might be coming to an end. It might be over. It might be over. Which is really what everybody is looking for. Puppy, you guys want to see the puppy? We could. I would have to get up. I'd have to go wake him up. Who knows? He's probably in the backyard or something right now. How about this? If you remind me at the end of the show, at the end of today's broadcast, I'll go get the puppy. I'll bring it in, okay? Thank you. But right now, I'm going to keep the show going. I'll go, because I'm going to have to go hunt him down. We've got a backyard. He's running around doing something. Who knows? I don't even know what he's doing. So, at the end of the show, Whenever all of this wraps up, I'll bring out that puppy. But you know what? For the time being, you can look at this picture. What a cute boy. Really, he's a very handsome young puppy. Can't deny that. He's a good-looking young puppy. Good-looking puppy. It's undeniable. This is outside the White House right now. This is inside the White House right now. The dog is AI. Everything is AI. Everything is computer. It's like President Trump said himself. Everything is computer. You know, maybe we have a different angle or something. Maybe I can find a new angle for us. Except I don't think so. I will tell you this. So the official White House YouTube page just went live. They started their live broadcast 7 minutes ago. And it says, "We will begin shortly. President Trump participates in a family photo with the European leaders." So we know that this is going to be happening very soon because the official White House page on YouTube just went live moments ago. So this is happening any minute now, any moment, folks. Everybody wait, everybody chill. It's happening soon-ish. Soon-ish. If you are really not AI, then you will take off the hat. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, listen, if I take off the hat, you guys might get blind. You guys might be blinded. I don't want to blind anybody here. Listen, hey, I'll do it. Listen, there, look, I do have... I'm not totally bald. I do have a little bit of hair. There's a little bit of hair still up there. Of course, I've got hat hair right now because I'm wearing my hat, but I do have a little bit of hair. It's not all gone. Every day I have a little bit less, probably. A little bit less every day. But there is a little bit of hair up there still. And so really now, this is the race that's happening. I'm keeping tabs on this. Am I going to go gray first? Is my hair going to turn gray before all of it falls out? I think gray hair kind of looks cool. Does anybody here have gray hair? You're a little bit older, maybe. I think gray hair looks good. I think it's a good look. And so I'm like, man, I hope I keep my hair long enough for it to even go gray. I might lose it all before then. I don't know. The race is on. You never know which way it's going to go. And there's that. Does Tim Pool have hair? You know, I've never seen underneath Tim Pool's beanie. I don't know what he has. I don't know what he has under there. Tim Pool might have a beautiful, luscious head of hair. And, I wouldn't even know about it. Who knows? Who knows? I'm taking a look around Twitter here for a second. I'm seeing if we have any crazy updates. I'm taking a look around. I really think, listen, I hate to be super boring for you guys. Right now, we are just on standby. There's a reason why we're talking about my bald head or whatever. It's because we are on standby. We are all waiting for President Trump and the European leaders to come on out and let us know. And it is going to be happening any second now because the official, like I said, the official White House live broadcast, they just booted up their live broadcast. So it is going to be happening here pretty soon, but we are on standby. So once again, everybody, thank you very much for your patience. I appreciate it. Thank you all for tuning in and listening to me ramble and monologue. We are live on Matt Morse TV on Rumble, Matt Morse TV on YouTube, Matt Morse TV on X, on Twitter. Everybody go follow on Twitter, on X. But we are on standby, ladies and gentlemen. We are on standby. Tim Pool is bald with a pointed head. Really? Huh. You know, I'll be honest, I don't really think a whole lot about Tim Pool's head. It's not something that I spend a lot of time thinking about. I don't know. I guess I got to take your word for it. I'm seeing if we do have any updates here. There is a 1974 song called Hair. That's a good song. I haven't heard it. I'll gotta take your word for it. I take your word for it. You're probably right about that. Hold on, wait a minute. What is this? No, never mind. False alarm, never mind. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed this. Here's something we can talk about real quick. For those of you that were here when we were covering Zelensky's meeting earlier today with Donald Trump, Zelensky today was much more well-behaved. Do you guys think that Zelensky kind of learned his lesson from last time? Zelensky was much more appreciative. Zelensky was a little bit less combative, less confrontational, less entitled. The word is entitled. Zelensky dropped, at least for the day. I think Zelensky realized, listen, I'm not going to be able to punk Donald Trump. Maybe Zelensky was kind of able to push around and punk, you know, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. With Donald Trump, that does not work. That's not going to work. And so I think he kind of learned from how things went last time. How did things go last time? This is how they went last time. It's not going to work, buddy. Less cocaine. I'm not sure if it's less cocaine or more cocaine. Maybe it was more cocaine. Oh, hold up. We have something maybe to talk about here, folks. Stand by. Now, what is this? A large map of Ukraine showing Russian-occupied areas and other regions in the east of the country, likely the same one which was brought by the Ukrainian delegation, was placed in the Oval Office before the closed-door meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky. Okay, so earlier today, before the public meeting that we all watched between Zelensky and Trump, there was a short private meeting. And so this is saying before that private meeting happened, this was up on display in the Oval Office. Now, this could mean a million different things, you know, just like you could get as conspiratorial with this as you want. I don't know, whatever. But, you know, it's, I guess if you're having the conversation, it's good to have a map up in front of you. This is where things currently stand. We have the same map up on this broadcast. That is the map. This is the map, right? This is how things currently stand at the moment. Terrible. Terrible. Now, where was our live broadcast? There is our live broadcast. Like I said, everybody's just out here waiting. We're just waiting. We are on standby. Everybody, please hold. Please hold. Press 1 for English. Press 2 for Spanish. Press 2 for Spanish. Never again. Never. I think there are going to have to be some territory exchanges. I think a big part of this deal. Listen, I cannot fathom Putin walking away from everything that he has taken. I think he's willing to give a little bit back, but I think Putin, it seems like Putin is angling for complete and total control of, you know, maybe I can draw a little picture for you guys. It seems to me like this is very important to Putin. Putin wants to maintain complete and total lockdown control of the Sea of Azov. This is the Sea of Azov right here. And it seems like, I'm going to get out my marker here. It seems like Putin wants to maintain complete control of the Sea of Azov. So what does that mean? You know, this territory here that I've just outlined, Putin is probably not going to want to give that up. In fact, if I had to make a bet, what is this going to look like when everything is said and done? I bet we have a border, because here's a natural water. I would bet we have something kind of like this. We got to see. And then what does that mean? That means that maybe all or most of this is given back to Ukraine, and this is Russian. Could be something like that. The Sea of Azov is very important to Putin. You can tell this is one of his very clear objectives. We got to see. Time will tell. Time will tell. Time will tell. Oh, we have our audio back. We have our audio back. Maybe something is happening here. 1, 2, 3. Guys, I told you to press 1 for English and 2 for Spanish. You guys started pressing 2, and now they're speaking Spanish on the White House broadcast. I told you guys need to press 1. You guys are pressing 2. Uno, dos, tres. When I was in high school, I took 2 Spanish classes, and I got a C in both of them because I did not care about learning Spanish. And frankly, I don't really regret that. I still, to this day, do not care about speaking Spanish. It's not really one of my prerogatives. Now, I am learning German. I do need to learn German. The kids are learning German. The wife is speaking German. Half the family is speaking German. I need to keep on doing my daily German lessons. It's tough. You guys ever try to learn a language when you're 31 years old and you're busy and you have a bunch of other stuff to take? You're an adult. You're busy. You got to take care of stuff, and then you're trying to learn a language also. God, oh, pain in the ass. Anyway, gotta learn German. Why didn't you learn German? Because, well, back in high school, my high school didn't even teach German. They taught Spanish. And back when I was 16, I never thought that I would be married to a German woman. So it didn't occur to me that I would ever need to speak German until 5 years ago. At which point I married a German person. My mistake. I guess it was my mistake marrying a German woman. Now we have an angle outside the White House and inside the White House. Inside, outside. No, German is a nice language. I like German. I'm happy to learn German. I'm happy. It's a good language. It's a good language to know. Does my daughter speak better German than me? Oh, listen, no offense to my daughter, but no. No, I think my German is still a little bit better than her. She's 4, still 4-year-olds are not the most linguistically proficient anyway, even in one language, so she's still learning both, Her English is really coming along very well. Her German is coming along a little bit behind. But both. Matt, tell your wife to learn English. Well, my wife does speak English. My wife speaks fluent English. She has a little bit of an accent, but she is speaking fluent English. Really perfect, immaculate. Her English is very, very good. You could have a perfect conversation with her. You would never even guess, but a little bit of an accent. Matt, what is my ethnic makeup? The word I invented is ganglo. I'm a ganglo, which means a Germanic Anglo. I am a Germanic Anglo-Saxon. I'm German-blooded and Anglo-Saxon-blooded from the British Isles. That's pretty much all I am. I'm a Ganglo-Saxon. Is what it is. But that's good. That's a good mix. That's a good mix. I'm not complaining. It's all good. Teach your wife how to drive. It is true, my wife does not know how to drive. She doesn't know how to drive a car. She doesn't have a license. Maybe someday. Do you ever say poopin' fartin when referring to the bathroom? Anyways, you've got a great voice, but clearly right in the head. Keep using that gift. Tony, the person. First off, Tony, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Poopin' fartin. That's a new one. I'm gonna remember that one. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anglo-Saxon means English-speaking German. Yeah, there's the old legend, it's Hengist and Horsa, the 2 Germanic brothers, I think, that settled the British Isles. It's like a legend. Maybe it's not even a real thing. It's a legend. Hengist and Horsa, the 2 German brothers that settled on Britain. I don't know. I forget their... Anyway, yeah, a lot of the time, if you trace the British ancestry back far enough, it actually just goes right back to Germany. Pretty much. That's where it comes from. Matt has a voice for radio. What, but not a face for TV? Wow, thanks, dude. That is so rude. Unbelievable. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You've got a face for radio. I'll tell you what, right now we are, ladies and gentlemen, we are a little bit behind schedule. Just a little bit. Any minute now, President Trump is going to be coming out and speaking with the European delegation, and we're going to be getting updates on what is going on. I think maybe they might be wrapping up a private lunch. They might be having a lunch together. Ooh. We're moving our camera here. Are we still moving to Idaho? Yes, in fact, we are moving, we're doing a big move. It's like a 7-hour move, 7 hours away. And we're moving to North Idaho in about 10 days. So, heads up, I guess, I don't know if anybody cares, about 10 days from now, I'm going to be MIA. I'm going to be gone for probably 3 days at the end of the month because we are moving to North Idaho. It's going to be a big pain in the butt, but we got to do it. We got to do it. Yeah, okay, they are having lunch in the dining room. All right, well, hey, after that, they're wrapping it up. Then we're going to keep on doing the show. They're coming out soon enough. Isn't Eastern Oregon trying to become part of Idaho because of liberals? Well, this is a conversation that's been going on for a long time. Is Eastern Oregon and Eastern Idaho, I'm sorry, Eastern Washington want to join Idaho and become, I think they call it Greater Idaho. They want to have a new state. Pretty much, here, can I pull up Google Maps here real quick? Why is my, I don't know why I'm here. I need to flip this. One moment, please. Pretty much the way Oregon and Washington work is on the west side. Oh, we have audio. What's going on here? Oh. Okay, hold up. Maybe, listen, maybe we're not going to talk about Idaho and Washington and Oregon here. Pretty much hyper short answer is it's never going to happen. I wish it would happen. I wish Eastern Idaho or Eastern Washington and Eastern Oregon, I wish they would join Idaho, but it's never going to happen. I wish it would, but it won't. Wish it would, but it won't. But now, listen, our media, the media guys here, the camera guys, photographers, they're getting ready. They're holding up the cameras, and maybe the Europeans, maybe the Mr. Trump, President Trump's going to come on out any second here, any minute now. Could be the case. That guy's taking pictures of something. Something is happening here. Something is happening. I see Isaac H. with a big super chat. Isaac, thank you. Says, 5 years ago, my family looked at moving to North Idaho from Oregon. We ended up in remote Alaska. That seems cool. At one point, we were thinking about Alaska. Maybe it was a little bit too out there for us, but, you know, you probably had the same thought that we did. North Idaho is just insanely stupid expensive. Very expensive. I hope you're liking it up there, though. Beautiful. Good decision. Thank you, Isaac. And also, I see a super chat here in YouTube from Steven Pulcinelli. Steven, thank you. Steven, thank you. Mr. Pulcinelli, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You guys are very kind. I appreciate that. Thank you guys again for being patient and kind of bearing with me. President Trump is having a private lunch with the Europeans right now, and so once that lunch is over, I think any minute, they're going to come on out and talk to us about this meeting. And we're going to get the details of this deal on the table. On the table. Also, hold up, I see a super chat from Lopaka. Lopaka says, I came here in USA as a nurse in 1978 and became a citizen and now happily retired. Great, great. That's great. I hope you're enjoying it. Great. Lopaka, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you have to imagine that right now, behind the scenes, Trump is meeting with these Europeans, having lunch, and you know they're making their deals. They're schmoozing it up and making their deals right now. I bet they are. Chuck Sarah says, "Is there fiber up there, or are you getting Starlink?" We are going to have fiber, yeah. There's fiber up there. We'll be good. In fact, the internet where we're moving, I think, is going to be better than the internet that we have now. So it'll be a little bit of an upgrade. A little bit of an upgrade. Auf der Heide blut ein. Yeah, I've heard that song before. Bum, bum, bum. I've heard that song before. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness. You think they're having a food fight? Maybe. Could be. If they were going to throw food at one of the 7 European representatives, who would they throw the food at? Oh, here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. Macron. The answer is Macron. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, here they are. I got to figure out where they are standing here. Where do they go? All right. Can I turn up the audio here? Macron is not looking that happy. Look at him.
That was not a great day.
Macron, he is not happy. Everybody else seems happy.
Is everything okay? You all set? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
They got their pictures. Dude, Macron is not happy. What's wrong with him? Everybody else seems fine. It's Macron. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the White House. Things are about to get good. Things are picking up. Everybody tune in, pay attention. We are on the way to the Oval Office. We're going to the Oval Office, and now we're all there's gonna be it's an eight-way meeting with all of these people. They're all talking, all the Europeans, Trump, Zelenskyy, everybody. Now, this is probably the craziest part of the day. It's exciting. And we have a massive super chat in the meantime. It's from Isaac H. Says, Matt, don't apologize, $50. He says, I listen because you're honest. Your small talk while waiting is entertaining. I pray you and your family and your dog are all a safe move and prosperous life in Idaho. Thank you. That's very kind. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. He says, amen. I say amen too. Thank you. Thank you very much, Isaac. I appreciate that. And also, once again, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here today. Today's a big day, and I think it's about to get even bigger, even more monumental here, just in moments. Any second now, the camera is going to cut back over to the Oval Office. Yep. Okay. We're going to the Oval Office here right now, folks. So give us just one moment. Isaac, thank you again. Thank you again. We have Ziggy123, $10 super chat on YouTube, says, Ukraine on Fire 2016 by Oliver Stone on Rumble is a good documentary on why we are here today. I'll check that out. I haven't seen that. By Oliver Stone, I'll check it out. Ukraine on Fire on Rumble. By the way, shout out the Rumble audience here, guys. We have over 2,000 people on Rumble. Shout out Rumble. And also we've got, what, I don't know, almost 7,000 people here on YouTube. Everybody, thank you very much for tuning in. Things are about to get good. We are on the way to the Oval Office, where all of these leaders are going to be having their, they're going to be having a little bit of a powwow. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Okay, I suppose it's not the Oval Office, but still. The White House, nonetheless. There's J.D. Vance talking to Keir Starmer on the left. J.D. Vance has been busting Keir Starmer's chops a little bit about free speech. Listen, dude, you gotta let your people talk.
We'll let the press come in.
Waiting for the house.
Please.
Thank you.
He's a tall guy. Good looking.
I never walked in New
All right. Guys, this might be the biggest meeting you're ever going to watch. Pay attention. Here we go.
It's good. Take it.
They have all these translators in the back.
Isn't it it's such an incredible place. Well, we're building a big a bowl. Beautiful. Right here. If you go,
This is something else.
It would be right through that. Right through here. It's going to be, I'll tell you, but it's going to be fantastic, actually.
Whoa. Whoa.
I think we're going to have a successful
Okay, we're back.
talk today.
Yeah, me too.
Please, come on in. Do you guys want to take some questions or anything? You feel like it? Huh? See. Hi, Mark. Yeah.
The audio is all over the place. I apologize, guys. I'm trying to be on top of it here.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you here. Special place. White House is special no matter where you're from. Represents so much, and it really is beautiful. And thank you for all of the wonderful things that took place today. We've had a very successful day thus far. And important discussions as we work to end the killing and stop the war in Ukraine. We're all working for the same goal. Very simple goal. We want to stop the killing, get this settled. I've just had the honor of being with President Zelenskyy and all of the discussions that we've had. We covered a lot of territory. And I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. We're going to call President Putin right after this meeting. I'm sure we're going to have a solid meeting, good meeting, maybe a great meeting. And we're going to try and work out a trilat after that and see if we can get it finished. Put this to sleep, because this is not since the Second World War has there been anything like this. So I'm honored to welcome NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's a great gentleman, great political leader in Europe generally, but now he's the NATO Secretary General, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Mark. Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom, our friend and my friend, and doing really well, and people like him a lot. We all like him. Everyone knows President Macron of France, who's been with me from the beginning, one of the first people I met as a foreign dignitary, and I liked him from day one. And I like him even more now. That's pretty good. That's unusual. That's a pretty unusual thing. Prime Minister Maloney of Italy, who's a really a great leader and an inspiration over there. She's served now, even though she's a very young person, she's served there for a long period of time relative to others. They don't last very long. You've lasted a long time. You're going to be there a long time. Chancellor Merz of Germany, who is a very strong person and a very strong leader and very highly respected in Germany. And he's my friend, and it's an honor to have him as my friend. Thank you very much. Very good. You look great with your tan. Where did you get that tan? I want to get a tan like that.
That's true.
President Stub of Finland, and he's somebody that, where are we here? Where?
I'm right here.
Oh, you look better than I've ever seen you look. But you've done a great job, and we wanted to have you here because you're somebody that we all respect. And you've had a lot to do with the success, I think, and the potential success. And thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who is somebody that we just made a big deal with all of those countries. I don't know. I think you might be more powerful than all these guys at this table. I don't know. But we had a great negotiation, and you're respected all over the world. So I want to thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor to have you. The Alaska summit reinforced my belief that while difficult, peace is within reach, and I believe that in a very significant step, President Putin agreed that Russia would accept security guarantees for Ukraine, and this is one of the key points that we need to consider, and we're going to be considering that at the table also, like who will do what, essentially. I'm optimistic that collectively we can reach an agreement that would deter any future aggression against Ukraine, and I actually think there won't be. I think that's even overrated, largely overrated, but we're going to find out, and I think that the European nations are going to take a lot of the burden. We're going to help them, and we're going to make it very secure. We also need to discuss the possible exchanges of territory, taking into consideration the current line of contact. That means the war zone, the war lines that are pretty obvious, very sad, actually, to look at them. And negotiating positions. President Putin, also, you have President of Ukraine, who is, you just met a little while ago, and we're going to try and get a three-party meeting, maybe as soon as we can. And I have a feeling you and President Putin are going to work something out. Ultimately, this is a decision that can only be made by President Zelenskyy and by the people of Ukraine working also together in agreement with President Putin. And I just think that's very good things are going to come of it. So I hope we have a good meeting. And if we can have a good meeting, I'll set up a meeting with President Putin. And if you'd like, I'll go to that meeting. And not that I want to do that, but I will do that because we want to save a lot of people from dying. A lot of people are dying, and we got to save them. We got to save it. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people sometimes a week. All of us would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on a lasting peace, and maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening, but President Zelenskyy and President Putin can talk a little bit more about that. You know, in the 6 or so wars that we stopped, we haven't had a ceasefire. And so I don't know that it's necessary. You can do it through the war, but it would be, I like the ceasefire from another standpoint. You immediately stop the killing. But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking about, and we're really honored you guys came over. I mean, these are the heads of major countries and respected all over Europe. And they speak for, largely, I think I should say, but pretty much for the other countries of Europe. And we will come to a resolution today, I think, on almost everything, including probably the security. And that's pretty much the story. I'd like to say, Mr. President, would you like to say something? You have the media. If you want, you could come over and you could stand, you could use mine, or you could just turn around, whichever you feel comfortable with.
Thank you so much. I can speak without microphone. Thank you so much. I think that we had very good conversation with President Trump.
Very good.
And it really was the best one. Maybe the best one will be in the future. But it was really good. And we spoke about very sensitive points. The first one is security guarantees. And we are very happy with President that all the leaders are here, and the security in Ukraine depends on the United States and on you and on those leaders who are with us in our hearts. They have been online before yesterday, and etc. So a lot of countries on the side of Ukraine, our people, and all of us want to finish this war, stop Russia and stop this war. We spoke about it, and we will speak more about security guarantees. This is very important that the United States gives such strong signal and is ready for security guarantees. The second point, or maybe the first, humanitarian direction, very important to exchange all the prisoners, and I think that President will help. And I was very thankful to your wife again, Mr. President, for the letter about our abducted children, and I hope that really it can be a historic role for the people to bring kids back to the families and be happy.
Get the people back, yeah.
Yes, this is so important, and I'm happy that we discussed this track with the President Trump, and I hope that we will find decisions. And then what is very important, that all the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting, and he said that he will come or not come. Ukraine will be happy if you will
both
participate.
Want me there, I will be there. Yeah,
yeah,
you know that.
Thank you. And I think this is very important. Yes, so security guarantees, bringing kids back, and all our people, not only warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists, a lot of people in prison. So we need them back. And guarantees which will work for the years. We spoke about it, and I showed the President a lot of details on the battlefield, on the map. Thank you so much. Thank you for the map, by the way.
Good map.
It was great. Yeah. I'm thinking how to take it back.
We'll get you.
No. I think that we had constructive, specific meeting, and I'm very thankful to all the leaders who are here, and you help a lot, and so we are happy that we have such big unity today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
for hosting us.
Mr. President. I think you'll see that President Putin really would like to do something else. I think when we set that up, when we do, I think it's going to be when, not if. I think you're going to see some really positive moves. I know there's over 1,000 prisoners, and I know they're going to release them. Maybe they're going to release them very soon, like immediately, which I think is great. But we're going to set that up today after this meeting. So very good and great remarks. I appreciate it. Mark, as head of NATO, maybe you could say a few words, please.
Yes, I will be very brief. I really want to thank you, President of the United States, dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock. Basically with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first phone call. And from there, we are now where we are today. And that is, I think, if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing. We have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. It is a terrible war. So I'm really excited. And let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards, we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you have said, I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that.
Well, NATO also has agreed from 2% to 5%, which is something that is a massive amount of money. And it's 2% that wasn't always paid to 5% that is paid. That's a big difference. And so we appreciate that. That was a great move. Thank you very much. Ursula, maybe on behalf of the Commission, you could say a couple of words.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's a very important moment. Indeed, we are here, Europeans, as friends and allies. We had a fantastic NATO summit. Together as the two largest and biggest economies in the world. We had the largest trade deal ever agreed. And now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really our common interest, stop the killing. And indeed, it's very good to hear that we're working on the security guarantees, Article 5 lies security guarantees, so important. But I want to thank you also that you mentioned the thousands of Ukrainian children that have been abducted. And as a mother and grandmother, every single child has to go back to its family. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine to their families.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great. Thank you very much, Ursula. Mr. Chancellor from Germany, a very great leader.
Mr. President, dear Donald, many thanks for having us today. I think this is extremely
helpful that we are meeting and hearing that the two of you are having such a good meeting today here in Washington. The next steps ahead are the more complicated ones now. The path is open. You opened it last Friday. But now the way is open for complicated negotiations. And to be honest, we all would like to see a ceasefire, the latest from the next meeting on. I can't imagine that the next meeting would take place without a ceasefire. So let's work on that, and let's try to put pressure on Russia, because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking today, are depending on at least a ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from next step on. So I would like to emphasize this aspect and would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting, which should be a trilateral meeting wherever it takes place.
Well, we're going to let the president go over and talk to the president, and we'll see how that works out, and if we can do that. I will say, and again I say it, in the 6 wars that I've settled, I haven't had a ceasefire. We just got into negotiations, and one of the wars was, as you know, in the Congo was 31 years long. Another one that we settled last week with 2 great countries was 35 years going on, and we had no ceasefire. So if we can do the ceasefire, great. And if we don't do a ceasefire, because many other points were given to us, many points were given to us, great points. Please, Georgia, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Donald, Mr. President, for hosting us today in this important meeting.
Maloney.
And I think it is an important day, a new phase, after 3 years and a half that we didn't see any kind of sign from the Russian side that there was a willing for dialogue. So something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you. Thanks also to the stalling in the battlefield, which was achieved with the bravery of Ukrainians and with the unity that we all provided to Ukraine. And the reason why I mention it is that we also have to remind that if we want to reach peace and if we want to guarantee justice, we have to do it united. So that's why it's a very good day, the one we are in. You can obviously count on Italy as it was from the beginning. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we do absolutely support your efforts towards peace. We will talk about many important topics. The first one is security guarantees, how to be sure that it won't happen again, which is the precondition of every kind of peace. I'm happy that we will discuss about that. I'm happy that we will begin from a proposal, which is the, let's say, Article 5 model, which was Italian at the beginning. So we are always ready to bring our proposals for peace, for dialogue. It's something we have to build together to guarantee peace and to defend the security of our nation. So thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel?
Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this meeting and for your commitment. And everything was said, but I just have to say here, everybody around this table is in favor of peace. And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace. This is why the idea of a trilateral meeting is very important, because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or a ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discuss, is a necessity. And we all support this idea. And in order to have such a long-standing peace for Ukraine and for the whole continent, we do need these security guarantees. And the first one is clearly a credible Ukrainian army for the years and decades to come. And the second one is our own commitment, all of us. And we worked very hard during the past few months among the coalition of the willings with the support of NATO to build the different pillars of security guarantees and our commitments. And you can be sure that the Europeans are very lucid about the fact that they have their fair share in these security guarantees for Ukraine, but their own security is clearly at stake in this situation. So you can count on us, as we can count on you, in order to deliver this robust peace for both Ukraine and Europe.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting us here. Can I start where Emmanuel started, which is we all want peace. The war in Ukraine has had a huge impact, particularly on the Ukrainians who've borne the brunt of it, but it's also had an impact on Europe and on the United Kingdom. There's not a family or community that hasn't been affected. And when we talk about security, we're talking about the security not just of Ukraine, we're talking about the security of Europe and the United Kingdom as well, which is why this is such an important issue. I think this is such an important meeting. As a group, I think we've had a discussion on the phone a number of times, Mr. President, but be able now to be around the table to take it forward. And I really feel that we can, I think, with the right approach this afternoon, make real progress, particularly on the security guarantees, and your indication of security guarantees of some sort of Article 5 style guarantees fits with what we've been doing with the Coalition of the Willing, which we started some months ago, bringing countries together and showing that we were prepared to step up to the plate when it came to security. With you coming alongside, the US alongside what we've already developed, I think we could take a really important step forward today. A historic step, actually, could come out of this meeting in terms of security for Ukraine and security in Europe. I also feel that we can make real progress towards a just and lasting outcome. Obviously, that has to involve Ukraine, and a trilateral meeting seems the sensible next step. So thank you for being prepared to take that forward, because I think if we can ensure that that is the progress out of this meeting, both security guarantees and some sort of progress on trilateral meeting of some sort to bring some of the difficult issues to a head, then I think today will be seen as a very important day in recent years in relation to a conflict which has gone on for 3 and a bit years, and so far nobody's been able to bring it to this point. So I thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much. And, it's very interesting because this is the first for the White House. You can't say that very often. It's seen a lot over the years, since 1800, 1799, to be almost exact. But this is the first where we've had so many prime ministers, presidents, the heads of European nations. And by the way, Alex, I'd like you to say a couple of words, too. You're a young, powerful man. Before I finish up, I want you to say a couple of words. Go ahead.
I'll take the notion of youth back to my wife and try to convince her. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think in the past 2 weeks, we've probably had more progress in ending this war than we have in the past 3.5 years. And I think the fact that we're around this table today is very much symbolic in the sense that it's Team Europe and Team United States helping Ukraine.
Team America.
And the progress that we're looking out of this meeting is about the security guarantees, which are a big part of this. And then, of course, moving towards a process with a trilateral meeting with you and President Putin and President Zelenskyy. Some of the international media might wonder, why is the President of Finland here? I think the reason is probably that we might come from a small country, but we have a long border with Russia, over 800 miles. And we, of course, have our own historical experience with Russia from World War II, the Winter War and the War of Continuation. And if I look at the silver lining of where we stand right now, we found a solution in 1944, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find a solution in 2025 to end Russia's war of aggression and find and get a lasting and just peace. The situation is very difficult, but that's why we're here.
Thank you, Alex, very much. Good job.
Finnish are so based.
So we're going to be meeting for a while, and we're going to discuss some of the issues. And I don't think there's any issue that's overly complex. It's at a point now where
people want to do things. I really do believe. I've known him for a long time. I've always had a great relationship with him. I think that President Putin wants to find an answer too. And we'll see. And in a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue. We'll do our best to get it ended. And I believe you have two willing parties, and usually that's good news, but two willing parties that want to make a deal. And we'll journey together, and we'll go over, and we'll see if it can be done. And it's possible it might not be able to be done. On the other hand, it's possible it will, and we're going to save thousands and thousands of lives a week. And so it's something we really have to do. And, or at least we have to give it our best. It's all you can do. You can give it your best, but I think we may have a very good outcome. So I want to thank you all, and the media, I want to thank you. We're going to be staying here for a little while. Then we're going to walk over to the Oval Office, and we're going to have another little discussion about similar matters. And then they're going to go home to their great countries and report. And I'm going to remain here and work, and you're going to go and work. We're all going to be working. We may be in a different location, but that's what we know how to do is work. But I want to thank the media. Has been actually very fair, generally speaking, very fair. I think it's important that they're fair, because this is a very important subject. We have to get it ended. And so that's all we ask for is fairness with the media. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I think he's kicking the media out, and now they're going to have a meeting by themselves, or what? It might be private meeting time. Maybe.
No, thank you for being so fair.
Thank you, Donald.
I'm going to give it a minute.
All the time.
But he loves it. He loves it. For he does it.
He loves it.
I never want to speak with my friend.
He's a very good player, golfer, you know.
Yeah, I know.
He went to college.
But he says you always win.
He's a good golfer. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this seems like what is going on here is that now in that room, they're going to have a private discussion without us. Really very rude to not invite all of us to the diplomatic meeting. Anyway, they're going to have this diplomatic meeting without us. And then after they're done, they're going to go back to the Oval Office, at which point they're going to tell us what they talked about. So we are once again, I suppose we are kind of on standby here, folks. This meeting, I'm not sure exactly. If we double back and take a look at today's schedule, it says the president is participating in a multilateral meeting with the European leaders. So I suppose, yeah, that is what is happening right now. And he said, no, they're going to go back to the Oval Office. So we are now, at this point, we are waiting for them to go back to the Oval Office. That is where we are at. Because now it's time for the private meeting. So this is, you know, what is something here that every single European leader mentioned specifically? This is a big deal for them. They want some type of security guarantee, not just for Ukraine, but for the entire continent of Europe. They're worried about, you know, maybe they put this war to an end, the ceasefire, whatever you want to call it. The situation comes to an end, but they're concerned that Russia, maybe a year from now or 2 years from now, who knows, at some point in the future, decides actually they want to go again. They want round two, right? Well, Europe wants some type of long-standing permanent defense guarantee against maybe potential future speculative Russian aggression at some point down the road. So this is something that's being talked about today. President Trump mentioned this earlier on today, was maybe a long-term a unified joint long-standing military presence along the Russian border, even in Ukraine. So Ukraine is not joining NATO, as far as I understand it. That is off the table. Ukraine is not joining NATO. But might this mean French and British and Italian and American soldiers, military boots on the ground in Ukraine, a preventative peacekeeping force, boots on the ground? So we might have, listen, folks, look at a map here. Let's say they carve up this territory, however they end up carving it. Who knows exactly? This is how it currently is. We might have American military bases, some type of long-term American presence all throughout Ukraine in order to act as a preventative measure. Okay. Frankly, I'm not the biggest fan of that. I'm not really the biggest fan of having American boots on the ground stationed in Ukraine. If France wants to do that, if the UK wants to do that, then you know what? That's on them. Okay, good for you. But anyway, regardless of what I want, I'm not the biggest fan. It seems like that is something that's on the table. It seems like that's something we're going to hear about later today whenever they wrap up this meeting and we meet up with Trump and the European leaders in the Oval Office at some point in the near future. There might be some type of long-term American presence in Ukraine. That seems to be where we are at the moment. But they got to hammer out the details. They got to hammer out the details. But yeah, that seems to be the case. Because yeah, they're worried about Russian aggression at some point in the future. Now, we were talking about this earlier. You know, all we can do is speculate right now. But when we are talking about carving up this territory, what is Russia willing to give up? What does Russia want to keep? If you had to draw kind of a tentative map of what this peace deal would look like, it's maybe something like this. I'm going to pick a color here. Russia has said very, very expressly, this is the Sea of Azov, SOA, the Sea of Azov right here in the middle. Russia wants complete and total control of the Sea of Azov. And so when we're talking about carving up territory, this might look something like this. You know, they carve it up here along the water, they bring it down. And so this is Russia. They also are not willing to give up Crimea. So maybe you do have a lot of Luhansk and Donetsk being given back, but Russia does not want to give up control of any of the coastline along the Sea of Azov. And you know, the line maybe like this, maybe they give up Moral up there, but I don't know. So it's going to be something similar to this. Seems to be the case. Maybe it looks more like this. I don't know. We got to see. This is all part of the deal. This is what they're trying to hammer out right now. But currently, as you can see, everything red here, if you remove all of my lines, all my scribbles, this is everything that Russia has been able to conquer so far. So how much of it are they willing to give back? Time will tell. Now, we have some super chats here. I want to take a look at this. This is in the YouTube chat from Raya, one of my favorite viewers. Massive super chat. Thank you very much. Happy Monday afternoon. Today's a big day. We're wishing you, your wife, and your family and puppy Argos a very safe move. Many blessings, and God bless you. I think it's going to be maybe another 10 days. We've been in the garage packing up. We're packing up the house slowly, day by day. Thank you very much, Raya. I appreciate that a lot. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Today really is an historic day. Really, Trump said this at this meeting we were just watching a moment ago. We might have a peace deal by the end of the day, or at least kind of the outline of a peace deal by the end of the day. So thank you. I appreciate that. It's a big day. Good to see you. We have another big time super chat here on YouTube from Citizen M. He says, it will be interesting to see what will happen with the mineral deal now, given the minerals are primarily in Eastern Russian controlled portions. You're right about a lot of that. That's a good talking point here. Here. I wonder if I can show you something. It was this map I was messing around with yesterday. This map, I forget how I did it, but yesterday I was able to have all these mineral fields actually overlaid onto the map, and now I can't figure out how to do it. What if I claimed minerals? No. Well, anyway, so as it would turn out, yeah, so you're right. A lot of the mineral fields we're talking about that were promised to the U.S. in this mineral deal, if we help Ukraine, a lot of them are in Donetsk, specifically in this area, but also a lot of them are over here between Kiev and Kharkiv. So there is a lot over here. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But yeah, we got to get those mineral deals. And by the way, you know for a fact when Trump is talking to Putin and Trump is talking to Zelenskyy, he's talking about the minerals, right? Listen, we got to make sure that, actually, you know what? A part of this might actually be, keep this in mind, just because the minerals are in a territory that Russia might end up with does not mean that the U.S. does not have access to them. Consider that, if relations are normalized, maybe Putin or Russia would allow the US, Trump, to come in and get minerals, even if it is now in Russian controlled territory. Right. So just because Russia does not mean that we can't get them. Who knows? We got to see. I'm sure these are all of these little tiny micro granular stipulations that that are being talked about. Right. This is all part of the deal. And this is why a lot of these negotiations are so incredibly complex. I'm going to close some of these tabs here. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this. I'm looking for updates, guys. So any minute, it could be in the next 20, 30, 40 minutes. We don't know. It could be any minute. President Trump is actually going to exit that meeting that we just tuned into a little bit. He's going to come in the Oval Office with these Europeans, and we're going to get an update on what exactly is going on here. Now, we do have one little update I want to share with you folks today. Once again, thank you all very much for tuning in. Take a look at this here. Just in, a new photo has been revealed of President Trump having a very high-stakes meeting with Zelenskyy in the Oval Office, standing in front of the map. A lot was covered. I hope Zelenskyy takes the peace deal. It's time to end this. 47 has gotten very far. So this is a photo from earlier today. This was early on in the day. So everybody here is talking about this map. Look at these numbers here. Hold up. Maybe we can kind of break down some of this information. So it's Trump, it's Zelenskyy looking at this map of Eastern Ukraine, Russia, Ukraine conflict map as of August 17th, yesterday. Areas of control, contested, Russia. So Russia has these areas. And what do you think these percentages here mean? 76%, 99%. Didn't we have a better image of this map? I swear we had a better image of this same map. Where was this? We do. Okay, now we can see what these percentages are. Pull this up. Well, this is the same map, same picture, but it's very low resolution. So you can't really make out what the numbers are. I'm going to go back to this one, frankly. 4%. Oh, maybe this is here. Percent occupied by Russia. Okay. So I think we hear, yeah, I see this up in the top right there. Okay, so Kharkiv, 4% occupied by Russia. Luhansk, 99% occupied by Russia. Donetsk, 76%. Zaporizhzhia. Can I go back to the other map? Maybe now we can make sense of this. Zaporizhzhia looks like 72, 76. This region here, what's it called? I'm forgetting the name. It's called Kherson. They're saying Kherson is probably 73% occupied by Russia. And then Crimea, you can't even see, but, you know, it's like pretty much. They've been there the longest, right? So I think that's just total. That's probably 100% Russian at this point. Russia took Crimea back in 2014. Keep in mind, it's been 11 years. 11 years. And so, hey, we got to see what the deal is. We got to see what the deal is here. We got to see. Now, we were talking about maybe Russia giving up Luhansk, but listen, hey, according to Trump's own data, the Russians have, you know, Russian occupation rate, 99% in Luhansk. He's saying 99% of the people in Luhansk are Russian. Is Putin going to give that back? If 99% of the people living there are Russian, is he going to give that back? Probably not. What are you going to do? Relocate all of those people? Say, hey, listen, this territory now we're giving back to Ukraine. All you people got to move. Honestly, probably not. So, you know, listen, I'm gonna try to make sense of this here. Let me know. I don't want to sound like a Russian apologist. I'm not. I want to try to. Why is Trump showing Zelenskyy this map in the Oval Office? Why? The reason why is because Trump, this is my guess, Trump is saying, listen, Zelenskyy, listen, dude, I know you want the territory back. Look at the people living there. Listen, Zelenskyy, Luhansk, 99, Donetsk, 76. Listen, I know you keep saying this is your territory. Dude, it's 76% Russian. Dude, it's 99% Russian. Dude, it's 78% Russian. I know you say it's yours, but dude, it's like the land is kind of who lives there. You know what I mean? And so, you know, whether or not you agree with that sentiment, I'm not saying that's my sentiment, but I'm trying to understand, why is Trump showing this map with these numbers, right? I would guess that is probably why. That's probably why. That's my guess. Whether or not you agree or not, I think that's probably that's the type of conversation that was had. That would be my guess. That would be my guess. Percent occupied by Russia. Okay. So now, once again, we're just trying to kind of make sense of the situation. Any minute now, Trump is going to come out and go back into the Oval Office and talk to us again and tell us really what's the takeaway here. What's going on? What is the big takeaway of the day? By the way, folks, we are Matt Morris TV on YouTube. We are Matt Morris TV on Rumble. We are Matt Morris TV on X. You got to follow on X. That's the place to be. On Twitter. And this, now the closed door meeting between the European leaders is taking place. Closed door. Very rude to not invite all of us. I can't believe that. We weren't invited. This is, if you guys want to know, this is what is going on right now at this very moment. And who do we have up there on the top right? Who's this handsome gentleman? His name is George Washington. Mr. Washington is up there. We have Bessent, Treasury Secretary. We have Hegseth. We have Rubio. We have J.D. Vance. We have Susie Wiles. This has got to be why am I blanking on his name? Witkoff. This is Steve Witkoff right there. It's got to be Steve Witkoff right there. Canada is screwed. Canada, of course, is not a part of this. Who cares what Canada thinks, I guess. We're trying to have a peace deal in Ukraine. Canada was not invited to the meeting. That's the way it goes. That's the way that it goes. Oh, and there's that I see this comment, Matt Morris. That was combat control, not ethnic. You know, you are technically probably right. You're probably right about that. However, to be fair, you know, for a long time, this is just like inarguable. I think everybody knows this. For a long time, some of these eastern Ukrainian regions have been full of ethnic Russians. In fact, there were a lot of people that Donetsk and Luhansk specifically were full for a long time of Russian separatists. And this is why this situation has kind of gotten to where it is. This is why the situation is so complex. It's because there are a lot of people in Donetsk, just regular civilian people in Luhansk, that don't want to be a part of Ukraine, that do want to be a part of Russia, and then also vice versa, people that don't want to be a part of Russia and that do want to be a part of Ukraine. You've had kind of like almost like a little micro civil war environment in these regions for the last 10 or 15 years. You've had conflict, and this is some of the stuff that led up to the Maidan Revolution. It was all types of stuff like this. You've had terrorist attacks for years in these regions, specifically Russian separatists, Ukrainian separatists going back and forth for years in these regions. It's been pretty crazy. It has, and that's one of the reasons why this situation is so complex. It is true. It is true. Matt must be a crown agent. An agent of the, which crown? The British crown, or which crown are we talking about? To be clear, which crown? I got to tell you, like, this is just the, I don't know. I mean, you guys know me. If anybody here has been watching for a long time, I am like the least connected guy in the world. I don't do collaborations. I don't work with anybody. I'm just literally, I am just a guy in a room with a webcam and a microphone. I don't have any professional associations or anything. I'm just a dude. I'm just like a dude, pretty much. Crown Royale. What is that? The Kaiser. The Kaiser. My son's name is Wilhelm. Little Wilhelm. That's my son's name. Look at that. The Declaration of Independence back there. Look at that. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is a replay we've got going on here. So maybe we don't need to turn that up.
We're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
This is a replay. This is a replay. No doubt. Now I want to see. I'm gonna go back to the official White House page real quick. That meeting happened a little while ago. You know, I'm gonna turn this up just because I'm kind of.
Also, and
okay, yeah, it says earlier. Earlier, it says earlier. Okay, So this is a replay. Don't worry about that. I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything. We're not missing anything. Lies LMAO, you know SFand, essentially OTK. I am friends with SFand. I'm friends with SFand and Asmongold, but I was never an OTK. Actually, do you want to know a crazy story about OTK? There was a time, if you rewind all the way back to 2018, there was a time when I was on the cusp. I almost ended up buying a house in Austin, Texas with SFand and Asmongold and Rich Campbell and Tips Out. I ended up not doing that. I decided I don't want to live in Texas. I don't want to be in the streamer zone. I'm not like social enough. It's just not the type of life I wanted. But I almost did in 2018, early 2019. We were all going to do that. In fact, I can pull up. There's photos of us all together hanging out down there and stuff. Anyway, I decided, it's not for me. And then those guys ended up going on to make OTK. It was a gaming organization. They made OTK without me. So I never joined OTK because I never moved down to Texas. I didn't want to move down to Texas. So they went ahead and they made OTK. And I think OTK has like exploded these days. I think OTK is really not around anymore. But anyway, I guess there's like an alternate timeline where I did in 2019. I came very close to moving to Texas and maybe helping them make OTK a long time ago. Matt, are you still considering to move to Texas? No, we're actually moving to Idaho, to North Idaho in about 10 days. So we are moving to Idaho in 10 days, but I'm not moving to Texas. Not moving to Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, we are kind of on we are on standby mode. We are waiting for President Trump is in a meeting with the European delegation right now, and soon he's going to come out. In fact, I'm going to put a little note at the top of this. Hold up here. EU, just so people know. Speaking in Oval Office soon. And is that going to work? Okay, I'm going to actually reword this a little bit. Now and soon. And yeah, that probably works. So now everybody knows what's going on. I'm just going to leave this image up on here and we can just kind of hang out. And we can kind of hang out a little bit. And that's where we are. Anyway, I think one of the reasons why, this is a part of it. One of the reasons why I really kind of never ended up joining OTK or moving down to Texas, all that stuff going on down there, the entire Austin, Texas streamer circle, it's sort of like a little micro Hollywood. It's like the Hollywood of streamers. And, I've always been very radically conservative. I've always been very regressive. I've always wanted to have kind of my life, and I like to have my own house with right next to the forest. I can go out and I knew I always wanted to get married and have kids and have a dog, and I didn't want to, just be in the streamer zone 24/7 and just kind of like do that. That wasn't the life that I wanted. So anyway, so I stayed up here and I never joined OTK, or I never did any of that stuff down there. I didn't want to move down there. I had a different destiny. And you know what? I'm happy that I chose the path I did, because right now things are going pretty well. And that's really it's because of you guys. So I appreciate it. Things have turned out pretty well, and I'm very fortunate. I'm very lucky. Really, it's because of you guys. Matt Morris, I only watch Tectone and Asmon. They are the only ones with common U.S. rationale. Yeah, as far as like based or semi-based video game streamers, yeah, it's pretty much Asmongold. Pretty much Asmongold is like the only one as far as I'm concerned. And that's that. Keep on making babies. Kimberly, or it's not Kimberly, Christina. We are... We're trying. We're working on it. Hey, listen, send your prayers. We're trying to keep on having more babies. I said, sweetie, how many kids do you want to have? She said, 5. 4 and maybe 5. I said, all right, okay. I will keep on doing my part. I will keep on contributing to that effort, to that endeavor. I'll keep on helping out. And that's that. Be Free Forever says, I love Western Canada, beautiful area. Sad that Ottawa, Toronto, and Montreal act as if they own the citizens there, just as we have DC, NYC. I know this. It's tough to be a conservative Canadian. It is. It really is. It is, because you are living under the thumb of your progressive government. It's tough. My heart goes out to you. It's terrible. This is why we need to accept Alberta as our 51st state. What do you think about that? Because Alberta is rich. They have a lot of oil money. Alberta is rich. They are Canada's energy powerhouse. And also Alberta is conservative. All the based conservative Canadians, they live in Alberta. So I'm thinking, listen, let's take Alberta. We get all the money, get all the energy, get all the based Albertans, conservative Albertans. Let's do that. Why not? Why not? You should do a podcast with Tectone and Asmongold. You know, like I was saying earlier, I don't know, maybe I'm weird. I'm just not really looking to do any collaborations. I like to do my own show. I do my own thing. I make my videos. I do my broadcasts. I just kind of do. I've never really been a big social networky type of guy. I just want to do my own thing, and you know, it's going well enough. I mean, it's working out. My plan is working of just kind of doing my own thing. So I'm not really pressed, you know, to start collaborating with anybody. It's not really my style. Hey, Derek Rogers, I appreciate that. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you very much. He says, please not British Columbia. Yeah, listen, we're not going to take BC. BC is very liberal. You're right. Alberta, though, maybe we take Alberta. We can do that. We could talk about taking Alberta. We could. I'm going to take a look. This is a replay. We don't need to worry about that. We've all seen that before. This is Trump talking to Zelenskyy is his name earlier today. Where was the image here that I had up? There we go. I've got too many freaking tabs open here. I'm losing my mind. I think I can go ahead and close some of these now. We can close them. Right now, they're having a private meeting. What time are they speaking in the Oval Office? This is the problem, is that we don't know. Right now, they are having this private meeting. It could end now. It could end 10 minutes from now. It could end an hour from now. I don't know. So we are just on standby for the moment. But we do not want to miss the Oval Office. I'll tell you what, this Oval Office press conference they're going to do at some point in the near future, this is the most important part of the day, because this is the part of the day where Trump tells us what is the plan, what is the goal, how are we going to move forward with all of this. So there's that. Matt, how did you meet Brian Atlas? So Brian Atlas is the host of the Whatever podcast. I have, long time ago, 2 years ago now, I have made 2 appearances on the Whatever podcast, long time ago. Now, Brian is a secret World of Warcraft player. Brian loves World of Warcraft. And so Brian and I met each other because we both love World of Warcraft. Brian used to tune in to my World of Warcraft video game stream years ago. And so Brian, he was one of my viewers for a long time. He was tuning in, watching me play World of Warcraft pretty much. And so we linked up because we both played WoW. And then he invited me on the show. I said, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll go on the show. That seems fun. So I ended up going on the Whatever podcast 2 times. I'm a low-key secret World of Warcraft player. Pretty much everybody cool that I know, I met playing World of Warcraft. Asmongold, World of Warcraft. S-Fan, World of Warcraft. Brian Atlas, World of Warcraft. I mean, hell, I met my wife playing World of Warcraft. My wife and I, we were playing World of Warcraft, and we ended up getting married. We've been married now. Next month, September, is our 5-year wedding anniversary. I met my wife, we were playing World of Warcraft. So everybody cool that I know, I met playing World of Warcraft. All of my social connections go back to World of Warcraft. Do I play Halo? You know, I hate to disappoint. I was never a big Halo player because I was always playing on the computer and Halo was on the Xbox. And I never had an Xbox. So I was a big computer guy. Everything is computer. That's my life. Everything is computer. And that's how we do it. Lame. I don't really think so. You know, hey, listen, is it better to meet your wife at a bar or a club? Hey, it's lame to meet your wife playing World of Warcraft. It's totally cool, but it's totally cool to meet your wife at a dive bar or at a club. It's like, come on, really? Listen, it's not 1952 anymore. It's 2025. The internet exists, Grandpa. Hey, Grandpa, people use the internet. Okay? Nobody meets each other at the local bar. Everybody's using the internet, Grandpa. That's how it is. And also, you know, listen, I gotta say, I don't want to speak for my wife. It's up to my wife, I guess. But I think we have a good marriage. Things are going very well. 5 years here pretty soon. And we have 2 kids and everything is fine. It's all good. We have a great marriage. It worked out very well. Things are going pretty well. I'm going to get a new piece of gum here. I need a new piece of gum. And actually, you know, when we started talking, she was in Germany and I was in the US, and so she actually flew over. I said, "Hey, come on over, come visit." She flew over. We said, you know, this is pretty good. We should get married. Hey, we should get married. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. And then we did it. So, folks, here's the deal. Right now, like I said, we're on standby. Literally any minute now. They could get out of this meeting, and like any minute. We have no idea how long this thing is going to last. So we're going to be here holding it down until then. We do not want to miss this Oval Office segment at the end of the day. We do not. Could be 5 minutes from now. Could be 1 hour from now. I'm not sure. Not sure. Matt, I've been playing WoW on and off since the day it came out. It's a long time. That is 21 years. 21 years. It was November 2004 is when that video game came out. November 2004. This meeting could last hours. I suppose it could. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I suppose. I see Anglo says, I've been married 11 years. You know what? I'll tell you something. I was looking into divorce statistics about a year ago. And I read that if you can make it 7 years in your marriage, the rate of divorce, it's like almost non-existent over the mark of 7 years. Yeah, it still happens, but if as a marriage, if as a couple you can last, if you can deal with it for 7 years, odds are you're probably not going to get divorced. It's like 90-something% of divorces happen in the first 7 years. So there's the 7-year barrier. Got to make it past 7 years. Let's go. 7 years. We got to make it. Come on. We can do it. We can do it. Younger women are getting into older guys my age in their early 50s. Whoa. That's crazy. Hey, listen, be careful. Watch out for that. I'll tell you something, man. I guess I'm not going to cast judgment, whatever, do what you want, but I'll tell you, I'm 31. I couldn't even imagine dating a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old. It's like, I'm a young enough guy. I'm 31. What in the hell do I have in common with a 19-year-old girl? Nothing. We're on just totally different we're just like different realities, right? The things that you're interested in as a 19-year-old girl are totally opposite end of the spectrum as a 31-year-old man or a 50-year-old man. You know, I don't know. So there's that. But, you know, this is the weird thing to me. You know, when I was dating or looking to get married a long time ago, I want to be married to someone that I can talk to and have a conversation with. We can talk politics. We can talk finances. We can, we have similar hobbies. We're on the same kind of intellectual level, I guess. Some guys, some girls, it doesn't matter. Doesn't care. I've known guys, they actually don't really care about having that type of relationship with their wife or their girlfriend. They don't need to talk about that stuff. To me, that's crazy, but that's, you know, that's what I like to do. But, you know, whatever. Everybody's looking for something different out of the relationship, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Video games, a 31-year-old woman shouldn't be playing them like men. Well, first off, keep in mind, we met on World of Warcraft 5 years ago. My wife is turning 30, so she was 25. You know, I got to push back on some of you older guys here. Listen, hey, I'm going scorched earth today. I'm doing it. I got to push back. Is it different to play 2 hours of video games in the evening? Is it actually worse to do that than to sit on the couch and watch 2 hours of football or basketball? I see, you know, a lot of older people, you know, they're watching football 6 times a week. Maybe they're watching 10 hours a week worth of football games. Is it really that different than spending 10 hours a week playing a video game? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Come on, let's cut the shit here a little bit. Come on. No, I don't think it's that different. Now, I have to say, I see the question from Hank Hill. He says, are you going to have 4 more kids? Well, we can try. I mean, we can try. Yeah, we're going to keep on trying to pump them out. Right now, we have 2. Right now, we have 2 kids. My wife said, you know, she'd like to have 4, maybe 5 kids. We're still young. We've got time too, so we're trying to do it. We got to get to it. We got to get to it now. Right now. We got to get to it now. You got to do it. You know, I mean, I feel almost like there's an obligation. First off, we love kids. We are good parents. My wife and I, we love being parents. We love each other. We have a great marriage. We have a great house. We have a great family. We have a great life. We have 2 beautiful, healthy kids. Financially, we are able to do it. We can provide for children, financially speaking. And so I feel like it's like, if not us, if we are not having a bunch of kids, then who else? We got to do it. We got to do it. We have an obligation. Great marriage. For us, it's like the perfect conditions. Okay, we got to do it. We have the obligation. We got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. You know what I mean? Somebody's got to do it. We got to do it. Yeah, we're very blessed in that regard. That's what I'm trying to mean. That's what I'm trying to say. So we got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. Leg Goat. Hey, thank you, Leg Goat. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you. Thank you. Bruce Paul. I see this. Has Mount Rainier been talking to you lately? You know, I've never had a conversation with Mount Rainier. Maybe I'm missing something here. Now, it's a beautiful mountain. It's up there in Washington. It's actually not too far from where we are right now. Great mountain. Washington really has great nature, great beautiful mountains. Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you a lot. Thank you. I personally grew up on Mount Hood. I was on and off Mount Hood all the time. I grew up. The very unfunny joke I make is that I grew up on the hood, not in the hood, but I grew up on the hood, Mount Hood. And like I said, that's my very unfunny joke. Is it erupting? Mount Rainier? I don't think Mount Rainier is even volcanically active. Mount St. Helens is still a little bit volcanically active, but I don't think it has a lot of it's got to like save up its energy. But Mount Helens is still kind of bubbling a little bit. There's a little crater at the top. It's like kind of bubbling up. It's recharging slowly. Mount St. Helens is a little bit. Tiny bit. So maybe someday, maybe 1,000 years from now, Mount St. Helens is going to blow up again. Who knows? You live in Port Angeles. Oh, great. Great. Like I said, you know, Washington, Oregon. Oregon is my home state. I've been in Washington now for 6 years, but Oregon and Washington are both absolutely beautiful, stunning, beautiful. The problem is all the liberals. The problem is all the progressives. It's the people. There's a people problem. So what can you do? I don't know. You got to move to Idaho, I guess, someday. Someday, I guess. What about that volcano offshore? I don't know about any offshore volcanoes in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. We have a little Google Maps here. Ladies and gentlemen, I grew up in the beautiful Portland, Oregon suburban area. I went to Portland public schools for a while. Spent a lot of time in Tualatin, Tigard, Beaverton, Southwest Portland. This is my hometown. And I was surrounded by the most radically progressive people you could even imagine in your entire life. That's my homeland. Is Portland, Southwest Portland. And like I said, it is beautiful. It's beautiful up here. It is. You can't deny it. Hell, look at this. This is how it looks everywhere. It's beautiful. It's stunning. But you have all of the radical progressives up here. It's a problem. Big time problem. Oop. What can you do about it? Where's our image here? Ladies and gentlemen, right now, Donald Trump is meeting with the European delegates, and they're in a private meeting. Any minute now, they are going to get out of the meeting, and they're going to come give us the lowdown. They're going to clue us in what's going on in the Oval Office. It could be any minute now. So we are sitting here kind of on the edge of our seat. We're waiting for it. I want to say, Bruce Paul, thank you again, Bruce. I want to say big time thank you, shout out. We have another super chat over here on YouTube. Excuse me. This is from Helga. Says, I'm listening to your show as I look out my window watching the mountain burn. Hold up, which mountain is burning? You better be careful. I hope you don't burn up. That'd be bad. Hopefully the mountain doesn't spread down to your house and burn up your entire house. So hey, stay safe. I appreciate the super chat. Also, be careful. Thank you. Be careful. I see this here. This is from Bartimus. He said, I had a job where I had access to public information such as names, ages, and addresses. It wasn't uncommon for a couple to be 5 to 10 years apart. Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, whatever floats your boat. Whatever floats your boat. I think, and by the way, thank you. I appreciate that. My wife and I, we are a year and a half. Are we a year and a half apart? I think something like that. A year and a half. Something like that. A year and a half apart. Oh, goodness. Goodness. So, folks, once again, President Trump, he's in a private meeting right here sitting at this very table with these European delegates. They're hashing out the final details of this deal. Of this peace deal. Hopefully, they're going to be able to come to a conclusion here, and then soon enough, Trump is going to come out and let us know what are all the final stipulations. And by the way, also Trump said if they actually come to a solid agreement here today, everybody collectively here together, Trump is going to pick up the phone. He's going to call Vladimir Putin. He's going to call Putin up this evening and say, hey, Putin, listen, we got a deal. Okay. Seems like we have a deal. Do I know my wife's age? Yeah, I think she's turning 30. My wife is about to be 30 here pretty soon, and I'm 31. I turned 32 in December. Something like that. Sometimes I forget my own age. I have to think about it, I guess. How old am I? I'm seeing if we have any updates on Twitter. I'm taking a look around. I'm seeing what's going on here. This is a curious picture. Take a look at this. This is wow. This is a compilation here. Every single news source around the world is tuning into what is going on. News Nation, CNN, MSNBC, Newsmax 2, American Agenda, C-SPAN, Fox News, Fox Business, CNBC, NBC, Sky News, Al Jazeera, BBC News, I don't even know, Sky News, different Sky News. Everybody, this is Vivo, CNN Vivo for the Spanish speakers. Everybody, like I said, guys, the entire world today is tuning into what is going on with President Trump and the European delegates and Zelenskyy. The entire world is sitting on the edge of their seat. What is gonna happen? So right now, that's where we are. I'm with you guys. We need to wait. All we can do is speculate, and we have done a lot of speculating. about what this deal is going to look like. I've made videos about it. We've been talking about it for days on these live broadcasts. Now it's going to come down. We're going to hear it from the man himself. Trump is going to come out and tell us, what is this deal in reality, in actuality? What are the stipulations of this deal? What is it going to look like? What is up? Ladies and gentlemen, here's some cool news. The National Guard is now patrolling the Washington, D.C. metro. And of course, all the progressives, they're freaking out over this. Oh my God, Trump is a fascist, blah. Listen, I'm like, why can't we do this in every city? Why can't we have the National Guard protecting the nation in every city? Why don't we have this in New York City and LA? It doesn't even take much. It doesn't take a whole lot. Why don't we do this across the entire nation? Why don't we save the entire nation? All you have to do, listen, if we just crack down a little bit on the crime and the violence and the drug dealing and the homelessness, guess what? Then it's gone. It's over with. It doesn't even take that much. You put these guys, I don't want to mess with that guy. Nobody wants to mess with these guys, right? It's not going to take much. Where's our, there's our image there. Okay. No, sir. I saw a super chat here on YouTube. It's from Mac Bang. Mac Bang. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I see this this comment over here on Rumble. It says, have you ever picked up the Audubon Society of Mushrooms guide? In Washington, my dad and I used to go to the HO rainforest to mushroom hunt. I know that Oregon has the largest mycelium network. You know, I've never been a big mushroom guide. I actually, or mushroom guide. I used to do a little bit of mushrooming. There's a great book I have, and it might be the one you're talking about because I forget the name of it. I don't know where it is back there. Here. These are my two like outdoorsman in the woods Pacific Northwest highly recommended books if anybody cares about this. I don't know, maybe some people don't. This is the best Pacific Northwest mushrooming book I have found. It's called All That the Rain Promises and More, and it has this crazy guy on the cover. Anyway, great mushroom book if you want to go mushrooming in the woods up here. And then also this is the Pojar's book. You can't even see it. Oh, the green screen is messing it up. Anyway, Plants of the Pacific Northwest Coast by Pojar and McKinnon. Really great book for plant and mushroom identification. We're getting really off topic here today. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we are we are waiting for President Trump to come on out and let us know the details of this deal, of the deal. Have I ever done shrooms? Listen, you got to take my word for it. I am probably the one guy in the entire Pacific Northwest that has never done any of these recreational drugs. I've never even smoked marijuana. I swear on my life, I swear on the life of my children. I've never even smoked marijuana. I was just never into it. I'm the one guy to ever make it out of Portland, Oregon that has not smoked marijuana. Ever. Not even once. All my friends in high school did. Wasn't for me, though. Wasn't for me. Was never my style. Until Valhalla, he says, I want the National Guard on every street corner for 6 months. Let the cops catch up. Hey, you know, maybe it's not a bad idea. Maybe these things are not bad ideas. We need law and we need order. Law and order. Law and order. Well, I have to say, listen, just as a little bit of a, you know, kind of recap here, this meeting today, I think, is going pretty well. The meeting between Trump and Zelenskyy seems to have gone well. The meeting between Trump and the Europeans seems to have gone well, have been going well. Really, everything seems to be going well. You're a Fed. You think I'm a Fed? That's been one of the craziest things about I guess gaining some popularity in the political realm here on YouTube and on Rumble is now I've been having people call me a Fed. That's crazy. That's something else. I never thought I'd see the day. This is from Pup. We have the super chat from Pup. Matt, look up the axial seamount. It's a predicted to erupt in the... Listen, dude. Listen. Speak English. I do not know. Listen, dude. This super chat, what the hell does this even say? There are so many typos here. I don't even know what you mean. I cannot read that. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. That means a lot. I appreciate that a lot. I just don't know what the hell you are talking about. But thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I would look it up, but I don't know what that is. Excuse me. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. Anyway, no, thank you. I appreciate that, though. Hopefully we don't have any volcanic eruptions. That would be bad. We got to be worried about Yellowstone. Hopefully Yellowstone doesn't blow up and kill us all. That would also be bad. I'm a fan of not getting blown up. So I'm going to hope that I continue to not get blown up. That's one of my life goals here, I think. I'm just seeing what's going on over here real quick. I'm surrounded by 4 different computer monitors. I've got 4 of them in front of me. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm trying to soak up as much information as I can. Okay. Nothing. Guess what? There's no information, though. Everybody right now, like I said, folks, everybody is on the edge of their seat just waiting. We want to know the outcome. Listen, Trump, what is going on? Listen, European delegation, what is going on? The meeting is underway right now. Specifically, guys, it seems like based off of kind of what they were talking about before, it seems like the biggest sticking point, what are they discussing? They're trying to figure this out. Security guarantees. We need, well, they need, this is what they want. Ukraine wants security guarantees in Ukraine, permanently in Ukraine, because they're scared that Russia is going to invade Ukraine again someday in the future. Okay, they want security guarantees. What does that look like? Well, probably what that looks like is NATO or even American permanent boots on the ground, a permanent American or NATO military presence in Ukraine. So however they decide to carve up this territory, it seems like something that's going on here is maybe if we're talking security guarantees, maybe this is American boots on the ground. It's American military bases in eastern Ukraine or NATO military bases in eastern Ukraine. Does that mean that Ukraine is joining NATO? No, but they want some type of security guarantee. That's that. That's that. And so I think that is probably primarily what they're talking about. What do these security guarantees look like? Now we have some super chats here. I see this one from Greg Adamite. I wonder if this is their kind of coverage in Russia. Probably not. Yeah, I wonder what they're saying. Can I pull up Russian Times RT? RT. Let me see what they are talking about. So RT is pretty much Russian propaganda media outlet. So let's see what the Russian propaganda of the day is. This is the big article here. Zelenskyy admits territory exchanges on talks agenda. No. The Ukrainian leader had previously refused to discuss land swaps as part of a resolution. Ukraine's Vladimir Zelenskyy has acknowledged that territorial exchanges are on the talks agenda at the White House with President Donald Trump and Kiev's key Western European backers. Zelenskyy had previously refused outright to discuss any loss of land. In the aftermath of last week's Putin-Trump summit in Alaska, Zelenskyy reacted to any type of territorial concession, stating that, quote, he said, quote, the Constitution of Ukraine does not allow the surrender of territories or the trading of land. Okay. Okay. The article goes on to say, during his opening remarks at the White House before meeting with Zelenskyy, the leaders of the UK, France, Italy, Germany, and Finland, as well as the heads of NATO and the EU, Trump said the talks would address possible territorial exchanges. Excuse me. So So this is what they are discussing on the Russian propaganda website. But I mean, this is true, of course. They are talking about territorial exchanges. They are. They undeniably are. Now, there was another super chat here I wanted to take a look at. It said, this is from MacBang. He said, have you ever visited Seaside, Oregon? That's my hometown. P.S. Everyone in Oregon hates Portland except for the Portland. That's pretty much true. That's pretty much true. Well, I mean, you've got Eugene and Salem and Corvallis. They're all kind of like Portland. But yeah, you're pretty much right. You're pretty much right. Have I ever visited Seaside? Maybe I can show you a little picture here real quick. Have I visited Seaside? I thought I had a picture uploaded somewhere. I was going to show you a picture of us at Seaside. Maybe I don't. Anyway, no, yeah, Seaside is great. Seaside is a beautiful place. Also, Seaside has a monument to two of my favorite Americans ever. Two of the most heroic Americans to ever live, and nobody ever really talks about them. Where is Seaside here? Here is Seaside. Seaside has a beautiful monument. See this right here? This is on the Oregon coast, Pacific Ocean right there. Zoom in. Right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is a monument to Lewis and Clark. In 1806, this is where Lewis and Clark discovered the Pacific Ocean. The first European people, the first white-skinned European men ever to lay eyes on the Pacific Ocean. These two guys did it right here. They came up on the beach right here, 1806, and they said, whoa, that's an ocean. Look at that. That sure is a big ocean. It's called the Pacific Ocean. This is where they did it. Badass. And it says the end of the trail. It's the end of, and they had a dog. They had a cool dog that made the entire journey with them. I forget the dog's name. What was the dog's name? Anyway, it doesn't matter. But it was Lewis and Clark here that also, they befriended Sacagawea or Sacagawea, however you say her name, Sacagawea. That was on their journey. Listen, this is a huge part of American history. Lewis and Clark, total all-American badass. Can't deny it. All-American badass. So yeah, no, yeah, Seaside is great. Seaside, Oregon. And then we had another big super chat here. I'm going to keep reading through these. This is from IRA Ward Official. Said, is it true that the USA has spent about $14 trillion on Ukraine so far? 14 trillion? I think it might be closer to 14 bazillion. Maybe it's 14 Brazilian, $14 Brazilian dollars. I think is probably actually closer to what it is. No, I think the actual number is closer to what? 350 billion? That's what I keep hearing. 350 billion. That's the number that Donald Trump says, at least. So something like that. 14 trillion, that's a lot of money. That's an incomprehensible amount of money. I think that's a little bit too much, though. 200 billion, 350 billion, something like that. 4,000 Brazilian, maybe. Something like that. It's a lot. Too much. The answer is, regardless of what the number is too much. We can all agree, too much. And I see your super chat here on YouTube. I see this is in SEK. Oops. I think this is Swedish. Is this Swedish kroner? I think it's Swedish money. Thank you, my Swede. Thank you, my good Swedish friend. I think that's Swedish money. I think so. My wife also knows how to speak Swedish. She used to work at a business in Stockholm. So my wife I married a good woman. She can translate. She's speaking German and Swedish and English. We can go all over the place. And of course, I can personally speak British. I can speak British, English, Australian, South African. So I can speak all these different languages too. And go all over the place. Sweden still exists, barely. Listen, hey, just don't go to Malmo or Rinkeby. There are, for those of you that don't know, in Sweden, there are these no-go zones. Do not go. What that means is these are areas of the big cities like Stockholm, the suburbs outside the city, where these areas have been taken over by Islamic third world immigrants. They've set up Sharia law zones Entire neighborhoods, the Swedish police, they don't even go there. They call them no-go zones. If you go there, you'll get attacked, you'll get assaulted by these type of people. It's not good. So you got places like this. It's true. Got to be careful. Don't go. No go. Stay away. So they say. No, it really is sad what's happened to a lot of these. Here's what I'll say. If you want to try to compare the American immigration problem to the European immigration problem, here's what I'll say. We have more immigrants coming in the country, illegal immigrants. We have more of them by number. We do. Europe has fewer of them, but the European ones are worse. They're more dangerous. They're more violent. Of course, I'm not saying ours are not. We have some bad immigrant, big problem here. We have more of them. Theirs are worse, though. Theirs are much worse. The immigrants going into Europe, they do not, we have an assimilation problem here in the U.S. where a lot of the immigrants are not assimilating. It's nothing. Our problem as far as assimilation goes is nothing compared to what's been going on in Europe. The European immigration problem is bad. Really bad. We have more of them, it's true, but their problem, their immigrants are worse. It's undeniable. It's bad. And violent. It's a big problem. Now, I got to say this. This is a super chat from Robert over here on YouTube. He says, Brian Williams from NBC was on that trip with Lewis and Clark. Okay, hold up. Let me refresh my memory. Brian Williams, did I miss something? Did he make a joke about that or something? This is Brian Williams, right? Everybody knows him. Maybe I'm missing the reference here. I'm not sure. He probably said something stupid, right? That's my guess. Something like that. Canada is mainly Indian and Chinese immigrants. Yeah. I actually have a little, this is a fun fact about Indian immigration. I posted this on Twitter the other day. I think some of you guys saw this, but this is a crazy fact of the day. It's going to blow your mind. Take a look at this. I did the math on this. Right now, hear me out. There are 195 countries around the world, and there are 1.4 billion Indians in the world. 195 countries, 1.4 billion Indians. If you divided all of the Indians up amongst all of the countries in the world, immediately, if you divided them up, 125 out of the 195 countries would immediately be majority Indian. Can you imagine that? There are so many Indians. It's actually wild just how many Indians there are in this world. If you divided them all up, 125 countries would immediately become India, pretty much, really. That's the way to put it, I guess. There's a lot of them. That's the truth. Sure are. And so, yeah, like you said, Canada's been taking a lot of Indians lately. A lot of Indians going into Canada. Now, here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, President Trump, everybody here is waiting for you to come out of this meeting. I'll tell you what, if we could just kind of take a look at the vibes of everybody's body language, it seemed to me, if I'm reading body language here, it seemed like Emmanuel Macron of France, president of France, it seems like Macron was kind of in a bad mood. It seems like Macron was uptight. He was on edge. Macron is maybe not so happy about the way things are going here. Macron is not happy. Everybody else seemed pretty willing to talk and move things along. In fact, even a little bit, Giorgia Maloney out of Spain. Italy. Giorgia Maloney out of Italy, even she seemed a little bit on edge, a little bit sharp. Okay. I don't know if anybody got the same vibe from her. So, and actually, you know what, now that I think about it, maybe Trump kind of picked up on that. Maybe Trump, put them next to him for a reason. Maybe Trump identified the two toughest people here, the two people that are least happy, and he intentionally put them next to him. I've got the upset person number one, and the upset person number 2. They're going to be on my left and right, and we're going to get the business here. I don't know. But could you kind of tell with Maloney too? I think everybody noticed with Macron, he was a little bit like that, but Maloney too. That's the vibe I got from her. But anyway, everybody else seemed pretty happy to be here. Like they were making good progress. They want to, move along with these negotiations and stuff. Like things are plugging away. He may have just been slapped by his wife. Really handsome wife. Beautiful, beautiful, handsome woman. Very handsome woman. They don't make them like that anymore. No, they don't. Now I'm seeing if we have any updates here. I'll tell you what, really, this is, here's another picture from earlier today. This is a big deal, man. Look at all of these. I mean, you've been looking at them all day, but man, we have so many European heads of state at the White House visiting at the same time. At the same time, it is nuts to have all of these guys, all these women, 2 women, bunch of guys, same place, same time. I don't know if you've had a meeting this big on U.S. soil. It's been a while. This is a big deal, big meeting going on today. Everybody's coming together to try to shut this war down. Good thing too. Good thing too. I think this is what I have gathered, by the way. I've seen a lot of Italians. They voted. I've got some Italian friends. Italians voted for Maloney thinking that Maloney was going to take a really hardline stance on immigration into Italy. And a lot of Italians are not happy. They voted for Maloney thinking she was going to be super anti-immigrant. She got into office and she's been a little bit of a letdown. Well, at least that's what I've heard from my Italian friends. They've said, yeah, listen, Maloney is not doing enough to shut down the immigration. We're not happy. She's not harsh enough. Can't blame them. I mean, dude, Italy has been on the forefront of this. Okay. I'm seeing a rumor here circulating on Twitter. This is just a rumor. I don't know if this is true, but I'm going to pull this up. We can talk about this. This is what I'm seeing people talk about on Twitter. Okay, so this is the rumored deal. Maybe. Let's see. Ukraine is going to be banned from joining NATO and must declare neutrality. Ukraine is going to withdraw from Kursk. They've got a little military presence in Kursk region here in Russia. European and UK soldiers are going to be dispatched to a demilitarized buffer zone. The front line is frozen in an Easter ceasefire, okay, which goes back to April 20th. And then Kiev accepts Russian sovereignty of the annexed land. You know, if this is the deal, like I said, rumor, who knows? If this is the deal, this is a big win for Russia. It's just undeniably. This would be a massive win for Russia, where Russia gets to keep pretty much everything they have conquered. Ukraine is permanently banned from joining NATO, and they're never going to join NATO. And then you have a DMZ, which is enforced by NATO soldiers. I mean, this seems like a win for Russia. Russia gets complete and total control over the Sea of Azov. This seems like a W for Russia. I'm just looking at the map here. Okay. NATO troops in Ukraine is unacceptable to Putin. We got to see. I mean, you know, one of the comments here is that can I pull up? Do I have Google Maps still? You know, here, hold that thought. NATO countries map. A lot of people say, you know, it is unacceptable for NATO to share its borders with Russia. Russia will never tolerate that. Keep in mind, you know, outside of Ukraine, real quick, NATO member countries actually have already been sharing borders with Russia for quite a long time. Latvia, Estonia, Finland, these are all NATO countries. NATO already has military bases directly on the border with Russia. NATO is already in multiple places directly adjacent to Russia. So obviously Ukraine is a little bit different, okay? But it is true. NATO already technically does share a lot of border. Finland said they share 800 miles of border with Russia. Probably have another 300 here, maybe 250. So there's already over 1,000 miles shared. Kilometers, I don't know. I speak English. I speak American. But anyway, yeah, but you're right. To your point, yes, Ukraine is different. You're right. But maybe Putin agrees to it if it means the war comes to an end and he gets to keep all of this land and he gets a certified guarantee that Ukraine is never joining NATO. Maybe it's okay, right? In order for a deal to be made, it's a little bit of give and it's a little bit of take. It's a give and a take. Don't forget, north of Norway is the north side of Norway just like barely touching Russia a tiny bit. Let me see here. For like 3 miles, is it? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you're right. This is the Norwegian-Russian border. The prominent border between Norway and Russia. It is true. You can't deny that. And it goes all the way up. It's all the way up there. And here you have Sweden and Finland. The Gulf of Bothnia. What happens in the Gulf of Bothnia? I don't know. Can I drop in and take a look at all? Can I take a little peek? Well, you have a beautiful forest, at least. I don't know. Can't see the Gulf. Anyway, remember when we used to have nukes in Ukraine? So maybe this is going to start an entire conversation or maybe even an entire argument. This might kick off an entire argument. About a year ago, I did a deep dive into these Ukrainian nuclear weapons because one of the arguments is that, well, Ukraine agreed to get rid of its nukes, to give up its nukes under the promise that NATO was going to protect it from Russia. And so I looked into this. What seems to be the case, I guess maybe somebody can disagree. To the best of my knowledge, these nuclear weapons that Ukraine had, first off, Ukraine had nuclear weapons in its territory because Soviet Russia had stationed them there. Soviet Russia collapses in 1992, and then there are still some leftover nuclear weapons in Ukraine after the fall of the Soviet Union. That's how this happened. As far as I understand it, these nuclear weapons in Ukraine were actually inoperable to the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians had no capability, they had no ability to even use or operate these nuclear weapons. So this narrative that Ukraine had nuclear weapons and they could have used them, but they didn't, and they chose to give them up. It doesn't, as far as I know, they couldn't even use them. They didn't have the capability to use them. All of the nuclear launch codes, everything was actually owned and maintained in Moscow by the Russians. Ukraine, I don't know, maybe at most Ukraine could have made a dirty bomb or something like that, but they most certainly did not have like fully functional nuclear weapons. Maybe they could have retrofitted a dirty bomb though, if you want to be as generous as possible. Anyway, that's what I have found. Maybe that's not the entire story, but that's to the best of my understanding. That's really what happened there. That is what happened there. But hey, really, here's the deal, folks. If you are tuning in, President Trump is attending a meeting with the Europeans right now, and any minute he's going to come on out and he's going to let us know what's going on. Now, hold that thought. Quick bathroom break, and then we're back. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, somebody's coming out. I don't know who that is. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, right now, the entire world, literally the entire world, is on the edge of their seat waiting for President Trump to exit his meeting with the delegates from Europe. We have leaders from various European countries. We have Keir Starmer from the UK, France, Italy, Finland, Zelenskyy of Ukraine, EU, NATO, Germany. Everybody's here. Everybody's in town in Washington, D.C., trying to resolve this problem, to bring this war to an end. And right now, they are, right this very moment, sitting at this table together, negotiating, how are we going to get out of this? And it seems like the big talking point here is what type of defense assurances are we going to give, are we going to work out for Ukraine, but also for the rest of Europe? Seems like a lot of these European leaders, of course, they're concerned about Ukraine. We don't want Russia to invade Ukraine again. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Oh, thank you. Wow, thank you. Sweetie, can I have please, a drink? Thank you. I have a very nice wife. Okay, but also defense assurances for the rest of Europe as well. You know, the Europeans are worried that, you know, what if 2, 3, 4 years from now, Russia decides to invade, thank you, sweetheart, decides to invade Finland, or decides to invade, I don't know where else, right? Who knows? So they're trying to set up this whole defensive apparatus, really, along the border with Russia. Seems to be the case. Defense assurances is what they are talking about. I see a breaking report just now coming from Zelenskyy. Zelenskyy just said his meeting with President Trump went great. I wonder when exactly did he say that? Because oh, here we have a photo. I want to show you folks something here. Piggybacking on that notion that the meeting went great, this is Zelenskyy and Trump after their initial meeting this morning. Well, they seem to be both a little bit happy, a little bit jubilant, dare I say. And so, you know, okay, maybe the meeting did go well this morning. Maybe they're on the same page. So, we got to see. Also, keep in mind, one of the questions, one of the talking points that was mentioned earlier today, Zelenskyy was asked point blank, explicitly, he was asked, Zelenskyy, if the war comes to an end, are you willing to step down, or not step down, but have a new election? Are you willing to have elections again in Ukraine so that people can elect a new leader if they want to, if they see fit? And he said yes. He said yes. If the war comes to an end, he said yes. But he also said, because we are at war right now, we can't have elections. We cannot have elections because we are at war. And obviously, nobody here in America we don't buy that excuse. Trump didn't buy that excuse. In fact, Trump, he said, hold up, Zelenskyy, so if 3.5 years from now, if the United States is at war, does that mean that I get to stop elections? And everybody laughed, of course. So it's just like, this is such a ridiculous idea. Even President Trump was making fun of him a little bit. President Trump had to make fun of the idea, if you're at war, you can't have elections. Okay, yeah. Listen, by the way, we had a civil war. During the American Civil War, we still had presidential elections. Even during our own Civil War, we still had presidential elections. So, listen, in America, we don't really buy that excuse. We don't buy it. But anyway, to get back on point here, it seems like everything is going well. Seems like everything is going fine. Is part of your country occupied? So listen, do you understand? Do you know what the American Civil War was? Yeah, we had a civil war. Yes, and we still had presidential elections. Yes. Yes. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna go back to our live stream here. Uh-huh. We had elections during World War II. Now, granted, during World War II, we weren't occupied. We didn't have any threat really domestically, I guess, depending on how you look at it. Of course, we had the Japanese internment camps. And in 1941, Pearl Harbor was attacked, but maybe it's a little bit of a different dynamic here. Different dynamic. The country wasn't maybe facing existential threat, I suppose. Not like the Civil War. Civil War, hey, that could have gone a bunch of different ways. That was a crazy situation. Crazy situation. I've got something a little bit crazy, kind of tangential to all of this. Well, actually, it's not even related at all, but I'll tell you anyway. This is breaking news right now. The United States Department of Justice is going to provide a bunch of Epstein-related records to the House Oversight Committee this Friday. The U.S. House Oversight Committee actually subpoenaed the DOJ like 2 weeks ago. Said, listen, hey, DOJ, you got to give us these records. Hey, listen, you got to do it. You got to turn this stuff over. And so now, the DOJ has to comply. The DOJ is giving these records to the House Oversight Committee. So if you're someone that's been sitting on the edge of your seat, waiting for more Epstein stuff, updates on the Epstein thing, well, looks like we're getting information on the Epstein front, if you care about that. Now, I will tell you something here. If I can open... for better or for worse. So first off, this is a website called Google Trends, and you can search certain words. Oops. If I can type English, I can't. By the way, I cannot. And so you can measure the search traffic on Google and on YouTube. This is an aggregate of Google and YouTube search traffic. You can do worldwide or in the United States. Let's go past 12 months. In the past 12 months, these are people on YouTube and on Google searching for the name Jeffrey Epstein. So you can tell, in the middle of July, everybody was talking about Epstein. Everybody was talking about the Epstein story. Now, these days, in the middle of August, once again, for better or for worse, I think it's an important topic, by the way. But anyway, just undeniably, most certainly, the public interest overall in Jeffrey Epstein has gone way down. You can see it's just factually true. People these days do not care as much as they did about Epstein just 1 month ago. 1 month later, a lot of people have kind of moved on. It's the interest in the story is kind of dying down. That's the way the news cycle goes, I guess. That's the way that it goes. Now we have a massive super chat here. This is from Lavely. From Lavely, it says, hey, it's been a minute since I've chatted here. Glad to see you still going stronger than ever. Things are going better than ever. Hey, I appreciate that, Lavely. Thank you very much, and good to see you. Thank you. One of the OGs. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Thank you for that super chat. Apparently, Trump is talking to Putin right now. Is that right? Let me take a look here. If you have, hey, yes, I see that. Yes, I see that report. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news report. Holy smokes. Trump has abruptly interrupted the meeting with the European leaders in order to call Putin. This is a trustworthy source, by the way. Trump interrupts meeting with European leaders to go call Putin. Hey, listen, Ursula, shut up, please. I gotta go call Putin. I need to go call Putin right now. And so, hey, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Who knows how this meeting is going? This could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing. I don't know. Put it on speaker. Hey, Putin, I'm going to put you on speaker, okay? Man, I don't know. Is it bad news or good news? Okay, you guys type good or bad in the live chat. I'm going to pull up YouTube chat and Rumble chat. Good or bad? in the chat. Let me see. I don't know, man. I see bad, good, bad. It's hard to say. Did we just lose a live broadcast? Hold up, what's going on here? Maybe things are picking up a little bit here. Our live broadcast just now we just got a new feed. Okay, hey, maybe something weird is going on here. Hold up, take a look at this. I'm going to try to find another angle here. I think this might be the best that we have right now. Trump has interrupted the meeting with the European leaders to go talk to Putin. Trump said, "Hey, listen, hold your horses here. I got to go talk to Vladimir." I'm seeing another independent report right now. Another report saying the same thing. Can I get this? Yep, I got it. I got it up for you guys. Breaking news. President Trump just interrupted his meeting with the European leaders to call Vladimir Putin. Things are happening. Close the deal. And so we're using the word interrupted. Maybe it wasn't an interruption. Maybe it was, all right, guys, good meeting. We're done now. All right, guys, good meeting. Great. We came to a resolution. I'm going to go call Putin now. Maybe interrupted is not the right word, right? There's a German newspaper called Bild that is reporting this also. Is that right? Germany newspaper. Okay. So I think I found the origin of this story. This was posted from a German reporter 17 minutes ago working for the German news outlet called Bild. It's this guy here. 17 minutes ago. He says, breaking, Trump interrupts conversation with Zelenskyy and the EU government leaders after Bild information for a call with Putin. Afterwards, it is supposed to continue with government leaders and Zelenskyy in the Oval Office. I think this story originates from this guy, and this is one of the big German news agencies. Okay. Uh-huh. Dude, AI is automatically translating all these posts. I want to read the German version. Show original. Yeah. Breaking. Trump unterbricht Gespräch mit Zelenskyy und oh boy, this is the problem with German. Some of these German words, man. Regier und Chefs nach Bildinformationen für einen. Okay, that's enough. Okay, that's enough. Okay. Anyway, this is where we are at. So I'm gonna leave this up on the screen here for a minute. Some of these German words, good Lord, they're difficult. Anyway, one of my German viewers, my good friend Tugger, he's a German. He says Ronsheimer is a massive grifter. He says, so you don't like him, you don't trust him, or what? I think he is the primary source, and then everybody else is reporting they're copying him. I think he is the source. I think so. Well, we gotta see. We gotta see. We gotta give it some time. I'm going to get back to our live stream here. Notice we did lose our live stream of the White House. We were looking at the western entrance of the White House. They cut the feed. Now we have this feed here, and I don't see any other live broadcasts yet. So here's the question. Okay, so how long is Trump going to be on the phone with Putin? I don't know. Trump was just meeting with the Europeans, must have been 45 minutes, maybe 1 hour at most. How long is he going to talk to Putin? I don't know, maybe half hour at most. Can't be that long. Here's what I'll tell you, man. This is my inference. Let me know if you agree. Just by nature of calling Putin, it makes me think they came to a resolution, right? Why would Trump even call Putin after this meeting if they didn't have some type of offer, some type of joint offer that they have agreed upon? So in my mind, it's a simple equation. If you're calling Putin, then you have an offer, right? That's where my brain takes this. I don't think you would call Putin and tell him, hey, listen, Putin, we don't have an offer. Hey, Putin, guess what? We got nothing for you, dude. I don't think so. I don't think you make the phone call. So, probably some progress is being made here. That's my guess. Ooh, darn it. Mm-hmm. Hey, Putin, I just wanted to call you up and tell you that I have nothing to tell you. Okay, goodbye. Okay, goodbye. It's getting late for Putin. They probably woke him up. Well, I actually know that is not true because Putin is actually one of my viewers here on Rumble. Putin is currently tuning into the Rumble live chat. He's been hanging out all night. So everybody say, hey, Putin. Putin's been watching. Putin is a big fan of the show. He's been enjoying tonight's broadcast. He's been hanging out here with us all day, really. Oh, I'm kidding. I don't know, but no. Okay, you can imagine if you're Putin, you're not taking a nap right now. If you're Putin, this is a big deal. You're not taking a nap. You're sitting here following all of this breaking news, also like everybody else. If you're Putin, are you taking a nap right now? No, you're probably sitting here watching CNN or Fox News or whatever, or I don't know, maybe my stream. Who the hell knows? But definitely he's watching it somewhere. He's checking it out somewhere. He's not taking a nap tonight. It's a big night. It's a big day. It's maybe one of the biggest days of his life. Got to put this war to an end. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't do it. And so now I'm seeing all these other reports, but they're all derivative. They're all downstream. Another report says breaking news, right in the middle of his meeting with the European leaders, President Trump stops and calls Russian President Vladimir Putin. But all of these reports are coming from one guy, from one dude. It's the German guy working at Bild. And so is that guy trustworthy? I don't know. Everybody is reporting it now, though. So that's the news. So that's the news, folks. That's the news. And that's that. Matt, it's still raining here. Man, I'm a big fan of the rain, man. I love the rain. I wish, man, if it was up to me, it would rain every day, 7 days a week, 24/7. You gotta love the rain. Big fan. Now the sun, not a big fan. Not a fan of the sun. The rain, though, we like it. Who is Lorraine? Lorraine. Lorraine is good. We like Lorraine. Yeah. Now, okay. Yeah. So now every single media agency in the universe is reporting this story. Here's another one. Breaking news: President Trump interrupted the talks with the European leaders to call Russian President Vladimir Putin. Bild reports. There you go. The meeting with Ukrainian President Zelenskyy and the EU heads of state will continue afterwards. That's why I said you wouldn't move to Arizona or Texas. Yeah, I couldn't. I'll go visit. We hang out. I visit for a couple days. But am I ever going to move to Arizona, Texas? I couldn't do it. No hate. I just can't do it. It's good for some people, but maybe not for me. Could it be some type of counter offer? It could be, keep in mind, the Europeans and Trump, they might have put together a counter offer. He says, okay, everybody hold up. I'm going to call Putin. I'm going to float the offer. Putin says whatever he says, and then maybe Trump continues on meeting with the Europeans. The European meeting continues on, right? This could be just a little bit of a blip. Could be, I don't know, could be. Just a blip during the negotiations could be the case. Sorry, my allergies are kicking in today. Crazy. Yeah, there's offers and counter offers and counter offers. Counter offers to the counter offers. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. So now everybody is just talking about how Trump left this meeting. And it's funny because it's so funny the way the news works, because we found the original source for this story. It says President Trump interrupted the meeting to go call President Trump. And then we're seeing all of these other, like 15 different other reporters on the internet, you know, mainstream media all over the place. One of them I just saw, it said, what did it say? Trump stormed out of the meeting. President Trump stormed out of the meeting with the European Union. It's like, listen, dude, you're just making this up. You're putting your own ridiculous spin on, because we all have the same information. All this is coming from the same singular source. President Trump angrily storms out of the room. It's like, dude, can we cut the propaganda here? It's a little bit much. All these different outlets are putting their own spin on this. It's like, dude, give it a rest. Oh, man. And I just want to eat my lunch here. Oop. Hold up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, here's something I guess we can talk about real quick. I see this here. Zoom out a little bit. Following several statements today made by U.S. President Donald J. Trump expressing support for a coalition of the willing, a quote, coalition of the willing, and refusing to rule out the deployment of American troops to Ukraine, the chances that Trump agrees to send U.S. peacekeeping force to Ukraine has significantly increased on Polymarket. Polymarket is a betting website. Everybody is betting on everything. You can bet on whatever you want in this life. And so Polymarket is a betting website. So people are betting on whether or not Trump is going to send U.S. peacekeeping forces to Ukraine. Earlier on today, going into the day, it must have been around 5%. And now, because of the meetings we're seeing today, now it's up to 9%. No, now it's up to 15%. Now we're at 15%. It spiked up to 17, almost 18. Now we're down to 15. So people are betting on this, on whether or not we are going to have American peacekeeping forces in Ukraine. Personally, I hope not. I think that's something that we should not do. I think we should not do that. Now, if Europe wants to do that, listen, you know, Denmark has a military. Germany has a military, you know, the United Kingdom, France, they've got military. If they want to secure that border, they can send their own guys to go secure that border. We should not have American young military men out there locking down that border. We should not be defending the borders of Eastern European nations. We are America. We should not be doing this. I'm sorry. If Europe wants to do that, I think maybe it makes more sense for them. This is not America's prerogative. We should not have American peacekeeping forces on the borders of Ukraine. That is insane. That is just insanity. No. Now, yeah, we are live. I'll tell you something here, though. If NATO wants to pay, you know, American private military corps, like, you know, Blackwater, listen, if they want to take some of that NATO money and pay Blackwater or, you know, those other ones, I don't know the names, but listen, hey, maybe do that. You can pay Blackwater. You can have a private security out there, or some PMC out there. I don't know, do something like that. But, you know, American military men, I think, should not be doing that. But if NATO, if NATO wants to pay Blackwater to do it, they can do it. Whatever. Whatever. Huge thunder. Is there huge thunder in Washington, D.C.? I don't know. I'm looking for updates, though. I'm looking for updates. I'm taking a look around. Everybody has been, okay, guys, breaking news 9 seconds ago. President Trump's meeting with Zelenskyy and the European leaders has officially ended. The meeting with Europe and Zelenskyy is done. It is over. So the European leaders, now they're hanging out, they're chilling, I guess, for the time being. The meeting is officially over. Now, whether or not Trump is still on the phone talking to Putin, I don't know. We don't know. But the meeting with the European leaders is done. For now. For now. Is he talking to Putin still? Could be, maybe. I don't have any news on that one yet. And that report was according to News Nation that said this European meeting is over. Excuse me. And right now, folks, coming out of the White House, this right here is the only live feed that we have. This is the one. So right now, everybody around the world is tuning into this broadcast. This is what it is. This is all that we've got. Trump live. Mm-hmm. We've got it. We've got it all. Right now, folks, you were tuning in. We are still just on the edge of our seat waiting for, waiting for Trump. I think right now Trump is just on the phone with Putin. That seems to be the case. Trump is on the phone with Vladimir Putin himself, I believe, is what is going on right now. And once he gets off that phone, he's gonna meet up again with Zelenskyy in the Oval Office, and then we're gonna get a recap. We're gonna get a briefing of what is going on. What are we doing as we move forward? What is the plan here? What is the game plan? Everybody wants to know. Breaking news, Trump leaves meeting for a Big Mac and a Diet Coke and makes a phone call to James Bond. Well, that's exciting. Big Mac sounds good. Really, I'm more of a bacon McDouble type of guy, if I'm being honest. U.S. troops in Ukraine would be a perpetual war, possibly leading to a world war. I'm going to tell you something, man. This is my fear. If we have a U.S. peacekeeping force in Ukraine, listen, Ukraine has always been Ukraine has always had problems. Going back for 30 years, Ukraine has, and even further than that, Ukraine has always been problematic. There's always been combat and insurgency groups and terrorist activity and incredible government corruption, money disappearing. This is how Ukraine has been for decades, for generations. That's just a fact of the matter. Now, this is my concern. If we have an American permanent peacekeeping force in Ukraine, all that has to happen is some type of maybe genuine actual attack or an accident or a false flag where an American or a couple American service members die. Maybe it's a false flag. Maybe it's an accident. Maybe it's a genuine terror attack. Maybe there's some insurgency rebel group that does something crazy. And boom, you've got 3 dead Americans. You've got 4 or 5 dead young Americans. And guess what? Now the gloves are coming off, and now it's just so. Listen, and this is one of the reasons why we should not do this. This is one of the reasons why we should not have young American service members deployed like this. Crazy things happen. Not good. It's not hard to imagine how this stuff happens. I'm taking a look around for updates right now. You know, here's another component of this, though. I need to just be aware of this. I think we all do. There are, listen, whatever deal is made at the end of the day here, there are components of this deal that you and I are never going to know about. And what I mean by that is it possible, is it conceivable that there is very sensitive, classified security information, whatever, that you and I, the public, do not know about, that we maybe will never know about, that are actually behind the scenes influencing the way that these negotiations are taking place? I think you have to acknowledge that. Yeah, to some degree. To what degree, I don't know. But yeah, to some degree, probably. There's probably some type of classified information here that they know, that they are keeping in mind when they're navigating these negotiations, that I don't know and that you don't know, right? So, complex, incredibly complex situation. You know, the first thing that comes to mind right now is everybody at one point was talking about the Ukrainian bioweapons labs. Frankly, I don't really even know. I don't know anything about the bioweapons labs. I haven't looked into it, honestly. But, you know, there's just, it's like the reason I bring that up, the point I'm trying to make is that there's just like crazy shit that is involved in all of this stuff, you know, and you don't know, I don't know, they know, probably they know, that is influencing all of this. I guess the takeaway is it is important to recognize that we don't know a lot, probably. There's a lot of things that we don't know. But right now, it is radio silence. It is radio silence. What am I eating? My wife made like a cheesy noodle casserole with my favorite type of pasta, penne pasta. Some people like bow tie, some people like spaghetti noodles, some people like linguine noodles. I like the penne pasta. Can you see that right there? That's what it's all about. That's the perfect type of pasta. There you go. Mm-hmm. Some cheesy pasta. And that's how we do it in this house. That's how we do it. Now, I'm taking a look here. I think right now, once again, it is radio silence. It is. I would imagine that right now Trump is still on the phone with the European Union. Oh, I'm sorry, with Putin. I think that is where we are at right now. Considering nothing is happening, we don't have any footage from inside the White House, and social media is just totally silent. I would imagine that right this very second, Trump is on the phone with Mr. Vladimir Putin. That is my sneaking suspicion. And you know, I'm gonna tell you something very selfish here. Obviously, this is the least important thing in the world. This war needs to come to an end for a multitude of other reasons. But listen, I have always wanted to go visit St. Petersburg. There's a really nice museum in St. Petersburg, but I'm not going to go to St. Petersburg until the war has come to an end. So if the war has come to an end, obviously this is the least important reason why it has to come to an end. Really, it's about ending the killing and the bloodshed. But also, I want to go to the St. Petersburg Museum, and I'm not going to go there until the war is over. So let's go. There's one more micro, unimportant reason why this war has got to come to an end. Seems cool. Now, we have this. What is here? I see this. This is a super chat from a guy named Blin Vestments. Blin Vestments 77. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that super chat, man. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that a ton. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. We have another one. Okay, this one we saw earlier. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Big time. Big time. I see this question, Matt Morris, how would you end this if you had your way? You know, I might piss some people off here, but I think what seems to be the path going forward is probably the best, most realistic path. And you can be mad about it, but nobody else has another solution. And what I mean by this is I think that Russia gets the territory that it has conquered. I think that I think that Ukraine can never join NATO. And then I think we have a permanent peacekeeping force. But, excuse me, the permanent peacekeeping force needs to be a European peacekeeping force, not an American peacekeeping force. So if you want to have European NATO members lock down this border, you have a DMZ, whatever, okay, I think that's the way to do it. I just don't want it to be Americans. I think that's probably the best solution. That seems to be the solution that they are pursuing right now. That seems to be the solution on the table. We got to wait and see. We don't have the final details yet, but you know, what else? What is the other solution? How else? I don't think there is another reasonable solution. I think so. Nothing else seems to make a whole lot of sense. Okay, so what I see here, I just saw a report. Somebody was keeping time here. It says Trump, Zelenskyy, and the European leaders meeting ended after only 1 hour and 40 minutes. 1 hour and 40 minutes is how long that meeting lasted. And so once again, now, presumably, what's going on now seems to be that Trump is on the phone with Putin. How long is he going to talk to Putin? I don't know. Trump has, if you go to the earliest report here, that report originally came from a German news site called Bild. Trump has supposedly been on the phone with Putin already for 42 minutes. 42 minutes. Which is actually a pretty long time when you consider it. I'm gonna change the note here at the top of our broadcast. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There we go. John Mitchell says, John Mitchell, $10 super chat in YouTube. He says, yes, Matt, no Americans, period. I agree. I tend to agree. I tend to agree. We need to start ramping down foreign deployments, not ramping them up. We need to not ramp them up. We still have, by the way, to this day, around 45,000, maybe 50,000 American military personnel in the Middle East, stationed all over the Middle East. 45 or 50,000. So we're trying to bring those guys back. We gotta get those guys out. We need to not be sending a bunch of Americans to enforce a border. Like, guys, you're telling me that it is America's responsibility to enforce the border of Ukraine? It is the American obligation to enforce the border of Donetsk in Ukraine. Just like consider how insane that is. Consider how ridiculous and stupid that is. It is your patriotic American obligation to risk young American lives to enforce the border of Donetsk in eastern Ukraine. Excuse me? Why? Why? You know what I mean? So it's a little bit ridiculous. I just don't think so. I disagree. Build a wall. Yeah, they can build a wall if they want. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, MSNBC, this is kind of on a different note. MSNBC earlier today changed the name of their news service. Now they are MS Now. I kid you not. MSNBC is no longer known as MSNBC. Now they are soon to be known as MS Now. I'm not sure exactly why, but that's what they're doing. That's what they decided to do. That's what we're doing. Trump at this very moment seems to be on the phone with, his name is Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin. Uh-huh. And Trump has been on the phone with Vladimir Putin for about 45 minutes. Can I get an exact time? Yeah, 45 minutes actually is the exact time. That's right. Let me take a look at the super chat here from Captain Patriot. $5 here on YouTube. He says, and they're currently deploying more to the Middle East, Syria and Iraq. I have family member being deployed, and he's just National Guard. We're deploying National Guard to the Middle East? Really? I haven't heard about that. Haven't heard about that. Okay, we're going to read through some posts. This guy has interesting posts. The optics today from Trump were extremely important. Trump has to bring an end to this war, but it cannot appear like he's giving Putin a sweetheart deal. Today's optics neutralize the Democrat and mainstream media narrative that Trump is caving and or controlled by Putin. Yeah, to a certain degree, I think that's probably true. That's been one of the narratives. Remember how the Democrats and mainstream media said that Trump was an embarrassment and the meeting with Putin was a massive failure? Well, today proved that was a bunch of bullshit. Trump is the catalyst that is about to end this war. Trump is saving the world and they are rooting against him. By the way, keep in mind, literally every single one of these European leaders, other than Macron from France, said explicitly that none of this would have been happening if not for Donald Trump. All of them gave Donald Trump credit for moving this process along, other than Macron. Maybe Macron did, but I don't think Macron did. I know all the others did. Even the European leaders are saying, listen, this would not be happening if not for Trump. I think this moment was far more important than we realize. While Trump has NATO leaders and Zelenskyy in a photo op, he directs their attention to a painting from that day in Butler. All the leaders looked like they saw a ghost. Does Trump know who tried to kill him? Oh, I think my headset got turned off here. I apologize. Hold up. Okay, we got the audio back.
That was not a great day.
That was not a great day. Okay, if you want to go absolutely insane conspiratorial mode, if you want to become a conspiracy theorist, is the person that tried to kill President Trump on the Butler assassination attempt, is that person in the room at this exact moment? I actually have no idea. I don't even have an opinion. I don't know. I'm asking you. I don't know. Of course, I've read all of the crazy conspiracies. I read the conspiracy that it was a Ukrainian assassination attempt. I've read all the conspiracies. I don't really think so, though. I don't know. You said that was a bad day. Yeah, I don't know. You can have a conspiracy theory for whatever you want, I suppose. It was Q. Q predicted this. Q predicted all of this. True. Zelenskyy and Trump said the meeting went really well, and Trump confirmed that the trilateral meeting between Trump, Putin, and Zelenskyy is a matter of when and not if. The vibes and optics from all the leaders seem to indicate an end to the war is coming. It's a huge day for humanity. President Trump is on the phone right now with Vladimir Putin himself. Trump just got out of a 1 hour and 45-minute long meeting with the European leaders. He exited that meeting and he immediately got on the phone with Putin. Trump has now been talking to Putin for about 50 minutes. Matt has an opinion. Don't be shy. I'm going to be like, you guys know, I never really shy away from giving you my opinion. I actually really don't have a strong theory as to, what was his name? Crook? Thomas Crook? Is that his name? The Butler, Pennsylvania assassin? I've never really taken the time to formulate my own personal conspiracy theory. I don't know. Was he CIA? Was he Mossad? Was he, working for Ukraine or Russia? I don't know. I've never really taken the time to build an opinion on that. Thomas Crooks was his name. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it, to be honest with you. I'll think about it and then I'll get back to you. Okay. I'll put together an opinion and then I'll let you know tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. Now I do remember reading that the guy that tried to assassinate Trump on the golf course about a month later, remember that guy? That guy did have some very weird connections with Ukraine. Now, whether or not Zelenskyy personally issued the order or something like that, I don't know. But regardless, that guy on the golf course that they caught him preemptively. That guy did have a weird history, a weird involvement with Ukraine. That's undeniable. That one is well known. The Butler thing, I don't know. Don't know. The sloped roof, yeah. You know, sometimes it is worth noting, sometimes bad things happen just because people are stupid or incompetent, right? Sometimes you just have 3 different stupid things that line up perfectly, which allows for some other stupid thing to happen, you know? I don't know. Sometimes things just happen. There's not always. Sometimes there is a crazy conspiracy. Genuinely, sometimes there is. But not everything is always a crazy conspiracy. However, there are crazy conspiracies that are true. That's why it's hard to know. It's hard to know, I guess. It's hard to know. You know, like if I wake up at night and it's dark and I get out of bed, I have to go pee, and I stub my toe on the foot of the bed. I don't know. Did the CIA do that? Oh, the CIA. The CIA made me stub my toe at 2 a.m. I know they did. I know that they did. I know they made that happen. Of course. Okay, I'm checking out updates here. I'm checking out updates here. Ooh. Okay, we have a couple things I want to go through here, folks. I think we have a couple things to talk about here. First off, okay. Wow, even the Democrats are admitting that Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. Let me play the clip here.
I'm only saying I'm not.
Turn up the audio. It's a little bit quiet.
I'm only saying I'm not saying you're saying this. My only point is I give President Trump tremendous credit for where we are. And if he is able, again, to engineer this deal, we've been saying for weeks on this show, I would be the first. I would hope you would invite me down to the White House when the president is awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, because he would absolutely deserve it.
Greg, a lot.
There you go. You're seeing a lot of people say this. I made a video the other day. Listen, dude, stop spamming the chat. Oh my God, please stop. Stop spamming the chat. Can I tell you something? When somebody is spamming my chat, it's like when I sit down on an airplane and the person next to me is morbidly obese and their obesity is overflowing into my chair on the airplane. It's like you're just taking up space. You are taking up too much space. That's how I feel when somebody is spamming the chat. You're taking up too much space. You got to stop taking up so much space in the live chat. It's like sitting next to a morbidly obese person on the airplane. You're taking up my space. Okay, stop. You got to stop. It's too much. Okay, anyway. Anyway, back to what I was trying to say. Yeah, no, I made a video the other day about how Hillary Clinton and Brennan are both talking about giving Trump or nominating Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. You're seeing other Democrats talk about Nobel Peace Prize also here. I'm going to play this clip one more time.
But I'm only saying I'm not saying you're saying this. My only point is I give President Trump tremendous credit for where we are. And if he is able, again, to engineer this deal, we've been saying for weeks on this show, I would be the first. I would hope you would invite me down to the White House when the president is awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, because he would absolutely deserve it.
You have to acknowledge, listen, even if you hate Trump, even if you have Trump derangement syndrome, whatever you want to call it, this is not Trump's war. Trump had no involvement in the outbreak of this war. Nothing Trump did caused this war. This war happened. It broke out during another presidential administration, during the Biden administration. For Trump to come in office and hopefully within 12 months of being in office to solve a problem that wasn't even his to solve in the first place, to step up and he solves it. He cleans up somebody else's mess, and in the process saves God knows how many hundreds of thousands or millions of lives he is saving by negotiating all of this. It's impressive. Even if you hate Trump, even if you hate him, it is damn impressive. It is a noble thing to do, even if you hate this guy. It is. You can't, even the biggest haters have to acknowledge it's a big deal. And so luckily some people are given some credit here where credit is due. And we're not there yet, but we're going in that direction. Let's hope we get this thing over the finish line. Let's run the ball into the end zone here, so to speak. Now, there's something else I want to show you guys here. Excuse me. Good Lord. Okay. What do we have here? Today's meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, and European leaders has now concluded. Well, this meeting concluded about an hour ago now, with President Trump said to have also spoken earlier with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Well, has he spoken to Putin, or is he speaking to Putin right now? Several of the European leaders are remaining at the White House to continue further negotiations and to discuss potential security guarantees. This is the big deal. This is what all of this is about. Security guarantees for Ukraine, but also for Europe. A lot of the Europeans are scared. Listen, okay, hey, Russia invaded Ukraine. What's to stop Russia from invading, God knows where else? What if Russia wants to invade Latvia or Estonia or Finland? They've done it before. And so the Europeans are concerned. They want security guarantees, not just for Eastern Ukraine, but also really for the entire Western half of Europe. That's what a lot of these conversations are about. Okay. Now, was there a, no, we're good. We got that. Okay. I'm looking for more updates here. I'm taking a look around. I see this Ukrainian delegation 5 minutes ago says that Zelenskyy is currently talking with Trump solo. Do you have, Wooderhack, do you have a source for that? Not that I don't trust you, but I just like to pull it up on screen. If there's like a Twitter account that has that, so I can bring it up and show everybody. Matt Morris, if I had a hammer, every problem would be a nail. Well, I have an AR-15, and for me, every problem is a target. Just kidding. Okay. I'm trying to find that here. NATO is becoming morbidly obese. Okay. All right. You guys don't trust him. Oh, okay. All right. Hey, listen, man. Nobody trusts you, so we gotta have a source. We need a source, man, immediately. I'm checking over here. Nothing. Okay. Goodness. I feel like one. Listen, I'm gonna share with you guys my little secret here. I've got over here on my other monitor, I've got 5 different live updating news feeds, and they all auto update. So if something new happens, I see it. Odds are I'm going to see it. I came prepared today. So this is what I'm looking at. And so I'm like, hey, listen, all of these are pretty good on the ball news sources that I've been using for a long time, trustworthy news. And so I'm keeping tabs on what's going on here. I'm keeping my eye on the ball. But I haven't seen anything about this discussion with Putin being done. We know the meeting with Putin started, but did it end? I haven't seen anything about the meeting ending. Haven't seen that. Maybe I can do a little bit of a deep dive here. I'm looking somewhere else. It is really crazy to consider that around the world there are millions, tens of millions, frankly probably hundreds of millions of people that are waiting for this news. There are I think it's fair to say that hundreds of millions of people right now are standing by, just like us. They're doing the same thing we're doing. They are waiting for this update. Whatever the update's going to be, what's the plan going forward? A huge portion of the world right now is waiting for this. Listen, President Trump is making some pretty big phone calls right now. Some pretty big conversations are happening right now. Hey, Rudy, I appreciate that, Rudy. Thank you for tuning in. Shout out Rudy. Shout out my man, Rudy. I'm taking a look around. I don't see anything yet, though. Like I said, I was looking to see if I can find any evidence that that Trump's phone call with Putin came to an end, but I have not seen anything suggesting that. So maybe Trump is still on the phone with Putin. According to Fox, the deal got rejected. Is that right? According to what, Fox News? I see this here on Fox News. Let me take a look here. Inside the White House, talks between President Trump, Ukrainian President Zelenskyy, and European leaders on ending the war. This is posted 4 minutes ago by Fox News. So they don't have a conclusion here. These are just kind of like recap. These are recap photos. I don't think there's any news on whether or not the deal is off or the deal is dead. I haven't seen that. Haven't seen that. We got to watch out for the fake news. Watch out for fake news. We got to be careful. Want to make sure we get it right. Got to be careful. Yeah, I'm going to pull up that live broadcast again. There we go. You got Secret Service out here. Everything is on lockdown. Goodness. Somebody tagged me on Twitter and said the deal fell through. Okay, do you have a source? Do you have proof of that? I have not seen proof of any of that. Guys, I got to tell you, man, the fake news is getting out of control right now. Everybody is saying something else, and nobody has any proof of anything they are saying. Beware, caution, caution. Fake news is going crazy right now. Okay, there's fake news everywhere. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it everywhere. And nobody has any proof of anything that they are saying. Alert, alert. Now, by the way, if you guys have not already, do me a favor and follow on Twitter. Follow on X. Here is my X link in both Rumble and on X. Rumble and X. Rumble and YouTube. You should follow me on X. That's what I'm trying to say, man. My brain is giving out. My brain is crashing. How long have we been live? Oh, almost 6 hours, 5 hours and 45 minutes. Can you believe that? 5 hours and 45 minutes. Good Lord. So I'm looking for updates. Oh my God, guys, breaking news. Optimus Prime has just landed on the White House front lawn alongside Thanos from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They have put together the Infinity Stones, and they're going to use them to delete Putin from existence. But Megatron, breaking news, Megatron just landed, and he's now fighting Optimus Prime on the front lawn of the White House, and Darth Vader has just flown down on a TIE fighter. Things, oh my God, things are getting crazy. This is just insane. Reported by Fox News. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay. We are on standby. We are on standby right here. We are waiting. Right now, I'm telling you, right now, it is radio silence. I'm seeing nothing. You know, I will tell you this. So during these meetings today, I am seeing this. During these meetings, Ukraine and Russia are still fighting each other. There are still, right now, drone attacks and military action. These guys they're still fighting during these peace talks. Right this very moment. This one is just hot off the press. The Ukrainian General Staff announced this morning that the armed forces of Ukraine carried out an operation overnight, which resulted in significant damage to this oil pumping station, a pipeline. It's in western Russia. So the Ukrainians blew up a pipeline, I guess, in Russia last night, a couple hours ago. The war goes on, and hey, that is a reminder of why we got to shut it down. Shut it down. Right now, though, like I said, once again, radio silence. Radio silence. We are waiting. Oh boy. The Ukraine, this is 1 minute ago. 1 minute ago. Ukraine's Air Force just reported 1 minute ago that the Russian strategic bombers have taken off for a possible attack on Ukraine. This is a trustworthy source, by the way. This is 1 minute ago. The Ukrainian Air Force has just reported that Russian strategic bombers have taken off for a possible attack on Ukraine. Do I need to take a look at something here? Hold up. Okay. We're going to keep tabs on that. We're going to keep an eye on that. We have something kind of off topic here. What do we have here? Hold up. Apologies. Breaking news. Former Attorney General Bill Barr has now testified under oath today that President Trump is in no way implicated in the Epstein files, and if he was, Biden would have leaked it. That narrative is now out the window, as Barr would absolutely take down Trump if he could. Barr said, quote, Barr said that he had never seen anything that would implicate President Trump in any of this, and that if there had been anything pertaining to President Trump with respect to the Epstein list, that he felt like the Biden administration would probably have leaked it, said the House Oversight Chairman James Comer. Well, that's pretty big, because you know Barr hates this guy. You know Barr hates him. You know he does. You know. But anyway, really, I'm just out here looking for updates on Ukraine. And right now, folks, it is radio silence. The radio waves are dead. As far as we know, every single one of these European leaders is still inside of the White House. Zelensky's in the White House. All 7 of the European leaders are in the White House. Oops. Trump is in the White House. Everybody is in the house. Things are still working their way out, I suppose. Oh. This is kind of... Now I'm just trying to bring you guys anything here while we kind of wait here. Take a look at this. Donald Trump is now... This is a breaking news alert coming out of Polymarket, which is that betting website. Donald Trump is now more likely than Kamala Harris to win the 2028 election, despite being constitutionally ineligible to even run for the presidency in 2028. So pretty much Kamala Harris is down and out. Nobody is expecting Kamala Harris. I tweeted this out earlier today, but guys, could you imagine during these meetings, during these negotiations, could you imagine Kamala Harris, President Kamala Harris, navigating through any of this? Could you imagine President Kamala Harris meeting with Putin in person, calling Putin multiple times to negotiate a peace deal, meeting with Zelenskyy multiple times, calling over all the Europeans, flying over here, flying over there, talking to all the European leaders, coming to terms, negotiating peace deal, doing this, doing that? Could you imagine Kamala Harris doing any of this? No. Absolutely not. Do you remember Kamala Harris's assessment of this war? Can we find this on YouTube? Oh man, I bet we can. I'm going to find this as a reminder. I got to be able to find the video here. Is this it? No. Maybe I can't find the video here, but... Oh, I found it. No, that's a GIF. Oh, frick. Anyway, somebody asked Kamala Harris, you know, her thoughts on the Ukraine situation. And I remember what she said. She said, well, Ukraine is a small country, and Russia is a big country, and a big country has invaded a small country, and that's wrong. That was the extent, that was her entire opinion. She had no other insight or nuance as to what was going on. She said, a big country invaded a small country, and that's bad. That was the extent of her knowledge about this situation in Ukraine. Complete and total, pardon my language, complete and total dumbass, Kamala Harris. And by the way, we came very close to having Kamala Harris as president. Really, we did. She was the candidate. Too close, in my opinion. Too damn close. Okay, so this is what I'm seeing as of 2 minutes ago. I see a new report that says a White House official says the East Room meeting with European leaders has concluded. So if I'm trying to piece this together, this is what I think has happened here. Trump was meeting with the European leaders. They paused the meeting. He called Putin. He talked to Putin. Goodbye, Putin. The Putin conversation is done. He goes back and continues talking with the European leaders. And now the meeting is officially done. I think that's where we're at. Europeans, Putin, back to the Europeans, done. And so what does that mean? That means that maybe we're going to have this Oval Office debrief here pretty soon. This is the moment that everybody has been waiting for the entire day. The final Oval Office debrief at the end of the day to let us know, listen, what is the plan going forward? What is up? What is the plan? Any good news? The good news of the day is that it seems like we are going to have some amount of closure or conclusion to this entire situation. The way things are going right now, of course, everything could blow up and go ass up. You never know, but the way things are going right now, is that an airplane in the back? I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. The way things are going right now, it seems like Zelenskyy is on the same page. It seems like the EU guys, the Europeans, Zelenskyy, Trump, and Putin are all pretty much on the same page. They're wrapping up negotiations now. Trump is going to come out and tell us about it in the Oval Office here, literally any minute. I think it's going to happen here pretty soon. And then the final step of this process is in the next couple days, Putin and Zelenskyy and President Trump himself, all three of them are going to meet up and sign off on the ceasefire, on the end of the war, rather, and shake hands, sign off on the paperwork, whatever, make it official, and then it's done. It seems like that's the direction things are going. Now, I guess we don't know for a fact. It's nothing is concrete. Sometimes you pour concrete and then your dog goes and walks all over it. And then you have dog prints in your concrete. And then, yeah, so anyway, you guys know how pouring concrete goes. But right now, it seems like we have a mold and we are pouring the concrete. Now we just have to let it dry. Okay, and so hopefully nothing messes up that process. But it seems like things are on the right path right here. Seems to be the case. Got to give it time, though. Give it time. We are on standby. We're sitting on the edge of our seat. Excuse me. Zelenskyy prints. Yeah, you don't want to have Zelenskyy prints in your you don't have anybody's prints in the concrete. You don't want anybody signing their initials in the concrete, nothing like that. Got to let it dry, let it be perfect and pristine. Let it dry. I need some more caffeine. You know, I wonder if, first off, if my beautiful wife is tuning into today's broadcast, and if she is, I wonder if my wife would be kind enough to make me a cup of coffee. I don't know. We got to wait and see. I wonder if my wife is listening to the show right now. Time will tell. Right now, though, folks, once again, this is radio silence. There are no updates coming out right now. The White House is on lockdown. Oh, we have something here. Remember 5 minutes ago I said that it seemed like there was some Air Force action, some jets or something flying over. Well, oh, my bad. There. Okay. According to this is 1 minute ago. Oh, what is this? This is something else. According to the Financial Times, Ukraine has promised to buy $100 billion in American-produced weapons and other military equipment financed by Europe as part of a series of proposals aimed at receiving concrete security guarantees from the United States. Under the proposals, Kiev and Washington would also strike an additional deal worth roughly $50 billion, which would see Ukrainian defense manufacturers such as Ukrainejet, UKRjet, jointly working with American companies to produce military attack drones for both the Ukrainian and the U.S. armed forces. Interesting. So kind of what this would look like here is, Trump recently convinced all these European NATO members to increase their spending from 2% of GDP up to 5% of GDP. Now, a bunch of these NATO members, they are giving money in defense to Ukraine. And so Trump is trying to say, hey, listen, this money that NATO is giving you, we want you to spend that money on American-made weapons, pretty much. So Trump is finding out a way to get that money back here in America, pretty much. Art of the deal. It's part of the deal, and it's the art of the deal. The art of the deal is part of the deal. But right now, I mean, you know, stuff is kind of slowly trickling out. We're not going to know all the details until the fat lady has sung, so to speak. Where is the fat lady? I'm looking for a fat lady. I'm looking for a fat lady. That's what we need. We don't have a fat lady, but we have a fat man. I'm getting another report here, a similar report. Just in breaking news, former Attorney General Bill Barr has earlier today officially testified under oath that President Trump is not implicated in the Epstein files. And once again, Bill Barr hates President Trump. Bill Barr hates President Trump. He does not like President Trump. He was Attorney General under Joe Biden. He hates President Trump. Under oath today in front of Congress, Bill Barr, he was subpoenaed, hey, you got to come in and talk in front of Congress. He has testified under oath Donald Trump is not he's not implicated, criminally implicated in the Epstein files. Imagine that. So the fat lady has not sung, but the fat man has sung in that regard, I guess. Now, here's what we want. Here's what every person around the world wants. We want closure for this Ukraine situation. Bring out the Ukraine information. Everybody is tuning in today to hear about Ukraine. Nobody wants to look at any more pictures of Bill Barr. We've had enough of that. We've seen enough of the Bill Barr pictures. Jesse Smith with the super chat, he says, how I imagine Putin acts during negotiations, quote, fill that bag up right now. Well, you know, seems like what Putin just wants his land over here around the Sea of Azov. That's what Putin is angling for. Putin does not want to give up the land adjacent to the Sea of Azov. He wants to keep it. In fact, earlier today, do I have a photo here to show you guys? Where did this photo go? Trump, during his meeting today with Zelenskyy, Trump pulled up a map of Ukraine. And this is a map of... Oh, thank you, dear. Here, I'll take that. I just don't want to spill it. Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. We got a cup of coffee. Trump pulled up a map here showing Zelenskyy the degree to which Russia has taken control of various territories in eastern Ukraine. Luhansk, 99% Russian control. Donetsk, 76% Russian control. Zaporizhzhia, this looks like 78%, maybe is what that is, 78%. And so this was part of the conversation that Trump had with Zelenskyy earlier today. So we got to see where this goes. In fact, this is how President Trump started the day off. This was early in the morning before any of this stuff was going on publicly, before Trump met with any of the other European leaders. Dude, my brain is crashing out. My brain is giving out. I got to wake up. I'm getting brain fried. I better sip this coffee. Goodness. Really, what we need is for President Trump to come on out. Come on out, President Trump. Come on out. Let us know what the deal is. Everybody is on the edge of their seat. I do want to say once again, though, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for tuning in today. This is a big day. It's kind of a slow day. You know, it comes and goes. We have our ups and our downs, but regardless, this is a big day. I want to say thank you all very much for tuning into the show. We are live on Rumble, Matt Morse TV on Rumble. We are live, Matt Morse TV on YouTube. Sincerely, thank you all very much. Thank you very much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. I am pushing my stalling and monologuing abilities to the limit today. We're really monologuing today. We really are. We really are. There's one thing I see. Hey, Kelly, I see you tagged me in this. It says... What now? Okay, now what the hell am I looking at here? I kind of do not believe this. I think this is some fake news, but I'll read this anyway, but I think this might be fake news. It says, no deal. Kiev rejects any agreements that involve territorial concessions to Russia and insists on a ceasefire as the first step towards a broader peace deal. Kiev also rejects Putin's proposal made to Trump in Alaska to freeze the front line of Ukrainian forces. I think this is fake news. Then this is also an add-on to it. Kiev also demands full compensation from Russia for war damages, potentially to be paid out of the $300 billion in frozen Russian sovereign assets held in the West. I think this might be some fake news. I have a hard time believing this, but you know, hey, this could go any way right now. We don't know. This could go multiple ways. Could go multiple ways here. I don't put a whole lot of stock in this Twitter page. I'm going to be honest. I'm open to being proven wrong though. But I kind of don't believe it. Wow, he's fast. Yeah, hey, is that you, Kelly? Yeah, hey, I'm on the ball. I'm on top of it. I see it all. I see everything. Everything. I see it. But I'm not so sure about that one. Hey, we got to give it time, though. Give it some time. This thing about Bill Barr, this really is a big update. It is. It is. Oh no, oh no. Let me show you guys something. This is totally unrelated to any of this, but we are on standby right now. Look at this. The FBI has caught someone spending $140,000 on Pokemon cards and video games with their company credit card. He was sentenced to 4 months in federal prison and was ordered to pay back the $146,000 in restitution. So this is some random guy who was working for a company. He had access to the company credit card, and then he used the company credit card to buy $140,000 worth of Pokemon cards. There are the Pokemon cards. Now that's something else. Now that is something else. That's a lot of Pokemon cards. I don't know what to... How do you even spend that much money on Pokemon cards? That's a lot of Pokemon cards. Isn't a pack of Pokemon cards like $10? That's a lot of Pokemon cards, man. That's a lot of Pokemon cards. I don't know. Anyway. Anyway, this is from the Gaming Murph with a $10 super chat. Says, thank you, by the way. Good to see you. It says, breaking news, Trump achieves world peace. Democrats reject terms because Orange Man bad. Orange Man is bad. True. True. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. That's right. It is just, there's just a lot of this Trump derangement stuff. What I like to say is Trump could come out and say that, you know, eating 3 healthy meals a day and drinking a big glass of water is healthy for you. And the Democrats would still find a way to complain for it. Trump could say, hey, listen, everybody, it's important to be physically fit, exercise, take your multivitamins, and go to church on Sunday and drink your water. And they would still find a way to complain about it. That's just where we are. I'll tell you what, though, right now, as far as the Ukraine situation is concerned, it is radio silence, complete and total radio silence right now with Ukraine, which makes me think. Here's where my brain goes. If it's radio silence, what does that mean? That means that there are some big conversations going on. Some big conversations going on right now. They're trying to figure it out. The negotiations are ongoing. If Trump walked on water, people would criticize him for disturbing the fish. Probably the case. Okay, I'll tell you what. Now I'm seeing some of that information that was a little bit speculative a minute ago, or that I kind of didn't trust. I'm seeing a more trustworthy news source report the same thing, or something similar. Now, this page I do trust a little bit more. Take a look at this. Breaking news. Ukraine will offer President Trump a $100 billion weapons deal in exchange for a security guarantee. Okay, this is what we were talking about a moment ago. The deal would include Ukraine promising to buy $100 billion worth of American weapons and would be financed by Europe. So it's important it says that, because I think a lot of you guys say, hold up, how does Ukraine have $100 billion? Hold up. Okay, Ukraine can promise to spend all the money they want, but do they actually have the money? Where is the money coming from? The money is coming from European NATO member nations. So really, this $100 billion is coming from the European NATO fund, defense fund, which is being paid for by European NATO member nations. So this $100 billion is actually coming from German taxpayers, Danish taxpayers, you know, whatever, French tax, whatever. You get the idea. And so that's where this money is coming from. So thanks. Thanks, Europe, I guess. Thanks, Europe, I guess. Maybe this seems to be part of the deal. Part of the deal maybe here. This is from the Kobasi letter. This page seems legit enough. Seems pretty legit. This is that news right here. Okay, well, listen, Trump. Listen, man. Everybody's getting tired. Listen, Trump. It's been a long day, dude. Okay, listen. We just want to know what's going on. You got to clue us in. Let's get this deal taken care of. We got to see. $10 trillion for security guarantee seems to... Now, it wasn't 10 trillion. It was what? It was 100 billion. 100 billy. 100 billy. It was $100 billion. Bro, don't waste your time with Pokemon cards. Well, I'm not the one collecting Pokemon cards. I'm not the one spending $140,000 on Pokemon cards. That's not me. I spend my money on what are those new dolls? What is the new doll that everybody's collecting? I spend my money on Labubu dolls. Have you guys seen everybody collecting these Labubu dolls? This is the new fad that everybody is wasting their money on. These freaking things. I guess they are very expensive and they're like collectible. These things. Can you see that? These are Labubu dolls, and they are taking the internet by storm. Everybody is spending. Some of these things are like $500. I gotta have my Labubu dolls. I gotta have my $500 Labubu dolls. So anyway, this is the new fad. Everybody is buying up. This lady has all types of Labubu dolls. Can you see that? Look at these things. These things really are just creepy. They're creepy. She is creepy, and these things are creepy too. I don't want anything to do with these Labubu dolls. I don't like them. I don't like them. So I'm not going to buy any of them. Anyway. I spend all my money on Labubu dolls. Well, I'm looking at my updates again here. Guys, still, guess what? There's a reason why you're saying, man, why is Matt Morris talking about Labubu dolls? It's because radio silence. It's because right now the White House is on lockdown. We are sitting here. We are on standby. We are waiting for President Trump to come out, come back in the Oval Office. Let's go back in the Oval Office. The negotiations have concluded. And now we know what's up. We know for a fact, Trump is going to come out and talk to us in the Oval Office here pretty soon. He's going to do it. Trump has been meeting with the European delegation. He was on the phone with Putin. He was talking to Zelenskyy again. They are hammering out, they are ironing out the final details of this entire situation. They're figuring it out. They're piecing it together. Yeah, they are. Somebody says, no straight man can win. No straight white man can win the 2028 Democratic primary. So if Newsom wants to be the Democratic candidate in 2028, he's either going to have to become gay or trans. Hey, he always could. It's never too late. Newsom, you could become trans if you wanted. Newsom could be trans if he wanted to try to become the Democratic candidate in 2028. He could do that. Okay, actually, ladies and gentlemen here, I got an update for you. The Russian state media TASS, it's called TASS, has just reported that the Trump-Putin phone call today was 40 minutes long. 40 minutes long. So this is what we know. Trump met with the European delegation for 1 hour and 40 minutes. Then he was on the phone call with Putin for 40 minutes, which means that phone call, hold up here. Moment. Which means that, when did that? Okay. This means that for the last 90 minutes, okay, so Trump ended his phone call with Putin about 90 minutes ago. What has Trump been doing for the last 90 minutes? I suppose he went back to continue talking to the European delegation. He was talking to the Europeans for 1 hour and 40 minutes. He left. He talked to Putin for 40 minutes. He went back to go talk to the Europeans, probably. And so that's where we're at now. That is where we currently stand. Big things underway. Big things are underway at the moment. Big things. But hey, any minute now, President Trump, literally any minute, Trump is going to come out and talk to us alongside the Europeans and Zelenskyy about what is the plan going forward. Where are we going forward here? And right now you have a live view of the White House. You can see not a whole lot is going on. "105 years ago today, the 19th Amendment to our Constitution was signed into law. This is the amendment that gave women the right to vote. It's been 105 years of women voting in this country. 105 years. It's a long time. That's a long time you've been voting. Me personally, I've only been voting since I was 18. That's 13. I've only been voting for 13 years. let alone 105. 105 years. Reddit sucks. Reddit does suck. Yes. Check out Trump's Truth Social. Okay, do we have an update here? I can't even load it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, update 2 minutes ago on Truth Social. Take a look, guys. Breaking news. President Trump has finally broken the silence. I had a very good meeting with distinguished guests, President Zelenskyy of Ukraine, Macron, Stub, Maloney, Starmer, okay, all the Europeans in the White House, which ended in a further meeting in the Oval Office. During the meeting, we discussed security guarantees for Ukraine, which guarantees would be provided by the various European countries with a coordination with the United States of America. Everyone is very happy about the possibility of peace for Russia and Ukraine. At the conclusion of the meetings, I called President Putin and began the arrangements for a meeting at a location to be determined between Putin and Zelenskyy. After that meeting takes place, we will have a trilateral agreement, which would be the two presidents plus myself. Again, this was a very good meeting, early step for a war that has been going on for almost 4 years. Vice President J.D. Vance, Rubio, Witkoff are coordinating with Russia and Ukraine. Thank you for your attention to this matter. There you go. Productive day. Now, however, this does make me wonder whether or not he's going to come on out and actually have a meeting with us in the Oval Office. The plan was that he would. But I'm going to be honest, regrettably, perhaps, I get the vibe from this post we just read through that we are probably not, in fact, going to get an Oval Office address. That's my sneaking suspicion. Okay, hold up. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, alerts and air raid sirens are spreading across Ukraine as of 1 minute ago, with reports of both ballistic and cruise missile launches by Russia against cities in eastern Ukraine. So what is going on here? Because we just heard that this meeting went very well, and now we have a tentatively scheduled meeting between Zelenskyy and Putin. And then we are seeing ballistic and cruise missiles getting launched into Ukraine right now. Is this actually the case? This is hot off the press 1 minute ago. Okay, I'm going to keep looking around here. Hold up. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. I'm looking for more updates. What are we doing here? Hey, listen. What are we doing here, guys? I've got this one hot off the press. Take a look. I think my headset got flipped off here. Give me a minute. Hold that thought. Okay. Hot off the press.
The meeting lasted longer than anticipated. Leaders started arriving there at about 1 p.m. this afternoon. They are still at the White House. We're told in the Oval Office. President Trump and Zelenskyy have been meeting in the Oval Office with others for about 20 minutes. We plan to have an exclusive interview with Ukrainian President Zelenskyy should that meeting end before 7 p.m. We're going to see if that happens. First up, senior White House correspondent Peter Ducey.
So Fox News might be meeting with Zelenskyy today. What is going on? Listen, ladies and gentlemen, right now I'm sitting here, I'm kind of like, what's going on? If I'm totally honest. Because President Trump just posted everything is going pretty well. And it seems like these two presidents in Eastern Europe are going to be meeting each other, Zelenskyy and Putin. It also seems like we are not going to get another official message from Trump. It seems like this is the message. The vibe I get, do you agree? It seems like this is the conclusion of the day. This seems like the final message of the day right there on Truth Social. We were told that he was going to come back and talk in the Oval Office. Maybe that's not the case. I kind of don't get that vibe anymore. And then we also have the ballistic missiles are going off right now. Well, here's what I'm going to do. One moment. Well, they are on commercial break. Here's what I'm going to do with you folks. We're going to tune into Live Now from Fox. I want to see if they have anything that we don't have. They're on a commercial break right now. Let's give this a minute. I think this kind of might be it for the day, frankly. We're going to give this a minute, but that might be all that we are getting from Trump for the day, was that big Truth Social post. So, okay.
All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. The 2-week walkout is over in Texas. This as the Democrats returning to the State House in Austin, Texas.
Okay, so they aren't even talking about Ukraine or Russia. They're talking about what's going on in Texas. All right, so unrelated. It wasn't a ceasefire, but no. That's not what surprised me. No. So how can I put this? It is, if you've been following the Ukraine war, it's actually pretty abnormal that we have ballistic missile launches firing from Russia into Ukraine. That's not normal as far as this war has unfolded. So it is strange. It is abnormal. It is out of the norm for Russia to be firing ballistic missiles in Ukraine ever at all, period. That's not something that they've generally been doing, especially on the back end of these negotiations, which we're being told were successful. So to be clear, it is not normal. It is not par for the course for ballistic missiles to be fired into Ukraine. So first off, that is strange. Just undeniably, that is strange. Beyond that, allegedly, this was a productive talk. But also, this might be fake news. This could be fake news. This could be a false report. Could be a false report. So, here's my thing, okay? If we keep the show going right now, I guess it's just a big mystery variable. We were told originally that we were going to have Trump come out and talk in the Oval Office about this again. The vibe I get from this post that he just made on Truth Social 10 minutes ago, it seems like that is actually not going to be happening. So I'm not sure. I guess we could keep, we could keep tonight's broadcast going on the off chance that Trump does come out and talk to us. But we're just kind of waiting without any certainty as to what is going to happen. So this might be a good time to kind of wrap up the broadcast. Anyway, final takeaway here. I really do think it is fair to say that big progress is being made. Trump has said that right now there is a scheduled meeting, tentatively scheduled meeting. It is underway. The steps are being taken to get these two guys to meet up. Now, notice Trump doesn't mention that he will be at the meeting. He says that there would be a trilateral meeting. So first, here, look at this. At the conclusion of the meetings, I called President Putin and began the arrangements for a meeting at a location to be determined between President Putin and President Zelenskyy. After that meeting takes place, we will then have a trilateral meeting, which would be the two presidents plus myself. So first, these two guys, Putin and Zelenskyy, the plan right now is for them to meet together on their own without him. Then after that meeting, then Trump would attend. So anyway, the steps are being taken, though. Things are moving along. Today was a productive day. Things are moving along. Progress is being made towards a total de-escalation of this war, thank God. But gentlemen, that is I think that's going to be the show for today. We have been live now for 6 hours, 6.5 hours. To be honest, I'm kind of gassing out, so it might be time to wrap it up. By the way, it is totally possible that Donald Trump does come out and give another Oval Office address a half hour from now. It's totally possible, but we don't know. It doesn't seem like he will, but he could, I guess. But anyway, that's going to be a wrap for today. I'm going to wrap it up for today. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Massive support today, both on Rumble all day and on YouTube all day. Matt Morris TV on Rumble and Matt Morris TV on YouTube. There's one final thing. Everybody make sure to subscribe and like. I'm going to go ahead and link my X page, my Twitter page right there. Everybody follow on X or Twitter, as some people call it. Thank you very much. We will be back tomorrow. Of course, we're going to keep the coverage going. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it a ton. Everybody have a great night. Have a great morning, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.